bang, bang.
Oh, Jesus.
Get their attention.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Holy guacamole.
Welcome to the City of Delray Beach Regular Commission meeting this Tuesday, May 19th. If the clerk would please call the roll.
Deputy Vice Mayor Markert.
Here.
Commissioner Malika.
Here.
Commissioner Casal.
Here.
Vice Mayor Burns.
Here.
Mayor Carney.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. If you could all rise, please, for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, agenda approval. There is, we're taking 6E off, correct?
Correct.
Yes, and can I speak to that? Mr. Moore, for the future, those kind of things should never be on consent.
So acknowledged, of
Thank
course.
you very much, I appreciate
That's why
that.
it's being pulled.
Could I pull 6P3 for one question, which
6 who?
P3. It's the Station 112.
Okay, 6P3. I'd also like, I'm going to also pull 6P1 for discussion, because I'm trying
So
to
Mayor,
understand that a little bit better.
Mayor,
Yes?
so 6P3 will be 7 AAA?
Yeah, I don't care which we do. You
And
want to
then
make that?
6P1 will be 7 BB?
All right, so 7BB.
Or is that how we do
Oh,
it?
so you have to
Yeah,
rush to get it in,
that's
so you
fine.
get heard sooner? I got you, okay.
It doesn't matter. I can go second.
And I'm going to ask 6A. When I was given my book on Friday, supposedly my complete book, it did not include the minutes from the minutes that are described.
You want to
And
put that on?
well, yes, because I like to read the
Me
minutes
too.
before I approve them.
I agree.
And it shouldn't be up to the commissioners who were given a book to go search and look for it online. So I expect everything to be in my book when I'm given my book. So I'm going to ask that 6A. We can either pull it or we can just say we could move it to the
Just
next.
remove it.
You just,
Okay,
yeah.
then I'd like to do that. 6D, only because I have a question on it. I don't need a whole presentation on it, but I'm going to ask Anthea a question on 6D. She's here.
So
6E we pull.
7cc.
I'm sorry?
7cc.
7CC.
Is that 6E? Is
D as in
7cc?
David.
6D?
Oh, sorry, E we took off. D.
Yeah, 6E is already removed.
7cc, all county paving? That's just a general utility easement.
I have a question I want to ask
Okay.
him about, and it's not just that. There's another question on the plat that I'm going to ask.
Okay.
Because they're adding something to a plat. That's all I have so far. So that's 7CC. Are there any other?
Can I just comment that those meeting minutes were on the website? I mean, they were uploaded, just for our clerk's benefit.
No, I'm
because
not
she's
saying
done
they're
that.
not. But when I'm given a book of all
We have
the
an amazing
backup
clerk.
and everything, and it's
Thank you.
not there, then I bring these with me. I don't go online and look up stuff. So in other
Thank
words,
you.
when I have my book, if it says attached here too, I'd like it attached there too.
Of course.
Okay. Any other comments? And I need a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We are approved. We're
Thank
moving
you.
forward. All right, 4A, this is an additional, which,
Actually, there's an additional presentation.
there's an additional
just
presentation.
described.
Right, so you want to take care of the additional presentation now?
If it's no trouble, I would like to.
Go ahead and do that one now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. So the City of Delray Beach is actually pleased to share that the International City County Management Association is recognizing the City of Delray Beach for 80 years of Commission Manager form of government recognition milestone. So one of the first cities in the state of Florida to adopt the council manager form of government, or in the case of Delray Beach, the commission manager form of government back in 1946. So that's been the legacy, and it's a tremendous accomplishment across the board. Likewise, we have leadership from the Florida City County Management Association Board of Directors. Ms. Tracy Stevens and Andrea McHugh, I believe, is here as well. And former Delray Beach Assistant City Manager, who's pretty active in the profession, is with us as well, Mr. Bob Barzinski, who I have an opportunity to interact with fairly often. So they are here to offer a few words of recognition, and I think a photo opportunity would be appropriate as well. Ms. Tracy Stevens, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you all for coming today.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor,
commissioners, city staff, and the residents of Delray Beach. My name is Tracy Stevens. I'm the town administrator for the town of Haverhill and your District 4 director for the Florida City and County Management Association. And as Mr. Moore had indicated, I have several of our colleagues here with me tonight. On behalf of the FCCMA Board of Directors and more than 600 members, we are honored to present this certificate recognizing your 80th anniversary to the City of Delray Beach's operation under the Commission Manager form of government as recognized by the International City and County Management Association. This important milestone must surely be celebrated and is one that we as professional managers are very grateful for. ICMA was founded with a commitment to the preservation of the values and integrity of representative local government and a dedication to the promotion of efficient and effective management of public services. The Commission Manager form of government provides for separate oversight of the administrative functions of municipal and county governments. As professional managers, we recognize the value of public service with the goal of improving the lives of those that we serve. We strive to maintain and enhance public trust and confidence in local government through effective administration and delivery of programs and services while creating communities where people want to live, learn, work, and play. City Manager Moore brings extensive municipal management experience to Delray Beach. Public service often involves navigating complex and challenging issues, and throughout Mr. Moore's career, he has shown a commitment to practical solutions that strengthen the communities that he has served. We thank you, the Commission, for recognizing the importance of professional management for our communities. And on behalf of FCCMA and its members, we congratulate the City of Delray Beach on this milestone recognition.
Thank you very much. Is this a photo op over here? Oh, gotcha. Do you want the entire?
I
After
think
we all come down in front of it? Yes.
she definitely needs Mr. Moore.
He wants us all, please. Mr. Barzinski.
Thank you so much. Hey, Bob, how's it going? I guess we all get in
Everybody here? You got us all? Come on, you guys gotta squeeze in there. What do we do? Clerk, do I give this to you?
There you go. And I won't be in that building. Diana Bendy. I'm Diana Bendy over here.
Your left shoe's untied. Your left shoe is untied.
Probably the one that threw him in the room. I'm not in here. Thank you all. Okay, we're now moving into item 4A. Kenya Madison will be making this presentation. You'll be actually doing 4A and 4B, right? Okay.
That's correct.
Now? Okay. All right. If I could please just take a moment and ask all the folks wearing green to please stand. Thank you. And if I could have Brianna come with me. Thank you. Good evening, afternoon. I don't know. Good afternoon. It's still afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, commissioners, supportive city clerk. Thank you so much for all your hard work. City leadership, community partners, youth, elders, and residents of Delray Beach. Thank you for this proclamation. Recognizing May as Mental Health Awareness and Trauma Informed Care Month, and for continuing to support the Get Your Green On campaign, a movement born right here in the beautiful city of Delray Beach through vision, voices, and the courage of young people and community. As I stand here right now with so deep gratitude and humility as a fourth generation Delray Beach resident and the granddaughter of a farmer who came here exactly 100 years ago on the back of a tomato truck from Quitman, Georgia, leaving behind the hardships of sharecropping in search of possibility with family already established here in 33444. Delray Beach became home for me. It became hope. It became fertile ground for resilience. And now, generations later, I stand here, a daughter of this soil, raising a fifth generation, carrying forward the lessons of perseverance, faith, hard work, and community care that were planted long before me. I dedicate this proclamation to my mother, a hard-working entrepreneur and master cosmetologist who taught me that anything in this life was possible with determination, compassion, and purpose. And my godmother, who taught me to read at age 3. Okay. I think about the young people who inspired the beginning of Get Your Green On back in 2016 at Atlantic High School and Village Academy, and I will restate, and forever state Village Academy. Young folks who simply wanted their community to pay attention to mental health and wellness. And here we are today, still growing, still reaching, still healing together. This year's theme, Rooted in Resilience, with a focus on resiliency in nature, is honestly, there is no better place than our village by the sea. Delray Beach teaches us resilience every single day. The ocean reminds us to keep moving. The trees bend with storms without breaking, and gardens bloom season after season with our rains. Nature teaches us that healing takes nurturing, connection, sunlight, rest, and care, and people do too. Mental health matters for our youth trying to find their way, for our elders carrying stories and silent burdens, for families navigating uncertainty, and for those who feel unseen, unheard, and overwhelmed. So tonight, I simply ask our community to show up and show up for one another. Check on your people. Check on your people. Create safe spaces, lead with kindness, and of course, wear green. Remember that resilience does not mean that we are never to struggle. It just means that we never struggle alone. Thank you to the City of Delray Beach for continuing to stand with us in this movement and for helping us shine a light on awareness, advocacy, and action through our Get Your Green On and through Get Your Green On 365. Together, let's continue building a community rooted in resilience, healing, and love. Thank you. And right now, I would like to invite Ms. Brianna to the podium, who will accept our teen proclamation that was created by the Palm Beach County Behavioral Health Coalition's Teen Coalition in Action.
Good evening, everyone. A proclamation from the teens of Delray Beach and Palm Beach County declaring May 2026 as Mental Health and Trauma-Informed Care Awareness Month. Whereas mental health is just as important as physical health, and everyone deserves access to the support they need to heal, grow, and thrive. And whereas life is full of challenges, and as teens, we experience stress, anxiety, and struggles in school, at home, and in our social lives. And whereas 1 in 4 teens will experience a mental health challenge, yet many do not seek help due to stigma, fear, or lack of resources. And whereas trauma, including bullying, loss, family struggles, discrimination, substance use, and violence, affects many of us and can impact how we feel, think, and succeed in life. And whereas healing from trauma and prioritizing mental health requires strong support systems, including friends, family, schools, and communities that understand and uplift us. And whereas healing from trauma and prioritizing mental health requires strong support systems, including friends, family, schools, and communities that understand and uplift us. And whereas talking about mental health openly, learning coping skills, and reaching out for professional help when needed can make a difference in our well-being and future. And whereas we recognize that youth leadership and advocacy are key to changing the way mental health is understood, ensuring all teens have the resources to navigate challenges and heal from past experiences. And whereas we, the teens of Palm Beach County, stand together to break the stigma around mental health and to promote trauma-informed care that acknowledges our experiences and helps us build resilience. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed that May 2026 is Mental Health and Trauma-Informed Care Awareness Month in Palm Beach County, Florida. We call upon all teens to check in with their friends and seek help from a trusted adult when needed. We call upon all families to create open and supportive conversations about mental health. We call upon all schools to provide resources and safe spaces for students. We call upon all communities to promote awareness and accessibility to mental health services. And we call upon all places of faith to offer compassion and support to those struggling. Together, we can build a county where no young person has to struggle alone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that was both 4A and 4B, correct? We were at the teens. Great. I'm sorry, do you want a photo up as well?
Yes, please. And we do. Come on up, friends. Thank you.
Don't be bad for baby.
Three, two, one. Then again, 3, 2, 1. Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Poor Apple and poor Bob are done. Thank you all very much. We're now going to item 4C, which is the 2026 Historic Preservation Board Awards. Michelle Hoyland, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, good evening. Michelle Hoyland, Principal Planner for the record. Can you hear me okay?
That's
Yeah?
better.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. So first, thank you for having us here. Okay. So May 2026 is National Historic Preservation Month. This is deemed a month of celebration by the National Preservation Trust. And I'm here pleased to present the 2026 Historic Preservation Board Awards. Every year in May, the communities around the country celebrate Historic Preservation Month with programs like this, an award ceremony, and different types of events honoring the efforts of historic preservation in their communities. The national theme this year for Historic Preservation Month is All People Are Created Equal. And we join with these hundreds of communities as we celebrate. So with no further ado, the board deliberated on 6 categories for historic preservation for contributing and non-contributing historic, non-historic structures. And this is our first award winner. The property owners were Nikki Mercedes and Sandra Amani. This house was built in 1949.
Oh, nice job.
It's in the West Settlers Historic District, 108 Northwest 4th Avenue, and it's a masonry vernacular home. They improved the structure. There was a long history, an unfortunate long history on this property with the previous owner. So these new owners came in and did quite a nice job. It included front improvements to their landscaping, their architecture. They also had a very large addition in the back keeping in mind the size of the house. A new pool as well was added. And so these property owners, Sandra Amani and Nikki Mercedes, won the award for residential contributing additions and rehabilitation. Next, we have 503 Northeast 2nd Avenue. This is a 1947 streamlined modern home. And this is the property before the owners, MJZ Properties, which are Jeff and Mindy Wooster. Some may also know them as RTG Homes, a builder in the community. And they purchased this property and brought life back to this little streamlined modern that was built in 1947. You can see they restored that porthole window to the side of the front door. A complete interior update occurred, which was really cute. It's period appropriate. If anyone's curious to what it looks like, you can go see it on Zillow. This is looking at the property from the south. They added some ribbon strips for the driveway, a new pool in the back. And so we awarded the property owners, MJZ Properties, the Residential Contributing Exterior Alterations Award for their work here in preserving that home in Delida Park. Interestingly, that property on the east side included additional lands that the property owners carved off to create an additional buildable lot. And so they came through. It was a bit of a fight with the board, back and forth. They came to the board 3 times. The board's concerns were massing and different items relating to the size and scale of the structure. So again, MJZ Properties won an award for 209 Northeast 5th Street for the new build that they did in Delida Park. And here, again, this is one of those properties, if you're curious to see what the finished result looks like, you can also see this on Zillow or Realtor.com. And that's an aerial view, which I think is pretty impressive, just seeing the tree canopy that exists in our historic district up in Delida Park. So congratulations to MJZ Properties, who won for residential non-contributing new construction. This property is quite interesting at 403 North Swinton Avenue. It's owned by Alex and Margot Platt, and many of you may remember this was a dentist office for as long as I can remember. This little home, the Platts came through home, but it was an office, to utilize it as their commercial real estate office for Compass Real Estate, where they have their business. This little house originally was located at 74 Northeast 4th Avenue and was relocated in 1975, 50 years after it was built in the 1920s. And so the Platts invested heavily in the exterior, new windows, new roof, landscaping, updating their parking lot in the back. They've done a lovely job, and it's a great property that kind of serves as the welcome to historic preservation districts in Delray Beach, as it sits on the corner of Swinton and Lake Ida. Congrats to Margot and Alex Platt. Then we have the CRA with 98 Northwest 5th Avenue. This structure was a mixed-use building that existed here for about 50 years. It was built in the 70s. This is a non-contributing or not historic structure. You'll see some of your names on the plaque near the front door if you were to go visit. And also the property is named the Edmund Baines Building for a notable member of the community, the Black community, and this is in the West Settlers Historic District. Originally it had parking underneath. That's all been enclosed for use of retail or commercial business. And then there's a co-working space on the second floor of this building. It was on the cusp of becoming historic, so it's pretty cool that they did some improvements that may allow it to become a contributing structure in the future. So congrats to the CRA and the hard work of many of you as well, serving at the board level to invest in the West Settlers Historic District. Next, there's two more. This is our second to last. As many of you know, this is the Sandaway Discovery Center. The property is owned by Palm Beach County, leased by the city of Delray Beach, and subleased by the Sandaway Discovery Center. This is at 142 South Ocean Boulevard. We were contacted by the Sandaway Discovery Center, who really needed to be able to create a cool, temperature-wise space on the interior front porch. So they enclosed the front porch screens with windows, added new doors that are handicapped accessible, along with a ramp. Our partners at the Sandaway Discovery Center consistently invest in this property, maintaining this Sam Ogren resort colonial style structure in good shape and form. So we're so grateful to them. Sandaway wins in the category of commercially individually designated for their rehabilitation. Next, we have the Colony Hotel. And I did see that Ms. Hillary Roche is here in the audience with us.
Yay.
So the Colony reached out via Roy Simon, God rest his soul, and I know his daughter Laura is here, to come through and build a new maintenance building in the rear of the property. And Roy envisioned a building that would be in keeping with the 1920s architectural style here, which is Spanish colonial or even Mission Revival influence. This was one of Mr. Simon's last works. He was a great consultant to work with, still drawing by hand, which revisions weren't always easy because it took time for him. But the utmost respect for Mr. Simon. He was a consummate professional. We had a great time working with him. And congrats to the Boughton Hotels for their continued investment in this historic property. This is a quick photo here of the award winners the night of the HPB award meeting earlier this month. And I know we're on a quick timeline, but if I could cover the next slides, I'll move quickly. I left a handout at your seat that you can read later, but it's for the Colony Hotel, and we would be remiss in not identifying and celebrating that they're at a 100-year anniversary of this hotel. The history is compiled some from research we did and from their website, but I thought we could just cover a quick history here. This is not an actual photo of George and Agnes Boughton. This was a photo I found online. The hotel was originally built in 1926, hence the 100-year anniversary. It did not sustain the Great Depression, and it eventually sold and went to foreclosure. The Boughtons bought the property, George and Agnes, when they were coming through the area on their honeymoon. They happened upon it, fell in love, and this was in the mid-1930s. It's been in the Boughton family since. The Boughtons also own a property in Kennebunkport, Maine, also known as the Colony. It's their sister property. They have invested over the years and purchased land on the ocean front where they have the Colony Cabana Club. And you can see from pictures here. These were a few photographs we found of George Boughton and Agnes winning a golf award trophy here. Upon their passing, the property was inherited and moved into control with Justina Boughton, their daughter, and Hillary Roche, their niece, who have continued to maintain this property, update it. It is a very popular destination for many people. Many people, I think, will remember spending time on the front porch and listening to music and having a drink with George, I think it is, at the bar. So we're grateful to our partners at the Colony Hotel for their continued investment in this Historic Hotels of America property, and it serves as a landmark here on the local Register of Historic Places. So congratulations, and thank you. And we did not get to give Ms. Roche the award on our HPB meeting, so I was hoping I could ask her to come up and accept her award.
Another photo op. photo op. Why not? The only time I get any answers.
Just, can we wait for Ms. Burns? She stepped out for a moment. Ms. Burns stepped out for a moment.
And for those interested, you could go back and watch the May 6th HPB meeting where we did a more elaborate history on the Colony Hotel. You can find that on our website.
We're waiting for 2 seconds for Commissioner
Yes.
Burns to
Here she
return.
comes.
Ready? 3, 2, 1. Again, 3, 2, 1. Got it.
Melting. It's not loose. Your smile, yeah. Oh, it's still fine. It's beautiful.
I'm not going to go into the full presentation, but I encourage everybody to take time to go walk through the Sunday Village site,
Yes.
which the main block is complete. Block 61, the windmill has gone in and the pedestrian via. And we are seeing the near completion, probably early summer, of Block 69 and Block 70, which is southeast. These businesses and the historic homes will be opening soon. We're working with the owners, so I won't go through the whole thing, but go back and watch the May 6th meeting for HPB where we had a time lapse of the construction. It's pretty cool. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to all of those who were recognized today. We really appreciate what you do for our city.
Can we give a shout out to our very own Renee Jadasing for the award that the CRA got? That was quite an amazing award, and all her hard work and her staff. And I love this presentation. Every year when we have this, I just think it's very uplifting to see the possibilities. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, we're reaching the portion of the agenda where there's going to be comments and inquiries. I'm sorry, what?
4D.
Oh,
4D.
for who?
It's my item. 4D.
Oh, your item. Oh, well, I didn't see you down there. I'm sorry, I
I'm not
apologize.
feeling it today, Mayor.
I apologize. And I know you've been preparing. We talked about it, so I know you're ready.
I'm
so-
ready, and so is Mr. Dearman, who's approaching the podium. So this is Mark Dearman. He's our outside counsel. He has been handling our PFAS, our forever chemicals litigation. And he and Napoli Skolnick, who's the other law firm he's working with, have been doing an amazing job. We received another check today for $500,000 from our participation in this lawsuit. And Mark is going to very briefly discuss entering another litigation. City would be a plaintiff. It would be at no cost to the city. Mr. Dearman would be spearheading it on behalf of the city. And as you know, he does an incredible job for us.
Thank you, Ann. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner, staff, I'm Mark Dearman. With me is my colleague, Robert Gittleman, who's with the Napoli Skolnick firm. I've had the privilege and the pleasure of representing the city for about 10 years now. We're representing you in the national opioids litigation, and as Lynn said, we're representing you in the PFAS litigation. The litigation that I'm going to talk to you about now is essentially a continuation of that PFAS litigation. With that check today, I think we're at close to a total of about just under $10 million for the PFAS litigation, money that is coming, directly to the city. That litigation, which we filed back in 2023, the beginning of 2023, involved the manufacturers of the PFAS chemicals. The next phase of the litigation is to go after the actual polluters. And so what we propose is, and it's essentially just a continuation of the existing litigation, is that you allow us to perform additional investigation on your behalf, identify potential polluters, add them to a complaint, and bring them to bear for the pollution that they caused.
Talk about brief. That was excellent. So today I just need your consensus to move forward with this litigation the way we've done in the past. and then we'll bring you periodic updates.
Do we have consensus from the commission?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, we do.
Yes.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you all
Thank
for
you.
the trust.
Thank you,
Oh,
gentlemen.
yeah.
And I will add that this litigation and the result of this litigation would not have been possible without the indispensable help of your legal department. Lynn has been fantastic. She's great to work with. She's very proactive, and you all are very lucky.
We
Thank you very
are.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And super quick, we should recognize Ms. Carter and Mr. Hajimiri on this one too, because I sat up here when we first talked about this, and I think this was a collaboration in the city that's pretty amazing.
Mark and Mr. Hajimiri have become very fast friends because Hassan, I don't know if there he is, he's hiding.
there.
He's the worker bee in all this. He's the one who
Yes.
collects everything, provides all the studies, provides all the information, and I never get an email, can you follow up on this? Can you find this out? I
Right.
mean, so, yes, we would
Thank
be
you.
remiss.
I did not see Mr. Hajimari here, but I did give him a call last time, and absolutely
Yes.
another indispensable. The water department, they're just fantastic people.
Thank
But
you all.
and I wanted to point out to everybody that the new water plant that we are building will be having the filtration system to keep all these kinds of contaminants out of our water. So I want to thank this commission, I want to thank the prior commission, and I want to thank the city staff who really put together that project, and we finally have it on the way, and we will have clean water in a couple of years.
For the record, we have.
So I want to give a shout out,
We have
thank you
clean
to the
water.
city.
We're gonna have
We have
cleaner
clean water now.
We have clean water, we'll have more clean water.
Cleaner water, cleaner water.
More
Thank you.
clean.
Sorry, poor Hassan was
Better.
falling apart there. I'm gonna get a letter from Hassan somewhere, you know. But
It is clean. I personally use it every day, and I can vouch for
I'm
it.
gonna get a surcharge on my water bill from the water department
you
for that.
are.
Yes, you are. We will see to it.
Yeah.
I'm going to save you all another photo op.
Okay,
Oh no, we feel like this is worthy.
great, thank you. We are now to the portion for public comments. We begin public comments with an update from the city manager on special event activities for Independence Day.
So before I begin with that, Mr. Mayor, if you all don't mind, I have a couple brief updates I'd like to share with the commission and the public.
Okay.
One, and this was brought to my attention earlier today, pertaining to the George Bush Boulevard Bridge. So the bridge will be undergoing repairs to the deck, of course, implemented by Palm Beach County, which will remove the need for a temporary safety plates that are on a westbound lane. Some preparation work is anticipated to begin later this week, but the actual project will begin June 1st and last approximately 7 weeks. So message boards will be placed to notify the public beginning sometime next week. The detour will be similar to that of a couple years ago when the bridge was closed for a number of months for repairs. So that's pertinent information I thought we bring to everybody's attention because, of course, George Bush Boulevard Bridge is heavily utilized, and this is something I think that the commission and the public needs to be aware of. So the implementation to begin soon, but full-fledged activities Monday, June 1st.
So it's anticipated the bridge will be closed for 7 weeks, is what you're saying?
Thereabouts, sir, yes.
Okay.
Thereabouts. So appropriate detours, signage, and other information for the public benefits will be executed in collaboration with Palm Beach County. Secondly, you all heard from Ms. Pauline Hutchison during the workshop meeting, the workshop session of this evening's meeting, and it pertained to park involvement, specifically Merritt Park. There was a specific observation relative to construction activity. It's important to note that small portions of Merritt Park or some portions of Merritt Park are actually being used as a staging area to help support the new water treatment plant facility, given the approximate location in that regard. Likewise, I would like for the public to please rest assured that that will be improved to every extent necessary so that we can resume full and normal activities. That also brings to mind the fact that a number of residents in the immediate area, at least a couple, had asked about the possibility of equipment, particularly at the mini park located in the area, Roseland Mini Park, not too far away. And a mini park is really designed for limited use, quite frankly. And in the case of Roseland Park, is really for walking purposes to benefit immediate neighborhood activities. However, the full scale of improvements or equipment for individuals who are limited mobility, those opportunities are in fact enjoyed over at Merritt Park. And so we really need to continue to do the absolute best we can to make those opportunities available And given the context of the water treatment plant implementation, I thought I'd offer a global update in terms of the work that's being done to make sure we're squared away in that regard. So with that, Ms. Hutchison, I hope that's very helpful. And to others in the immediate community in that general vicinity who had a concern in this regard, please rest assured the same. So thank you. With that, I did ask Director of Parks and Recreation, Sam Mita, to be with us this evening to offer a brief update regarding special event activities for Independence Day. Of course, this is a milestone in that America will recognize 250 years of existence, 1776 to 2026. Mr. Mitat, if you would, please.
Yes, good evening once again, Mayor, Commissioners. Sam Mitat, Director of Parks and Recreation. Just real quick, dovetailing on that Merritt Park discussion. Not only that, you all just recently approved a new artificial field for Merritt Park too. So when that comes back online fully, that's going to have an artificial field, walking tracks, and be completely restored. It's going to be better than ever. All right, Mr. Moore asked me to just give a brief update on the timeline of the day's activities for the 4th of July. So I just wanted to run down the time for us. The day for us on the 4th of July starts with a 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. volleyball tournament down at the volleyball courts on the beach. And then at 10 a.m. it's the return of the sandcastle contest on the main beach. So from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. is the sandcastle building contest. And from 9 to 1 down at Casuarina across from Anchor Park, there is also snorkeling excursions. Our aquatic team does snorkeling every year where we take people out to visit the Delray Rec. Those are the morning activities. And then the rest of the day is mostly planning and staging. We start the evening at 5:30 on the main stage there right at the A1A in Atlantic, where we're going to unveil the time capsule. We've removed the time capsule from here in front of City Hall, and that's where they're going to unveil everything that was inside the time capsule at 5:30. And then we do our traditional flag raising ceremony at 6 p.m. at Gleason in Atlantic. I think you guys will be excited. The big flag that we use, we actually have the Betsy Ross with the 250 on the flag this year, so we're excited about that. Should look very, very impressive over the Ave. And then the entertainment begins at 6:15 on the main stage, and everything goes. That's when we have all of our vendors in place for food, beverage, activities, event stuff, and that's throughout the Ave, right along everything along Atlantic, all the way down to the A1A, and then that concludes at 9 p.m. and when fireworks begin at 9 p.m. and the fireworks show is a 25-minute show off the barge. Not anticipating any weather concerns. It should be an impressive show, like always. So that is our traditional 4th of July with a little bit of extra in there for the 250. And then related but not on the 4th of July, the drone show that you guys approved just at the last meeting is part of that company's, what they're calling their 250 tour. So that show at the end of July is also going to be a big celebration of the 250th year.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Take it.
I yield at this time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. We're now ready to enter the meeting for public comment. If there are members of the public wishing to speak on an agenda item, please come. We don't have any quasi-judicial or public hearings, so anyone wishing to speak on an agenda item, please come to the lectern, give your name and zip code for the record, and you will each have 3 minutes.
My name is Pauline Hutchinson, 33444. Hi again. I don't even know if this is on the agenda, but I did speak with the Parks and Recs director, and everything he told it was great. It was great news. I really felt at ease. I was kind of feeling like, Block 48 was like the stepchild of Delray Parks and Recs, and now I find it's not. So I'm happy about that. I wasn't born in Delray. I moved to Delray 20 years ago, and I still have fond memories of just pulling up on Atlantic and parking in front of any restaurant I wanted, but that's gone now. I just had a couple of questions, and I don't know if this is the proper time to ask it, but I wanted to ask about parking, that as additional construction projects are being approved, are these contractors being obligated to provide parking, not paid parking at $35 an hour, but just, parking for residents who maybe just want to run in and get a slice of pizza at Sazio, or, pick up dinner at El Camino's, just something that the regular Delray resident, not necessarily someone looking to party all night, can go and support our local businesses like Columbia House, Coffee, and things like that. I have a question about that. I also wanted to know about the cost to the residents regarding the budgetary item for the meter replacement. Will the residents have to pay for any of that? I also wanted to ask about the credit card fees to the customers when they want to pay for their water bills. Is it possible for the customers to bear the cost if they want to pay by credit card? Their water bill, is there any way to pass the cost along to say if I want to use a credit card, that's my choice. I don't know if all the residents of Delray should bear the cost just because I want to use a credit card. And also, I had a question about the water utilities. It says 11 customer service and billing, but our billing is handled by a third party. So where do those 11 employees work? And that was it.
We don't answer the questions from here, but your questions are so noted, and the city manager next week, or the next meeting soon, will come up with some answers and will address your questions.
Thank you, and I appreciate your time.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, councilmen and women. My name is James Taylor. I'm with the Palm Beach County Sports Commission. And firstly, just want to say on behalf of the Sports Commission, we want to thank the City of Delray Beach for your all continued partnership and support for many of the unique sporting events that we bring to Palm Beach County. And many of them happen in your city. The reason why I'm here today is because it was brought to our attention that there's been some consideration for developing of some croquet lawns. And we're going to just speak about some of the growth of croquet within our county. So anchored by the National Croquet Center, of course, the 19,000 square foot facility, 2025 saw tremendous and explosive growth for us as a county tourism marketing agency. And in 2025, we hosted 7 international and national events that generated pretty close to almost 2,000 room nights with a significant economic impact. So on behalf of the Sports Commission, just want to say if the city does consider to develop anything that provides a tourism access to our county, then the Palm Beach County Sports Commission will be here to help and support. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Steve English, 33344, and I'm coming in support of the opioid settlement recommendation from the opioid task force to see those funds get fully dispersed into the fire department's FTE allocation for mobile response individual. I understand from Chief Martin that 2 FTEs would be approved by those funds. I myself, I'm in long-term recovery. I came to Delray in 2014 as a result of the recovery capital of the world, and I can say for certain there's a wonderful expression in the recovery movement, the opposite of addiction is connection, and that FTE allocation will allow for those 2 individuals to ensure connection of people who are in the throes of addiction, get accurately assessed and put into recovery resources, both private pay or community-based care options, to ensure that they have at a bat to save their own lives. The miracle of recovery is unparalleled. To watch the lights come on from someone who has been in the throes of addiction is unsurpassed in what you could get from that. And these monies that were derived from such a scourge on this nation, to have them not be allocated for direct response resources for people who are currently being assessed and having the issues with addiction, I think would be an egregious slap in the face of the people whose monies, or people who had died from this addiction. You can go down the end of this street and go to a smoke shop and get what they call gas station heroin, like this Delta 8 or Kratom and all these things that are heavily addicted. So when we had the upswing when 2016, Ariana, if I'm correct, we had 88 overdoses in 1 month. 11 people died. If you don't think those numbers can return, you're fooling yourself. If we don't have someone out there connecting with these people and getting them into resources, we are bound to repeat history. So please do what's right, get these people connected, and get them to save their own lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
How ironic. Mayor, commissioners, everybody here. I'm Yvonne Odom, 33445. And we're right behind each other, but I'm on the opposite end. Years ago, I'm gonna give you a little bit of my history. My biological mother suffered with mental illness. I had no knowledge of her. Nobody talked about it. I was raised by a dad, 5 of us. And mental illness became very important to me the older I got, and I realized it. I was on the original committee with Kenya and all of us, and Delray made mental health one of our mantras. And then, as a teacher in Palm Beach County, I was one of the first teachers that was trained by Handel Hazelton in what is called the disease concept of alcohol and drug addiction. And you talking about an awakening, because you know people in your family, they get drunk, you think it's funny, and then when you learn that it is absolutely a disease. And that's been my lifelong lesson, to try to go the prevention route. And I use the analogy of a vase that you pay $1 for is a vase, but if you pay $500, it's a vase. So I want you to protect it and don't allow it to drop, because now you're trying to glue it back together and you can't. So prevention to me is the key, even though I understand how we need to get those who did fall into it. But when we get kids, we got to be honest. We got to educate them. If they granddaddy or they uncle or they auntie suffer with drugs, they don't know that's an addiction. But just because you inherit those blue eyes and that black hair, you can inherit the addiction gene or a quality to become addicted. So education to me is the key. And then if they do get into it, then of course the recovery is there. It's our responsibility. So as a longtime educator, some of those funds, some kind of way, the education piece has to be put in there. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dillon.
Hello, I know we're skipping around here a little bit. My name is Alex Berry, and I've been asked to talk about the item 5B on the agenda. First off, it's great to be in a city building and not be referred to as the defendant.
Could you mention your zip code of address,
I'm
sir?
sorry, 33460. I'm a current...
5B?
I'm sorry?
Which the item?
I believe it's 5B, the croquet.
Oh, that's 7B.
Oh, that's 7B.
Yeah,
okay.
you're welcome. You're fine.
Okay, great. So, as I said, my name is Alex Berry. I've been a Palm Beach resident since Ronald Reagan's first took his inauguration in 1981. I've been a Delray resident from 88 to 96. I got married in 92 at the First Presbyterian on Gleason Street here, so I know a thing or two about Delray. Before my career in earnest started, I was a popular bartender at places like Bush's before it became Deck 84, the Seagate Hotel Beach Club, and a number of other places. So I was just asked to speak a little bit about croquet. It is a sport that I've actually just fallen in love with, and there are people that are with me here today that can also attest to that passion for it. The interesting thing is I don't really have a dog in this hunt, in that I'm already a member of the National Croquet Center, which is a few miles up the road, and I'm also a member of the club that has the closest croquet facility to where we're all sitting here, a place called the Little Club, where I'm actually the current men's champion. You'll also be hearing from the current female champion, women's champion, at the Little Club as well, who's going to be coming up shortly behind me, as well as a great presentation I know from the folks at the National Croquet Center. So what we found at the Little Club, having had those courts built 9 years ago, there was a lot of resistance and pushback, thinking that it was just going to be a waste of money and nobody was going to use it. It turned out, again, that's a little bit of a microcosm versus a whole city, but the economic impact was swift and immediately shut the mouths of people who were objecting to it, because it had people flocking to it. It's a sport that can be enjoyed by people whether you're 9 or 90. It's a very simple thing to produce. There's only 8 wickets there. You can make them removable and use the court for other items, as other mixed use ideas as well. So the sport itself, and this isn't just from me, this is from what I learned by the miracle of AI and Google, is that croquet has experienced participation surge of 200% over the last decade and a half. So okay, it's no pickleball, but it's awfully popular, and it's getting that way because it can be enjoyed by everybody. So that's all I got, and I want to thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, and members of the City Commission. I'm Barbara Baker. I am chair of the croquet program at the Little Club, and also a person who loves croquet. Today I wanted to talk to you.
Zip code.
What's that?
Your zip code. For
What?
the record. Your zip code for the record.
33483.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I want to. We're not referring to backyard croquet that we knew as children. I'm referring to a beautiful game played on manicured lawns with crisp attire, colorful wickets, and blue, red, black, and yellow balls. It's a game of strategy and precision. It's good for the brain. This afternoon, I'd like to talk about something quickly even more important, and that is croquet is a game of connection. In many ways, this may be the sport's greatest strength. It certainly has been for Ron Baker and me, who's joining me in the audience. Sorry. So how does croquet foster connection? Let me count the ways. One of croquet's unique qualities is its pace. Unlike fast-paced sports like golf and tennis and basketball and pickleball, where players rush from one moment to the next, croquet gives people a time to interact. Players walk the lawn together. They watch each other's shots. They talk between matches. They might even share a meal. And in all cases, conversation happens naturally and comfortably. Croquet is wonderfully inclusive. As Alex mentioned, few sports allow people of different ages, genders, and experience levels to compete together. A grandparent may play with a grandchild. A beginner may enjoy a game with a more experienced player. Men and women compete naturally. New players feel welcomed rather than intimidated. In croquet, success is not based solely on strength and speed. The game rewards patience, strategy, judgment, and sportsmanship. It's kind of like a combination of chess and billiards played on a lawn. You don't have to be especially good at croquet to enjoy it. For many people, especially older adults, croquet might be the magic elixir that combats loneliness, provides gentle exercise. You can take 2,000 steps in an hour without straining the knees or risking falls, and it fosters strong human relationships. There are certainly challenges to starting a croquet program, as I'm sure you're aware. But I believe that the outcome and the effort is well worth it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Cynthia Ridley. I live at 33444, the zip code. Today I'm standing here to let you know the Elders Table is putting on having a Get the Green event on May 28th. It will be held at the Drug Abuse Foundation. So we hope you will come. We're going to move, and we already have about 30 or 40 people have registered for this event. Get Your Green On. We want to continue that because like Ms. Oldham, I feel that mental health is very important. And I'm glad to be at the Elders Table because we take on different events and action in this community. So we are stepping strong. I'm one of the co-chair of the Elders Table, and I believe in moving and shaking and doing some different things besides just sitting around doing nothing. So I hope you would take the advantage and come to this event. It's put together by Dr. Ashley Ridley and the SET health team. So we do have a SET health team. It's really put a great event on. May 28th, the doors open at 8:30. We have some flyers. She told me that she emailed each and every one of you. So I hope you take the time and respond to her. Say yes to know that you're coming. But we're hoping that you will stop by to see what we're doing about mental health at the Elders Table. Thank you.
Is it going to be at the Elders Table, or is it?
No, it's going to be at Drug Abuse Foundation.
The Drug Abuse Foundation.
Yes,
okay,
it's,
Swinton, Swinton, right?
Yeah, at Swinton Avenue, and we hope you will stop by, Mayor.
Oh, you're staring at me, Mrs. Ridley.
You know I'm staring at you. The door is open at 8:30. At least come by and have a cup of coffee. We'll have there as well. So it's open to everybody. So please come by and just meet some of the people that will be there. So it's going to be a
Thank you very
fantastic
much.
event. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And here goes some of the flyers. And you can do it online. Thank you so much.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm James Lager, 33462. As an employee, I was greatly appreciated the benefit that was offered through the city of Delray Beach, to which we contributed to the pension fund in hopes that when we would retire, that you would be able to enjoy your retirement without financial worry. Now and when you retire, you're on a fixed income, and with the cost of living increasing daily, increased travel, gas, cost of food, etc., it becomes increasingly difficult to depend on the pension to pay for our increasing cost of living. All the other pension funds within the city of Delray Beach have gotten a cost of living increase. We respectfully request that the commission reevaluate and increase the cost of living from 2.5 biannually to 3.5% annually to all employees in the retirement. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is John Arbo. I'm sure most of you know me. I love this city. I've been here with this city 20 areas, a lot of nightclubs, a lot of places. This is the best city in Florida. But they changed. The city changed. They built a little case to terminate me 7 days before Christmas. I hurt my knee on September 25th. And it's kind of funny, you get a letter a month before Christmas. We are doing you a big range, even planning 4 days, but I love Delray. I'm not just venting a little bit. When I was driving here, I wasn't here to speak, but it bothers me till about 50. And they changed, and they built a little case, how to get rid this is what I speak for. Hopefully we get a little raise, because I lose $300 a month because I was terminated 7 days before Christmas, and I lose $300 a month. So it kind of bothers me, but I'm very happy with my $3,600, because if you put that with my $2,000 in 6 months, I'll be better than most people ever be. So I do love Delray. I do love Delray, man. There's no better city. We had the best car show. I'm a car guy. I don't think anybody would touch that car show. There's millions of dollars sitting there. And like I say, I remember when we had an event. I was in the street department for 15 years. We had an event. I used to make overtime every week, which was too much. But I do think this Delray is the best city. There's nobody touches Delray. Fort Lauderdale, Las Olas, Key West, none of them touches Delray. You can go, I was out last night on my honeymoon, walking up the avenue, even on a Monday, a Tuesday, people happy, all the restaurants. There's no better place than Delray, really. But anyway, that's enough for one day.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You too, sir.
Good evening. My name is Gabino Rangel. My zip code is 33445. And I'm here on behalf of a friend of mine who was a former employee. And it's on the COLA agenda. She texted me and said if I could share this with you guys. And this is how it goes. I worked for the city of Delray Beach Police Department from 1984 to 2014. During my years of service, there were several periods when employees did not receive raises. Unfortunately, that directly affected my retirement pension. When I retired, I was paying approximately $450 per month for health insurance. Today, that cost has increased to more than $800 per month. While retiree insurance costs continue to rise, pensions have not kept up with the increasing cost of living. The cost of living today is significantly higher than it was when I retired, yet my pension has remained the same, with no meaningful increases. At 61 years old, I have had to return to work just to make ends meet. something I never expected after dedicating 30 years of service to the city. I understand that generally employees may soon be receiving significant raises, and I am truly happy to hear that. However, I hope the city will remember the retirees who helped build support community for decades. Retirees deserve consideration as well, especially those struggling with rising healthcare costs and inflation. Please vote yes to increase that. That will show the city of Delray Beach still appreciates their retirees. Thank you. Patricia Rashkin, ID 261. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney. I'm Dr. Spencer, 33445. So what would it say about Delray Beach if we became a city that made primary prevention our #1 strategy? No reaction, not reaction, but prevention, early, coordinated, and community-wide. Because every parent in this city wants the same thing for their child. They want them to grow up healthy, they want them to grow up safe, and to grow up strong. And we know that the key years that kids are forming these habits and identity are actually our greatest opportunity to build resilience. Mr. Moore, a priority that you identified as part of the city plan. So this is how we strengthen it. And the thing is, yes, you hear me talk a lot about schools and the work that, of course, we do in schools, but we also do work in workplaces that support parents. Imagine if in our city we had a community-wide approach that included our restaurants with family dinner time, right? And a family box that they went home with. Imagine if we had a citywide message that we all could unite around that said, we are the Set to the Sea, a community fighting addiction together. Because what if Delray Beach redefined the rite of passage for our young people? Not risk, but resilience, connection, and strength. And with LSIS, you have that infrastructure in place. This is how we reduce early substance use, strengthen families, and build long-term community resilience. And as you consider the opioid settlement funds, it's important to remember that those funds, as Mr. English indicated, they do represent lives lost. They represent families in this community who've experienced the unthinkable, and stories that have already reached a point where we can no longer go back. So, a coordinated upstream prevention strategy that reaches children early, supports our families, and strengthens our community before risk begins. This is what the funds were meant to do. In Delray Beach, you all have the opportunity to lead by investing in prevention and protect the next generation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Spencer.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Mavis Benson, 33445. Last week, my husband went to the gas station to put gas in his car, and he paid $4.17 a gallon. A couple of days later, he went to fill my car up with gas and paid $4.27 a gallon. And he had a conversation with the lady at the pump next to him, and they were talking about, yeah, I paid $4.17 last week. And she said, I know, did you ever think we had here, see the day that we would be excited about having paid $4.17? Well, today I passed by and that same station, and it was $4.59 a gallon. So now I'm wishing that I could be paying the $4.17 or the $4.27 instead of $4.59. You know where I'm going with this. When individuals are spending more than expected or more than normal just getting downtown, any additional cost at the destination, this destination, becomes a reason for them to second guess, to rethink, do they want to spend the money to come downtown? Our merchants are already feeling the decrease in foot traffic on the avenue. So I'm here once again on their behalf. I know you're going to be speaking about parking and perhaps things to do during the summer. And I've asked once before, and I'm asking again, if you would give consideration perhaps to having the garages perhaps free for the summer and the surface parking lots, at least during the day, to help retail traffic. That seems to be where there's a missing component that's hurting us more than helping us, having those metered lots. So if we could consider having those not metered during the summer months, it would be greatly appreciated from the merchants. I do speak on their behalf, and you are our partner as a city, and I know you value them and they value you and what you do. So if you would give that consideration, we would greatly appreciate it. On another note, I just want to remind you that Friday night we have, Laura, are you going over this? Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, I'll let Laura. But we've got great reasons for everybody to come downtown, go shopping, go have dinner, come to 2 great events in the next 2 weeks. So, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Hi, my name is Dolores Rangel, and my zip code is 33445. I am here to speak on agenda item 7C. My purpose being here today is to respectfully request the Commission, when they review this ordinance that's coming up before you, item 7C, I ask that, I know it says it's a 2.5. I'm asking for consideration of a 3.5 increase for the retirees. And I'll tell you why. Because this ordinance is to be reviewed every other year. I believe our unions, in speaking with one of our commissioners, had a concern, and rightfully so. Our contract employees, they receive a 1% COLA every year, or 1.5%. A 2.5% is really very nominal. This is the first time general employees would ever get a COLA on their pension. And the reason the economy is so volatile right now, as we all know, health costs, bread, milk, everything, gas. In 2003, I believe it was, as general employees went without a raise for 6 to 7 years, depending on when your evaluation date was. And we general employees agreed to it because the economy was so bad. We were in the recession, and they were going to start to lay people off. So the general employees came together with the then former city manager, David Harden, and we agreed not to have raises for 6 to 7 years. That impacted our retirement pension now. We're not asking to go back and make us whole. That's not possible. I would like to see a 3.5 tonight. I'm asking for, I've spoken to a lot of my former co-workers, a lot of retirees. They couldn't come, and I know some had emailed a lot of you. But I hope that you will really consider a 3.5 or revising the resolution to make it every year, to come back, because now it's every other year. And if our police and fire are receiving 1 and 1.5% yearly, that would be basically what we get as well. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Chuck Ridley, 33444. I decided not to get gas before I came here. I'm a little nervous because I paid $5.49 Maybe I just don't need to drive a Cadillac anymore. I'm here to stand in support with those who spoke about a different consideration for the COLA for the retirees. I did read the study. The study appears to be thorough. And I'm speaking in my SEIU hat now. Here's what the study didn't take into consideration. It didn't take into consideration the current economic pressures that you heard the people in front of me speak of. It is real. I don't have to make that case to you, that insurance, property insurance, has escalated. Gas prices has escalated. The cost of living, period, has escalated. And the folk who gave many to be able to get this pension, gave their life to this city, deserves better. Now, it's one thing to be fiscally sound. We get it. But it's also important that you recognize that your biggest investment are the human assets that make Delray an all-America city. You do not get the accolades that you get on a regular basis without the sacrifice that these members bring to you. And you know they go beyond the paycheck that they bring home. This is your time to send a message, not only to those who've given greatly to you, but those who are in the pipeline and on the way, that if you work for this city, when you leave this city, if you've served this city, we're not going to forget you. You can send that message. Someone that's a consultant wants to be your consultant again and tell you what they think you may want to hear. But your former and current employees need to hear is that a commission, you value them each and every day of the sacrifice they've given you. Thank you for letting me share.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. Laura Simon with the Downtown Development Authority, and I have just a few things I wanted to mention. One, first starting with 7H, which is the parking consideration for summer, which totally appreciate on behalf of the downtown stakeholders, since downtown is literally the only location in our city that has paid parking. And summer started back at the end of April, and we are really seeing a huge decline when you can cross the street and look down both ways, and there's not a car coming on 4th Avenue and Atlantic Avenue. That's at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It's troubling on a Tuesday. So we really encourage that we have consideration for a summer rate. Our board is supportive of that, and I know our constituents are, which is the surface lots free, parking free, starting at 4. Really, as we said, our daytime. We're already hearing that some of our restaurants will be closing for lunch and closing for multiple days of the week, just based on volume. So it is, we're not a 12-month city. We are very, very seasonal, and this is when we as an organization, as downtown, we're really ramping up to encourage our locals to come back downtown, love on our locals, welcome them here, encourage them to find ways to that it's accessible for them to navigate and enjoy all those beautiful places we have here in Delray Beach, restaurants, shopping, and lots of things to do. This weekend we are kicking off, we've got a craft show on 4th Avenue. There's also a concert at Old School Square. It's free. And next week we are having our art and jazz on the beach side, which is from Seabreeze to A1A. We aren't closing the bridge. We are, we take right in front of the Seagate Hotel all the way to the Opal. We'll be closing the street, dancing and moving. Ms. Ridley can come out and move on the avenue and enjoy discovering the beachside community with art and jazz on the avenue. And then also we just really want to congratulate Hillary and the Boughton family and their amazing investment into the Colony Hotel for the past 100 years, and one of our legacy contributors to Atlantic Avenue for setting the pace for our success in this community. And kudos to you and your family, and here's to the next 100 years. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, City Commission. My name is Christina Morrison, and my zip code is 33483. I just wanted to amplify what Dr. Spencer was talking about, creating an atmosphere of prevention rather than having drug treatment not only after it started, drug abuse has already started. I'm just going to give you a life example. My children grew up in the era when drug abuse was rampant. And they went to great schools, but it was still rampant in their schools in Pennsylvania. My son had to have his wisdom teeth removed, and he had already lost a couple of friends to drug abuse. And he wouldn't even take the medicine for when he had his wisdom teeth removed because he was so afraid of being addicted. So he had to learn from having dead friends. I think that we've evolved to the point where in our community perhaps we could have our children learn the pitfalls of drug abuse while they're in school through lessons rather than having to lose friends. So I highly recommend you award some of the opioid money to prevention rather than just treating the abuse. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public wishing to speak? Seeing none, public comment is closed. We now go to the approval of the agenda, right? Is that where we are?
Consent agenda, Mr. Mayor.
The approval of the consent agenda as amended. I need a motion, please.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. All right, we are now going to former item 6P3.
You know what, I can cancel that. I had a question because the agenda cover sheet says funded through CIP, but then I read down at the bottom line, it says the public safety bond, and that was my question. Why aren't we doing this out of public
Then
safety?
do we need a
I
motion to
apologize.
approve it?
So moved.
Second.
Thank
All
you.
in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay. Now 6P1, 7BB. I pulled it, and I pulled this. I just really have a question. We entered into a lot of these agreements with consultants before we had an auditor. It seems to me that when we talked about having an auditor, we discussed how the auditor would be able to review some of these contracts and review some of this stuff as part of the audit function. So I'm wondering why we need to pay somebody $49,400 when I think our own auditor could do the same canvassing of.
No.
You
No,
know?
that's not what this is
Florida
for.
law. Florida law requires a study that our own auditor could not do.
Then that's the answer to the question. I need a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, great. Moving right along. 7CC, which is former 6A. I think I pulled that one too because I had a question. These are going to be real fast. Oh, we already did that one.
6D. No, it's 6D.
6D.
Oh, 6D, excuse
yeah.
me. Which was 6D?
6D is the easement of the.
Okay, yeah, 6D. I have a question on this.
All County
I looked at the plat that's in the example. I have no problem with the easement, but I was wondering why in the plat that we didn't continue on the eastern side of the plat, the 25 feet. If you go to the plat, go to the thing on 6D, because when we used to do plats, and it's page 2 of the plat, you see on the bottom there's if you go to the eastern part of the plat, there's a 25-foot right of way. Why didn't we consider a right of way easement which would go all the way across to the property line?
All right, there were 2 plats on the agenda, and I'm just looking through to figure out what was the original number.
6D.
6D.
1180 Southwest 10th Street.
It's all county paving, and essentially you see on the eastern part of the land you have that 25-foot right of way. So why wouldn't we continue that right of way all the way across the road? I mean, all the way across the property, so that would give because otherwise it makes the eastern part of the right of way of no. I mean, it's a right of way to nowhere.
So the right, okay. So the plat that is here, you're talking about, all right, so there's a 5-foot limited easement along this. Then there's tract A. Then there's, where's the access easement?
If you go to parcel A on page 2 there, okay, parcel A, go to the bottom.
Yes.
All right, of the plat, and the thing, property kind of juts out there a bit, but that is a 25-foot right-of-way easement. Just, you see the 25 feet?
So they had to give additional right-of-way.
Correct.
For
But
their-
why didn't we carry that right-of-way all the way across to the property line?
So there's, I mean, the boundary it was the property line. So the boundary of, they gave the additional right-of-way that bordered their property.
Right.
That is taken about the center line of the road, and then you take it for the property that is proposing to develop, right? So it kind of does, because then there's another lot that's platted. The heavy line goes around it. It's not their property.
In other words, there's an interruption of the 25-foot right-of-way, because that you don't have it there, but to the west of it you have it, to the east of it you have it. So I'm not understanding why it doesn't go all the way across.
I'm still not understanding, because the boundary of the property in play is where it was taken along the bottom of it.
Yes, along the bottom. You see
Right.
to the east, you have a 25-foot right-of-way on the south side of that property.
Right.
If you go to the west property line,
Then you're into Genzel.
yes, I'm saying, but there's another 25-foot right-of-way. So your 25-foot right-of-way is interrupted in this parcel, and I'm just curious why we didn't try to continue the right-of-way easement.
It's continuous to the corner of Genzel, how do you say it? Genzel Avenue. And then you and I are not understanding each other. The heavy line is the property in question. So are you talking about?
No. I
Can
think.
I approach him? He can just point to it. I'm not following. I'm sorry. Come here.
Yes.
I don't have it on the screen. Which one?
So turn around to the bottom. Now you see what I'm saying? Because I got the 25 feet going here, and I got 25 feet going here, and it's like it makes those 25-foot right-of-ways worthless.
I think it's because the road turns here, and that's a lot.
Okay.
That's a private property. Sorry.
Should have done it. All right. I need a motion to approve it.
Some of these
So
properties
moved.
are odd.
Second.
Yeah.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that's fine. Is that the last one that we had? Or do we have a 7DD?
I think that's it.
That was it.
Okay. We're now going to 7A.
Resolution number 88-26, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, amending its budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2025 by providing for supplemental appropriations in the amounts identified in Exhibit A, repealing all resolutions inconsistent herewith, providing an effective date, and for other purposes.
So, Ms. Carmen Alaman, who's Deputy Chief Financial Officer, is available to offer the presentation, but for the most part, they're pretty straightforward. We can go through it.
I don't need one, but I did have one question, if I may. Just the $92,924.27, the Special Projects Fund, the 115. We're doing that before we're discussing the tree planting program.
Yes, ma'am. So,
That was the question. That's the only question I have.
in essence,
Okay, we
that
both
is
have the same
to,
question.
yes, that is really to take care of the finalization of the contractual relationship with Community Greening.
Okay, could
at
I
this
just
juncture.
shoot out a question before we go forward? Are we overdue paying them? Because I'm reading this exchange email, and it sounds like this is not for future payments, but it's current year and we're late, correct? But then the item you have on the agenda implies we're talking about future considerations. So is it future considerations and current considerations?
No, it's current because the relationship actually expires June of this next month.
Okay.
So it's simply for that purpose.
So we
and-
have a current contract and we owe them this money currently?
Yes, ma'am. That is the balance for the current fiscal year
The
beginning in
95,
December
it's the balance
25,
for the fiscal year.
92
No.
and change.
No, the city,
can't be
it's
for the
not
fiscal year. The
92 and
fiscal year
change.
ends
That's
in
what I'm
September.
trying to understand. You're doing this full transfer. A portion of this is for the current year's payment, correct? And a portion of it is to contract out in the future. That
Do you
is,
want me to answer?
I would like an answer. Thank you.
So if you transfer the 92,000, there's a balance of around $4,000 that would be left over.
Right.
The contract expires in 26 days, so you could potentially use it for those 26 days. But the way that the agreement, the RFP was written originally, There's no additional renewals, there's no additional extensions. It ends in June. So I think you need to be mindful of that because what is being transferred appears to be in excess
of what we
of
need.
the two invoices that I think I provided to you yesterday.
Okay. I mean, I suppose we do the transfer and then I just think that the transfer maybe should have come after the conversation about what we're doing going forward, but that's just my opinion.
Fair enough. Nevertheless, that's the recommendation. But of course.
Any other commissioner comments?
No.
I'm going to say once again, this contract's ending in less than a month, and it looks like, and we don't have we only have 60-something thousand in the tree fund.
Right.
So in other words, we're going to have to hit general fund to pay this additional 32,000. Am I correct on this? Okay. And you are saying that this is already owed for work already done? Because he's only got 26 days left in the contract, so they're not going to be doing, when you look at the whole contract amount, $92,000 worth of work in the next 26 days.
Mr. Chittister provided me with two invoices, the most recent being dated May 6th, that provide for, there were labor services provided on May 6, 2026, and there were services provided in February of 2026.
Right, and
So
February,
technically only one is past due.
Yeah, but I mean, listen, it's sort of like that 3,000 pages I went through, and every fifth email was, we're looking to get paid, we're looking to get paid. It's strange to me, no offense, Carmen, but I feel like when people are submitting bills for service and the service is done and the payment should be made and then it's not, and the money's not actually in the account, that's concerning, because we're supposed to pre-budget for expenses. So I think we all need to understand the tree fund and what's going on. I know at one point we transitioned and we started utilizing the money not just for planting but also for maintaining. But at the end of the day, when that was being done, that should have been with the consideration of the money that we owe them. They shouldn't be going that long without getting paid for services they've performed, nor should any other vendor in the city, truly.
Well, it would depend on the terms, though, right? With their net 30 or net 60, I mean.
It was net 30.
Net 30.
It was net 30.
Well, they just submitted the invoice, so, but although the February one.
The February one is past due, the most recent one is not.
It's not.
Right.
I mean, candidly, when the agreement was approved, and it was done administratively because you did give the manager that authority, that's when the budget transfer should have been done, because we had an idea on what the value of the agreement was.
Right.
And once you have that understanding, that should immediately come before this commission so that you can ratify it, and then we have good faith, right? I mean, we shouldn't be signing contracts and agreeing to funds when the
That we
money's,
don't have
and we have the
available.
money, it's just not properly appropriated. So I don't want to
Right.
make it sound like
No,
it's not
No,
there,
I
but it should
understood.
be in the line item.
Exactly.
Well, I look forward to the discussion in 7G when we get there.
Okay.
We need
I think I did.
Any
Did I
other
move it?
objections? Can we have a motion?
I don't think you did.
Oh, so moved. Excuse
Second.
me.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. 7B, Mr. Moore.
Mr. Mayor, I'll take this one. So,
Yes, that's why I said Mr. Moore.
considerations and update regarding croquet field presence and potential opportunities. This is in response to consensus offered by City Commission to evaluate the prospect of a croquet field environment or presence in this regard. And of course, the Department of Parks and Recreation did some work to review and evaluate that. They do not have a formal presentation at this juncture. However, we do have guests from the International Croquet Center who's available to visit with us to talk a little bit about those respective observations. Additionally, Mr. Mitat will be available for any specific
Could we
questions
ask Mr. Mitat to speak first before the gentlemen speak? Would that be okay? I mean, I feel like the city presentation probably should happen first, even though he doesn't have a formal
He does not.
presentation. I understand, but here's the thing. Sorry, sir. I apologize. Thank you. I apologize. We had this on our agenda to have a formal presentation from our staff at the last meeting. And for reasons unknown, because the day the agenda came out, I reached out to staff and had a lengthy discussion about this item. So for reasons unknown, on the evening of the meeting, it was pulled. And then you had to go out and find somebody to come and speak on this subject. And I'm not quite clear on exactly what's going on, but I think our staff should talk first on this because we had a lengthy conversation. And there's reasons why, and I appreciate croquet and I'm not discouraging it, but there's reasons why if we're going to do this, we should be looking at the golf course as a legitimate location. And while
Except we can't do the golf course.
I don't
unless
think
unless you're advocating that the golf course be redesigned, which will affect our bond and will delay
let's let the city staff talk about what their findings are, because it doesn't really work at this location.
It works
So
fine.
if we want to do it, listen, there's one right down the street and there's one in West Palm. If this commission by a majority is so inclined to do it, then let's find the right location. But in speaking to our staff, there's serious concerns about this location, and I would like Mr. Mitat to go through. Thank
If
you.
you would like to go
If
first,
you don't
please
mind,
go
I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but I would have preferred a presentation from staff, because Mr. Moore, the direction was for our staff to go out and get the information and provide it to us.
Good evening again, Mayor, Commissioner Sam Mitat, Director of Parks and Recreation. My stance on this is not pro or against, right? It's simply things to consider when you evaluate this presentation. When looking into this, the vast majority of these facilities are partnered with golf courses, because it kind of overlaps with a membership standpoint of the golf courses, that country club type of feel. And logistically for us, one of the things to consider is that what we don't have at Veterans Park is a maintenance type of facility or maintenance personnel, right? Now, anything is achievable. There's ways to accomplish this, but of course, it's mostly a financial commitment if you so choose, right? That is some kind of maintenance shed, the maintenance equipment, and maintenance personnel that would be needed to hire to maintain the facility, and then also an operation of that facility. Those aren't pros or cons. It's just something you have to consider where, again, not that we're saying it has to be at a golf course or not. We're saying at a golf course, we have the appropriate equipment, you have the maintenance personnel. That's why those things tend to overlap. Those who maybe aren't super familiar, it's the same type of grass facility, Bermuda grass. It's cut very, very fine, a lot like greens at the golf course. That's why that equipment and maintenance personnel kind of works hand in hand. It tends to be a value-added facility to your golf course resort type of country club. Again, it's not saying that you can't do it. It's saying if you are to consider this, those are some of the things you want to consider. And then how that operates within a Veterans Park might uniquely be different than a 12-court facility up in West Palm that's dedicated for such.
And the parking was one of the things that we talked about that would be a problem. Could you explain why that's an issue?
Well, currently you have a parking constraint there because of the construction. It causes a lot of parking concerns. But just in general, there is not a lot of parking at the facility, between people visiting the downtown for public parking, to visit the other restaurants, but also the Delray Lady Atlantic, Lady Delray, and then just visiting the park for any other activities at the community center. Parking is something that to at least consider in your evaluation.
And then construction is going to continue on for how long? So this determination, if you're trying to make it now, you're still looking out how many, 3 to 4 years before that construction is going to be done, and there's going to be, any kind of understanding of what the parking will look like and what the rest of the place would look like.
I don't have when that construction is set to conclude at Atlantic Crossing, but it's certainly not soon. Right? They have a lot of projects still to build, so that construction, that parking situation, in the current time frame just adds to that constraint and that consideration.
Okay, thank you.
And there was a size issue, right, with the measurements. Did we say
I would
there
like
was
to
a
hear,
size
I would like
issue?
to hear from Sam. He will tell you he does not know croquet. When we spoke, he said,
Right,
"I don't
but
know
think
anybody
the
who plays
measurements
croquet."
are
The measurements. I want to hear from the people from the National Croquet Center, who are experts. We were dealing with a guy who's not an expert. Can we see the presentation from the
Yeah, but
experts?
you commissioned him to go do this, and
You
he came back
commissioned
with a
him.
position.
I wanted to hire an outside consultant.
And you don't like his
you
position.
wanted to save the money. Okay.
It's not about
just to be
saving
clear,
money.
I'm not a croquet expert, and I'm not taking a position, just to be clear. What is true, though, is that after this, we have to be able to operate it as a Parks and Recreation Department. And that can come one of two ways, right? We can do that in-house by hiring staff, or you can contract out those services like you do for the management of the golf course or the tennis centers, right? So you don't have to be the croquet expert to manage it, but what happens, though, is one way or the other, there's a cost factor. And again, I'm not taking a position, I'm just saying those are the things the five of you need to consider when it's not just the build number, right? It's not just the construction of the facility number that we want to discuss. We want to talk about what that looks like for increased maintenance and how you increase the FTEs, the full-time and part-time employees, that takes to not just maintain it, but to operate it. Again, not taking a position, not an
Right.
expert,
Thank you. I'm
but
sorry if
manage a
I
number of different
implied your-
facilities and how we have to manage that.
So if I can, if don't go away, if I could have the National Croquet Center, you've got a presentation you want to make, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you need a microphone. If you could identify yourself for the record, I don't think we need your zip code though. I think you're just,
My name is David McCoy.
is it on?
You're on.
Hi. My name is David McCoy. I'm the chairman emeritus as of January, I guess it is, after 20 years. And I'm here with the CEO of the Croquet Center, Franck Meunier, who is a Delray resident. And if it's okay, I'll just go through the presentation.
As you wish. As you
Okay.
wish, sir.
Yeah, and we'll get into the issues you've raised. You've already heard a lot about croquet and the advantages. I'll just run through this. It's the healthiest sport. I'll take that position and defend it. It's outdoors, fresh air, sunshine, highly social. It's fun. It's proven to increase longevity, not croquet as a sport, but the social aspect of the sport, which is very high. It stimulates the brain, which slows cognitive decline. It's good low-stress exercise. It's low impact and low risk of injury. And you get frequent positive rewards because every time you score a wicket, you get a little, a little joy, even if you lose the overall game. So it's quick and easy to learn at any age. It doesn't make a lot of noise playing croquet. So the people around that there are no issues there. It's family friendly, as you heard, from 9 to 90. Actually, we have at the National Croquet Center a member who is over 100. She just turned 100 this year, and she gets out and plays a couple of times a week, and she attributes her longevity to the sport. And players, once you're a croquet player, you can play anywhere in the country. We have handicaps, and so you get put in your skill level, and you can go to any, every club has its tournaments, and you can sign up for those tournaments and play in some wonderful clubs around. So I heard about this opportunity, and so I want to talk about why croquet at Veterans Park. As I know, it's a Delray Beach. It's a Delray Beach. Oh, I've got to move this forward, don't I? How do I do that? Yeah, forward there. Okay. So that's not number 2. I just wanted to show you some of the croquet courts around here, clubs. There's the Beach Club Everglades in Mar-a-Lago, in Palm Beach. Out in Wellington, we have the Palm Beach Polo Club, where I started. National Croquet Club in West Palm. Then just above here is the Little Club in St. Andrews. We'd love to have it at Veterans Park, and there are clubs down in Boca Raton and Hillsborough. Probably 1,000 players or more in this range, and it's growing. And it's very popular. We have 100 members at NCC, the National Croquet Center Club, who live around this area. And there's a large potential market, especially just right around the Veterans Park area itself. So I do hit this. What do I hit? The big one? Okay. So why should you have it at Veterans Park and Recreation Center? It's consistent with your mission to provide recreation and a meeting place for the community. And as I said, I think you can expect a very high utilization. It might help solve one of your problems of people having to increase activity in the downtown area. For merchants and restaurants in that area. One of the things you can do with croquet is you can have groups, clubs, and that sort of thing can come and have their croquet events, which you have them around lunchtime or whenever you want them, and bring people to the neighborhood. I think you have an ideal existing layout there. I've been down to see it. It would be an easy conversion. And dealing with the issue you raised about maintenance, you don't really need that if you invest in the artificial turf. It's very low maintenance. There's really none. You put it down and it's there essentially. So I think that can solve that problem. Okay. So then, talk a little about artificial turf. It's professional in appearance. It looks, you can't tell it from grass. Basically, it's gotten so good. It provides a consistent playing condition. It requires really minimal maintenance. There are no specialized groundkeeping and upkeep. There's no damage to the turf to be repaired or anything like that. It doesn't have to be mowed. You don't have to have expensive mowers and equipment. And and if it rains, you can play immediately right after the rain stops or during the rain, as we do. It lets you have a predictable budgeting situation. You can see what's coming down and what little repair costs or maintenance there is. And it is marginally more expensive than turf initially, but you get a good return on your investment because you don't have to have all of the people involved for mowing, irrigating, fertilizing, reseeding, or repairing the turf. And as far as operating, you can operate it as a club is probably the best way to go about that. But Frank, living here, is very excited about the possibility of helping provide those resources. We can provide operational expertise, program development. I gotta get that over. Program development, instruction and player development, tournament and event support, community outreach and promotion, staff and volunteer training, partnership opportunities. People collaborate on this sport. It's very social, and we have over 100 volunteers at the National Croquet Center, and we do events practically every week with outside organizations who come in and want to learn how to play croquet. And we have free lessons on every Saturday morning, and we're oversubscribed from who we can bring in. So it is a way to attract people to the area. And I think putting in artificial turf is the way to go there. You have room for 2 beautiful courts, and the people will organize and run the activity themselves. And with electronic means now, with online activity, you can schedule matches there. You can have someone that doesn't have to be physically on site, actually, other than the normal person you would have there, who can keep track of who's using the court. So I think it's very doable, and at the Croquet Foundation, our mission is to promote and develop the sport. We don't really have a incentive about this, but we would like to see croquet in this area to support the sport, and we'll provide the support for you. And I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
I'm sorry, yes, would you like to? Yeah.
I would love a question. First of all, how do you envision it fitting in the site? Because you said 2 courts. Where? Do you have any drawing of that?
Yes, you can describe where it is. I believe
it's with there's the current facility. There's a shuffleboard court.
Got it. Yeah, I know.
There's 5 or 6 of those, and then on the other side there's what has been used for the lawn bowling. It's where the lawn bowling thing. They measured it all out. We've walked the site, and there's room for this croquet court, which could fit 2 fields for play.
So it would be basically where all those abandoned shuffleboards and whatever's.
Well, no, but the
whole-
shuffleboard is
the
kind of
whole-
on the other side, so the shuffleboard could be repurposed into doing lawn bowling if somebody really wanted to do it, because the shuffleboard court's been used 3 times in the last 5 years, and it's all by the same group. The Palm Trail people come and they play. They take one night there and they play, and it's been. Would you say that's an accurate statement, pretty much?
Absolutely.
So, nothing is being used. So the whole idea is to create a recreational activity there.
No, I'm excited about creating any kind of activity there, but I'm just trying to envision like where it would fit on the site. I wish somebody had drawn that out for me.
Well, you can
Draw it out mentally for
Talking
me.
about the north side of the current building?
I'm talking
Where
about
the lawn bowling
the
is?
north side of the current building.
So you're saying 2 croquet can fit where the current lawn bowling is?
Yes.
And we're moving the lawn bowling then?
If you want to move the lawn bowling, if you want to retain lawn bowling,
There
you
are
can move it to
people
where
that
the.
have actually used it for years, a team. I mean, I'm not saying, I just think it's used, it hasn't been well maintained, but they still utilize it.
What the lawn bowling?
Yeah, what's
Well,
the cost of this to install?
There's about 10 people that use the lawn bowling.
I know,
And they
but
play,
they've been doing
you know,
it there
say
forever.
play over
They have
like
a
6
team.
months, and this is
No,
the,
they play all year, I think.
It's the same surface, actually. So
The lawn bowling is
Yeah,
like
in New York, it's-
fine rock.
well,
Well, no, if you did the artificial turf, they would use the artificial turf to play the lawn, which they do use lawn
Okay.
bowling.
In New York City, there are 4 croquet, well, there are 4 courts that they're both the same size courts.
What is the
So
cost?
two of them are lawn bowling and 2 of them are croquet, and they, when one has a
Interchange?
tournament, they take turns.
Interesting.
It could be worked that way.
Okay, thank you. That's great to know. What about the cost to install?
It's somewhere around $200,000 a court.
Okay, so 400,000.
It's hard to say whether it would probably be less for 2 courts than just a single court.
How do we park? How many people would be moving? I mean, you have a lot of, so you'd be competing with these other
There are
places.
basically 4 people on a team. There are 4 balls that are played.
I'm just wondering, I go down to that area all the time, and there's the parking, people using the parking all in there, go to the 3 new restaurants. All the workers park down there. There's never parking in that area. I don't know how we can incorporate something in there without having a much broader plan about parking. And I understand what you're saying about the golf course, but if you can just throw artificial turf down, then I'm sure we could find some place at the golf course where it could work, even with our current plan, without it becoming.
How about the Dover Golf Course?
Thank you for your input. I appreciate you.
You actually, the design of the golf course is done.
I know, but I'm sure if there's space at Veterans Park for this, I'm sure there's space at the golf course. So I think we should, if you want to talk about this, and everybody wants to talk about this, I played croquet as a child. I love it. I agree with everything you said. You can play it all ages, and there's a tremendous amount of pleasure in playing well. But I just think we need to find the right location.
I'm trying to go back to the legal point. You keep saying we can do it at the golf. We have a design. There was a bond purchase agreement. Bondholders have paid for it. If you change the design,
I'm not saying we have to change the design.
You-
There's
if
got to
the-
be
if
an
the-
area we can put it in at some point if we can throw it in Veterans Park.
Can I ask a question?
the best location for the croquet is downtown, where people can play and then utilize the restaurants and utilize the downtown. If they're at the golf course and they want to go to lunch after the game, if they have to get in their car and go, they're
They
not
go to
going
our
to the golf
boutique golf course. There's going to be 2 different dining places at the golf
Boca
course.
Raton Resort. Boca Raton Resort. I'm going to just say one thing. I'm going to let you speak. Boca Raton Resort, and I spoke to Dan Hostetler, who created this court there, and we all got a letter from the guy today, and I haven't gone through the whole thing. I had spoken to him about it. They started off with 6 players, and within 18 months they have 36 players, and it's artificial turf. They started out with grass at Boca. They changed it to artificial turf, which, by the way, a lot of players prefer because it's a truer roll. The real experts, the pros, don't like it because they like to be able to play the curves and stuff. But for the average Joe player, they love artificial turf because they hit it straight, it goes straight. And so Boca has changed it to be artificial turf, and they're getting, and then now they have teams, and
I don't object to it. I'm just trying to understand
just
what
saying,
the
but
best
it's
place is.
the only
There is no
location you-
parking down there. None.
Well,
Zero.
First, it's, look, you know, there's,
And it's not going to be 4 years till there's going to be.
I'm sorry, would you like to be recognized?
I would.
Tom was
Thank
first.
you.
That's okay.
I'm sorry. Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. Answer's good. Go.
I just,
No, go ahead.
I wanted to ask,
I like her.
if we decide on this, what is the timeline for installation and getting this thing up and going? Like, this can't be done tomorrow, so what's the timeline?
Yeah, there's no budget for this. That would be a budget consideration for you to consider the new budget cycle, and then, contracting it and getting it done. You're probably looking, if approved, and the financials are there for including it in the budget. You're probably looking somewhere in spring to summer of 27 at the earliest.
That's what I thought. Okay. That's what I thought. And also, are there fees associated with playing this game?
Fees?
Yeah. For instance, players. I want to. What's that?
That's your decision.
So that would be on the city. The city would collect fees for or determine fees.
Yeah, you could have a club, and they could have club fees, and
I'm sorry. Yeah, that's it.
I heard it.
All right. Yeah, it's my understanding that would be more of our decision on how we want to operate that on a
Okay.
day-to-day. Again, many of these are part of a club already, so you're already paying a membership. So that's why I mentioned earlier, it's like a value-added facility. That wouldn't be the case here, so we would have to consider how we want to look at that. And then the other thing I would just like to hear from them, just so you are all clear too, it's my understanding and why I talked about the grass versus the artificial, because we've gone back and forth with this with Frank, and that is many of the event and tournament options are maybe not happy with going to artificial. So some of those things go. I just want to make sure they still want to play on that type of facility.
He's talking about the World Championships where they're just extraordinary. Yeah.
Yeah, there's plenty of tournaments played on artificial turf.
Yeah,
And
absolutely. I just wanna make sure we're
I
all
got
on the same
that out of
page.
the Sarasota people that I spoke to.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Marker.
Yes.
Finally.
Yeah, it's finally my turn. I want to start out by saying I'm not for or against croquet. In fact, I think it's kind of a cool idea. It might be better for me than golf. Put it at that. However, as I sit here today, we're in no position to debate this any further. We just came out of a session where we spent an hour and a half talking about a zero-based budget. And that means if this is going to come in for $400,000, $500,000, $600,000, something else in that budget's got to go away, right? So that's the reality of the game that we're playing in the city right now. So, what's going to go to pay for this? That's something we're going to have to wrestle with here. There is no plan that's been built out. In the business world, I would ask you to go away and come back later on when you have a plan. I didn't see a staffing model. I didn't see a construction model. I don't see a location model. I heard the arguments about the golf course, and I was down at Veterans Park this weekend with Price Patton and looked around myself. The turf thing came in today. That's maybe a good thing. That's not something we've considered. But I have nothing to look at. I don't see the build-out costs. I don't see the ongoing costs. I don't see the model. I haven't seen any information about could we privatize this, or is this something the city has to operate? And it won't be free to operate. I mean, that doesn't work in our city. Somebody's going to have to be there manning this and having the ball. I mean, and we don't want the equipment walking off. I mean, there's a whole host of things, and I just don't think we have a plan here, guys. This would be a flat out go away. And for me in the corporate world, my former CEO days, not ready. I mean, we have an idea here, but we have no plans. And you can't possibly expect any of us up here to make a decision on this today. I mean, I got to see a business plan.
Can I interject one thing?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm kidding. Of course you can.
I'm going to do it anyway, so you may as well let me.
Go, baby.
We actually have funds available, so it's not going to touch the budget. Okay, anybody? We have, I went through all the numbers. I went through all of the numbers. We have excess funds in the Parks bond that can be used for this thing, so it's not going to touch
Our
the
city
budget.
attorney's shaking her head saying, no, we can't use it for this. The
you
Parks
can.
Bond is very specific about
Explain-
how we could allocate funds.
I know, but there's a portion of it, explain what we discussed.
We'll be coming back to clarify this in the coming weeks, but
Another
The-
meeting on this
We
subject.
could-
I'm speaking about the Parks Improvement Bond. We'll be offering a brief presentation concerning, I'm sorry. No, you just looked at me funny, that's what I'm
I'm
saying.
just surprised because we haven't had this discussion. I've been very, very
This is
adamant
just-
that we have
every
to
meeting
be
is just like
very
this.
deliberate
And that's
about
where I'm
the
going.
use of the Parks Bond. The residents were sold a certain set of projects for these bonds, and we are not able to just willy-nilly just change that. That's not fair. They voted on certain projects. Those are the projects that either you do them or you don't. You don't have to spend all that parks money. That there's no requirement to spend all that money. But when you do spend it, it has to be on things that were advertised to the residents so that when they voted for this, they knew what they were going to get out of it. So respectfully, Mayor, I apologize. We did not have this discussion.
I don't know, I reviewed the bond myself.
I have
You know,
interns
I was a
starting.
bond counsel for like 20 years.
We've been very clear on this, and like I said, I regret putting the language in there that said other parks projects or miscellaneous because I knew at the time it was going to be misinterpreted. I don't think it's fair to the residents. This was a referendum. The residents came out. They told you what they wanted based on the representations from city staff during the numerous public hearings, the numerous town halls, and to do a switch now, I don't think it's appropriate or fair to the residents. So I'm sorry. I have interns starting in 2 weeks. That one of their main tasks is going to be to go through every single public hearing and decide what was discussed concerning those parks projects, and we're gonna make a list. And I would just ask that any further conversations about the parks bonds wait until that task is accomplished, because this is now the second time that we're in a public meeting and I'm having a concern about how those funds are being used. And I just want to be very, very deliberate and fair to the people who are ultimately going to have to pay for those bonds.
Thank you.
I appreciate your position. I disagree with your position. I know the language and this plain reading of the language, what it says. The bond counsel I referred to, plain reading is what it says. You're welcome to go out and get an opinion of bond counsel, which I would recommend that you do if you're concerned about it. But even so, what we are saying, we spent last year on Hilltopper $168,000. It generated revenues of $4,000. We spent the year before, we spent $25,000 on Catherine Strong, and it generated $4,000. So, you know, recreation is something that you put together because you're trying to develop an activity that can be used for the city to broaden the appeal of your city, the amenity of the cities. West Palm Beach, or Palm Beach County, is really the home. It's the home of the National Croquet Foundation, right? And it is the sport which is booming down here. And one of the reasons it's booming is because it is it's into the for wellness and all this, and the camaraderie and all of this. All of the demographics suggest that this will be a great success. It'll be something that brings people downtown, and something that will, when they're downtown, will stay downtown and go utilize the facilities around it. This is what everyone is saying. These are experts that are saying this. And it's because it's a low impact sport. You can be, someone said you can be 9 or 90. And what the guy told me from Boca Raton, which I found very interesting, because they had the same arguments back then. Do they want to do it? Boca Raton Resort would not have, they're very frugal. They would not have put this in there unless they thought it was going to work. And not only has it worked, but it has eclipsed anything that they thought that they said. And the guy told me, he said, you know, they had this joke going back then, this, if they build it, they will come. They use the whole thing. This is the only time it's ever happened. When they built it, they all came. And this is exactly what they will do here. It will be something that Delray does not have now. It's an amenity for a group of people that will play it, that have the ability to stay in town. And, you know, with the artificial turf, it's going to be very low maintenance, very low maintenance. The cost of maintaining this will be a fraction of the cost of maintaining Merritt Park or Catherine Strong or any of these parks, a fraction. And as for the equipment walking away, most of the people, these croquet players, own their own equipment. They bring their own equipment. And so it's not a function of your stuff walking away, because the people, it's like people have their own golf clubs. They want to have their own, they own their own mallets. And you'd have to be an extra long one, but I mean,
And I'd be good.
Mr. Mayor.
And one of the reasons that what I found interesting from what was told to me by the president of the Boca Raton Resort, that this location next to the Intercoastal would be such a great venue for people to come and play, that they will come and play. And it will utilize the courts that are not currently being utilized. Everyone can say, well, you know, this and that. At some point, we have a piece of land there that's not being utilized. And I don't consider 10 people playing 5 times a year or 10 times a year and shuffleboard courts being paid once a year, you know, as really defined as really using of the facility. This would bring people here. It's a social. One of them said it's a social sport. Families play, you know, and it's an opportunity to bring something different to Delray. I understand it's different. We've always been known for trying something different. So I think we should give it a try. Look, if it doesn't work, you've got an artificial field there, which if someone wants to reconvert it to something else, they can reconvert it to something else. But it's going to get used. And they could share it with the lawn bowling. They could share it with all this can be done. But we got to go do something first. I'm sorry. Did you want to be recognized?
I did. Thank you.
Okay. You can actually give me a nudge.
Yeah, no,
Mr. Mayor, if I can have next, please.
Yeah. I wanted to just say that, you know, I don't have an athletic bone in my body. However, this sounds like is low impact. Sounds like something I really need to get involved with. Because I couldn't
free lessons every Saturday morning.
I couldn't handle pickleball at all. That was too fast moving for me. However, I like what I heard my colleague down here, Tom Market, said. Can we suggest that we be presented with a plan that involves, you know, the whole layout with the budget included, timeline? Can we put together a plan and then a plan be presented to us so that we can actually have something concrete to vote on? Because this really doesn't say vote on it. It says considerations and update. So if we could get a plan in front of us so that we can say yes or no to this. It looks good, it doesn't look good.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, please.
Well, did you want to say?
I just wanted to comment on a couple of points.
I'll bring.
Tom, you brought up the cost. You mentioned a number 800. I think if you get the bids and they come in and the company that puts down these courts, they just come in, they do the whole thing and it's there. I think the number would come in more like 400,000 for the 2 courts, and that may even be generous. So that's that. The other thing I wanted to mention is New York City has, I mentioned they have 4 courts there in Central Park. And the park supports the activity, but they have a croquet club that basically runs the situation. They have a small locker room situation there and a restroom, but you already have that. And they lock the balls and the wickets. Well, these wickets would be permanently installed, but the club runs the whole activity. And at the moment, Central Park's well funded, so they don't require the club to pay them. They just have it as an activity provided by the city.
Does it require a clubhouse?
Doesn't.
Does
you need a place to store the balls, and that's it basically.
Because I went in the locker rooms; they're tiny, they're ancient. Mm-hmm. I mean, if it
you don't
again, this is part of what Angela and I think are.
You don't need a locker room.
I just need to see what the cost looks like, including a clubhouse, whatever the necessities are.
Sure.
Then I got something concrete I can react to. So,
there's no need for a clubhouse. It's nice to have a locker. You can leave your equipment there, but if people mallets, all you need, and you'd have a lock box with the balls in it. That's pretty straightforward.
Now, Mr. Moore, did you want to get recognized?
I do, if I may, please. Thank you. So, to be clear, this was not intended to come before the City Commission with a defined plan, set of recommendations any way whatsoever. So, of course, it's appropriate to have that information, the background, the data analytics to support that consideration. I will also say that I do support the Office of the City Attorney and their task regarding the review and analysis associated with the Parks Improvement Bond relative to any ancillary abilities, if at all possible, to get to a place. Because quite frankly, ladies and gentlemen, given the workshop meeting this evening as well as 2 weeks ago, I will not be inclined to make a recommendation to impact the general fund to finance this particular operation. I don't think we're in position to do that, given all the other interests, given all the other obligations, given all the other requests coming down the pike. So if there is an interest to get to that place, we have to complete that exercise first, go about that analysis, which of course I'm sure will be soon enough, and we'll be able to offer that presentation and clarity in that regard. But I am supportive to that effect, because it's good due diligence, and that does a lot to alleviate concerns. Meanwhile, I will be providing a brief summary in terms of park improvement expenses to date, because soon we will be proceeding with the second half of the $20 million Parks Improvement Bond transaction, because of the various other commitments haven't been made. So we need to get to that place. We need to complete that analysis, and therefore I am obligated to support what the Office of the City Attorney just talked about in terms of analysis relative to the miscellaneous category, etc. So that's where we are in that regard. So we complete that exercise, and that's appropriate, that's fair, and supportive. But again, this is not appropriate for a general fund expenditure, quite frankly. So let's see what other opportunities can be made available until such time we complete the due diligence having just been discussed. So once we get to that place, we'll be able to offer some other specifics. And quite frankly, I would like to have support that we all are in alignment to be able to proceed as I've just outlined.
Excuse me, may I, Mayor?
Well, I mean,
May I speak? Who's the...
I would like to see if we can, I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Who's the bond attorney that told you we could use the bonds? You said you spoke to an attorney that told you.
My guy up in Boston.
What's his name? I'm just saying, have him send us a letter. As I'm sticking with what the city attorney is saying, and if Mr. Moore, and if he's saying there's nothing in the general fund, why would we have these lovely gentlemen go do all this additional work for us? You're talking about scheduling another meeting. It would be our fourth on this subject. And while you are absolutely lovely, and I definitely appreciate you, and the other gentleman who sat here one night till 10 o'clock and then got up and spoke, we don't need to have another meeting on this if we don't have the money.
I know you don't want to do this.
If Mr. Moore is saying,
no,
no,
you don't want to do it.
I haven't made it clear.
I think to everybody else you don't want to do
that
it.
hasn't. We don't have the money. I don't understand where we're going to find it. And I do not think if three of us are saying we don't have the money, that we should continue to ask these people to engage and come back and give us information. We agree we don't have the money. I would love it if somebody could provide you that, and then you can call us out and get a consent. But to have another meeting on the same topic over and over again before you have the money wastes their valuable time and frankly ours. So,
my interest is to ascertain the financial piece and come
another
up with a
note,
plan.
Ms. Barletto did text me. I wrote to her and said, could this be at the golf course? And she said yes. And that has already been discussed. So just as another option. But until we have the money, I don't think we should have another meeting on this. That's my feeling. No disrespect.
Well, I would like to see a
I'm
plan.
going to tell you one thing, though. If you put it at the golf course, understand you are not doing anything to help downtown. What you are doing, because
You're
when they
helping the golf
play,
course concession, you're helping
please,
the...
if people have to get in their car to go to lunch, they go to nice
There's
lunches.
a lunch right there.
This is a sport you don't know anything about, respectfully, and that's okay. A lot of people don't.
I've
But they will
played it
tell
probably
the
more
experts
than
will
you,
tell
but that's
the experts will tell you. The experts will tell you that the croquet people go, they play, and then they'll go out to lunch. They'll walk to a place.
I'm very concerned about the parking down there.
I know there's always a reason
Well,
that you don't want to do
that's
it.
a very
I
good
understand.
reason, Mayor.
That's okay. Let me finish.
I'm there all the time.
Let me finish. But what you do, if they have to get into their cars to go to lunch, they're not driving downtown. Just understand, you're not doing anything to help the downtown businesses, nothing. You've got land that's laying fallow there doing nothing. And you seem to be happy with that.
I'm not happy with that, but I would like to know where the money is coming from, and I don't
But
think
if we
that's
have to
unreasonable.
invest like we spent $156,000 for the Hilltop Seacrest, and we spend money all the time on recreational
don't
facilities,
disagree
which
with
get
you, but
no return.
When we put that budget together, hang on, you can't do that.
Miss, please don't talk. Please don't talk. Thank you. Please don't talk. Please don't
When
talk.
we do the budget, these are the discussions we should have.
We can
So
have
when
these,
we
but
have,
I-
let's
I
have this at
understand.
budget time, and then if we find the money, then take the next step.
I want to see due diligence done. Mayor.
I'm sorry. Yes, Miss.
So my interest in this at all is seeing, like you said, this empty land. Of course, there has been construction going on, but it is such an underutilized, beautiful waterfront park. Whatever you could do to bring somebody, and I envision when I was knocking on doors at the beach, everybody's active and walking. I envision more people walking to it, although you can't just discount no parking. I mean, the parking has to
Zero
be
parking.
addressed.
I agree.
But I don't want to take up anybody's time, but is there any way to get more concrete information at the same time we're getting more concrete information on both things, the money and the project?
That's what I'm asking for.
As I said,
I just don't want to schedule a meeting.
As I said, you walk with Mr. Patton, which is he's got his own view as head of the Preservation Trust.
Yeah.
He wants to preserve lawn bowling. That's what he wants.
That's
He wants to
not-
preserve lawn bowling for the 10 people that play. There used to be 12, but 2 have died.
Mayor.
So
Mayor.
the remaining, that's who's playing. And the shuffleboards are not being used. We have a piece of property here that's probably worth $35 million not being used. People talk about a return on investment. I want this property used. I want to create a recreational downtown that's going to bring people downtown. People that go to restaurants, people that spend money. That's what I'm trying to do.
Can we get a consensus on getting a report?
Yeah,
done?
just get the report to Mr. Moore.
To bring us the plan, to show us everything.
And I'm happy to do that in alignment with what the city attorney discussed as far as the review process relative to those abilities on the bond process. We have to be in alignment in that regard, and we are. We've had those discussions in general, so we will get to a place in which we can connect the dots in that regard, and I would
Fine.
accept
And if
that.
it costs us money, if you can't use the bond, and if it costs us money, then we need to weigh whether or not creating this recreational thing which would benefit downtown and benefit the city.
What you need to create is parking.
And and probably get more than the 10 lawn bowlers to play.
You're so negative about them. It's not polite.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think I've heard from you all. I received consensus. I'll proceed accordingly and work with everybody involved.
And I can prove it. If you'd like
Mayor.
to prove it, I'll prove it.
Prove what? That the lawn bowling gentlemen are not...
Just like I had to ask Sam about the shuffleboard 3
I
times
totally agree with
in
you
3
on that.
years.
Nobody's fighting you about that. My general
in 3 years.
concern
Good use
is
of property.
cost and parking. It's not...
Is the commission interested in maybe if there's a management type agreement that exists, would you like that information as well?
Which what?
Like a management type agreement?
No,
Well,
let's
because
just get
we're
the
not gonna
cost.
It's the woman who's from the Little Club has offered to. They've offered these are often they're managed by the people that play.
What?
You know, you're not. We have a staff
So
person
you just,
there anyway.
you just want,
in that
you just want a
facility.
site plan along with proposed costs, general, that's it.
Well, I would say as much
And whatever
to help us
funding
determine
opportunities
whether
we
we
find.
need to do this or
We
not.
need
Whatever
all
we
the
need.
data so we
Yeah.
can make an
All of
informed
the
decision.
We keep having
All-
meetings after
everything we just
meeting
talked
without
about, we
all
need
the
it all.
information all the time.
We have a little sliver right now.
Okay, so there's consensus for that, okay.
You also have a large apartment building going up there.
Yep.
now,
Correct. Two
and-
different buildings are going
yeah,
there.
And that there's your croquet club right there.
Well, let's hope. Then they
Yeah.
don't. They'll be
I-
parked.
Good point.
No question.
So, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, funding opportunities, specific site plan possibilities, as well as proposed expense.
Thank you so much.
So we'll be
And
in
you'll
touch.
reach out
as-
to that individually
Thank you,
with that
Mr. Meadsott.
information,
Thank
and then
you,
we'll
Mr.
discuss at
McCoy.
a
Thank
future
you.
meeting. Thank you.
Thank you,
I look
Monsieur
forward-
Meunier.
Good to see you again.
Free lessons every Saturday morning.
Angela and I will be there.
I'll need those lessons.
Yeah, I'm a low impact person too. I can't even golf anymore. Anyway, thank you very much. Okay, we're on now to 7C. which is consideration regarding the general employee retirement plan COLA actuarial analysis.
Mr. Mayor, I'll take this one for introduction purposes, if I may.
Okay, I just want to know, is this something, I hate to use, we're being asked to make a lot of decisions on these funds tonight, and whether we're going to be adopting COLAs and everything. We talk about not being in a position to make a decision. I don't, there's so much about this that I don't even understand, and the question is, should we be really having a workshop dedicated to these points so that we can fully understand what it means? I don't know what the budget impact is.
Yes, sir, which is also...
And creating something which automatically goes to, following a standard of 3.5 or whatever, without regard to, you're doing it on an annual basis or you want to do something. I don't know that that's the right thing. And I hate doing across the board on a pay plan increase, because each component within that thing some of them deserve a higher thing than others. So I don't.
Well, if we can't determine our budget till we make these decisions. I mean, these decisions will dictate what more additional money we need in our budget.
Yeah,
so we do have to
I guess.
look at these separate from the budget. But in the second instance, it's really just the salary schedule. It's not guaranteeing that people are getting additional money. It's just looking at the salary schedule as it compares to surrounding cities based on that study. The second item,
You're talking
7D.
about
7D.
I said the
That's
second
7D,
item.
that's 7D.
I know, but he's talking about all three of them collectively.
But we need to keep them all separate.
7D talks about 3.5 cost of living, and each year thereafter. That's what the resolution says.
If you look at the next line, though, Mayor, respectfully, and I'm sorry for interrupting, it does say as appropriated by the city commission. If you're not comfortable annually thereafter, that's fine. We mirrored the language that is in the bargaining agreements.
That resolution is different than the one.
But it does talk about appropriations thereafter. So it would be automatic for this year, but then after this year, it would be subject to appropriation by the city commission. And that language was intentional. Unless otherwise directed by the city commission during the annual budget process, the COLA established herein shall be separate from and in addition to any performance-based merit increases. So you would still have to appropriate it, and every year you'd be charged with determining what the COLA is.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I may be recognized, please, for introduction purpose. The principal reason this is being brought before you all at this time, Tuesday, May 19, 2026, is because when the ordinance was adopted approximately 2.5 years ago on a biannual exercise for an actuarial analysis, it yielded a commitment to have this completed by April of the subsequent year, in this case, April 2026. So the information letter report dated May 1st, 2026 included the report outlining the actuarial analysis as provided by the city's external consulting firm for actuarial purposes, Gabriel, Roeder, and Smith. And I've asked Jeff Ambrose, who you've had an opportunity to interact with prior, to be here to briefly offer a summary in terms of what this looks like. We're simply following ordinance obligations and commitments having been made back in January 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, that's why this presentation is before you at this time. Notwithstanding the clarity offered by the city attorney relative to the proposed budget process any given fiscal year, but again, we do have an obligation to make this available to the city commission based on the April timeframe. So for that reason, we scheduled May 19th for this purpose, as I've outlined via the information letter report of May 1st, 2026. Therefore, I'd like to give Jeff Ambrose a few minutes to offer a brief presentation, and the city commission can offer direction from that standpoint. So that's what the ordinance outlines. That is why we are here at this time.
Mr. Ambrose.
Excellent. Good evening, everyone. Good to see you all again. I think I was here last year or the year before. So nice to be here with you. Just by way of background, Jeff Ambrose. I'm a senior consultant and vice president with Gabriel, Roeder, Smith & Company, the lead actuary for the General Employees Pension Plan.
Are you a croquet player?
I am not, but it sounds really cool.
Go ahead. Sorry.
You're going to have to start if you want to keep this employment going.
Just by way of background, give me 2 minutes just to talk about the pension plan, then I'll get into the COLA. We service about 140 pension plans throughout the state. Sorry. No worries. That better?
It is, yeah.
Good. We service about 140 pension plans across the state of Florida, and this particular plan, is the envy of a lot of them. And I say that for several reasons. Number one, the funded ratio, how much of the liability is covered by the assets in the plan. It's actually more. We're overfunded. We have more assets than liability. That's really good, and it's a position that other plans would love to be in. Second is the required city contribution to this pension plan is about 10% of pay. So meaning for every active employee, every dollar they make, 10 cents goes into the pension plan to properly fund the plan. I have other plans across the state that the contribution rate is 20, 30, 50, 70, even 80 or 90% of pay. So this plan is in very good shape there. The next thing is volatility. The volatility of the required city contribution is very low. So that's a good thing. You sort of have certainty, not certainty, guarantees, but you have a low volatility and it's been within a certain range for a long period of time. And last thing is the assumptions used to determine all of these things, whether it's a funded ratio or required city contribution, are all in a range of reasonableness. Again, this plan is very well funded, low contributions, low volatility. Just wanted to at least give you that background before we get into the COLA analysis. I am not here to advocate for or against a COLA, but I just wanted to have that as background just so you all understand. I think you all have our study in front of you, and the COLA, like Mr. Morris said, this is part of the ordinance. So the ordinance requires an analysis to be done of a COLA, potential COLA, biannually. So the time has come. We were requested to prepare the study that you see before you, the April 24th study. And just to give you background on what it is, this is a COLA study. A COLA is a cost of living adjustment. Obviously, in the world today, we have inflation. When your pension benefit stays level and cost of living is increasing, the purchasing power of that benefit is decreased. There's no obligation to change that or to increase it or to increase it. But oftentimes, and I see it around in other cities, that there is a lot of pressure from retirees who have gotten a benefit that they are losing purchasing power. So what we studied here was, and what was requested was to give retirees and not active members, so current active members wouldn't get anything. Members in your DROP, your Deferred Retirement Option Program, they're still working for the city, but they're essentially retired for pension purposes, they would not get anything. The only ones who would get anything in terms of a cost of living adjustment are current retirees, those currently receiving X dollars per month, whatever their pension benefit may be. And what we were requested to study was a one-time 2.5% cost of living adjustment, which means that retirees would get a 2.5% increase in their retirement benefit. So for example, suppose a retiree is receiving $2,000 per month right now. If this were to pass, they would get a one-time increase of 2.5%, and they'd get $2,050 per month. That would stay at $2,050. There's no future increase on that that's guaranteed. It could come before this commission every other year, certainly, but the $2,000 for this sample employee would go to $2,050 and then stay there until there's a decision to change that again in the future. The total increase in benefits for this would be roughly $215,000, meaning when you count up all of the employees who go from $2,000 to $2,050 or from $3,000 to $3,060, whatever it may be, the total increase would be $215,000. So let's talk about the cost impact. The increase in the liability in the pension plan would be $2.2 million for providing this one-time 2.5% cost of living adjustment. Now, there's different ways of funding that $2.2 million. Just write a check today, you pay $2.2 million, it's funded, you're done. Alternatively, what we would recommend is a 5 or a 10-year funding period. If you fund it over 5 years, the contribution would be, would increase, the required city contribution would increase by $533,000 per year. Keep in mind the required contribution is about $3.6 million now, so it would increase by $533,000 for 5 years. If the decision was made, we don't want to pay it off over 5 years, we want to pay it off over 10 years, well then the contribution increase would be less. It would be $310,000 for 10 years. Obviously, like a mortgage, the shorter you pay it off over, the less interest you're going to pay. So if you had paid it off over 5 years, there would essentially be $470,000 of interest. If you pay it off over 10 years, it would be about $900,000 in interest. So that's sort of how it would work, but I'm happy to field any questions or concerns anyone may have.
Could I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you determine, how did you decide to use the 2.5%?
That
What
was
gave you-
requested from us. So we didn't make any decisions on the level that the study that
So
was
the
requested.
city manager requested that?
Yes.
You know what, generally speaking, this is one of those things where you probably would get a consensus ahead of time as to like what we're thinking before you make a determination, because I might have liked to have seen other formulas produced, but now all we're working off of is this report and this information.
And if I may, the basis of that consideration, consumer price index analysis and that information, it was not a random figure. It was not us taking a look at any particular calculation. It was based on a consumer price index, and there's a reference and a practice that is being done. So, Mr.
Yeah.
Ambrose, if
Yep.
you can comment to that effect,
Sure,
please, I
Mr.
think that would help.
Yeah, so our assumption in our evaluation report is that inflation will average around 2.5% per year. So that's essentially in line with our assumption in our evaluation report. And there's nothing to be said that it has to be that, or it can't be anything different, but that's, so if we're looking for a gauge at what long-term inflation is expected to be, 2.5% is a reasonable number.
I don't disagree with that, thank you.
Sure.
I have a question. Currently, our police and fire COLAs are between 1 and 1.5, is that right?
That's correct.
Why is there such a disparity?
Just for the record, those COLAs are guaranteed annual COLAs that happen every year. So there's nothing like this that we go and we sort of have a presentation to the commission to get it approved or not. This is very different. This is a one-time COLA increase. Again, my example, 2000 to 2050, it stays forever. In the public safety plans, there are annual COLAs that are pre-funded and pre-approved. There's no approval process, so it goes up by 1%, and the compounding effect of that, or 1.5%, whatever it may be, the compounding effect of that is much more valuable than a one-time 2.5% COLA, if that makes sense.
And this group has never received a COLA?
Not since I've been working on the plan. I don't have all the history, but I think that's accurate.
Okay, thank you.
Explain that compounding thing again. What are you talking about?
Sure. So if you're getting a CPI, a COLA of 2% per year every year, then you start with $2,000. So it goes to $2,040. Then it goes to $2,080, and eventually, and the power of compounding is after 20 years, that will be
and
a
this
much
is
different
just
benefit.
a one-time.
This is just one time, and that's
Okay.
it.
Thank
If
you.
there was anything more, and that's a big point. If there was anything more to be approved, it would again have to come before the commission based on the ordinance.
And so the fund is in very good condition, and this is a very, very moderate to the city. So considering a higher COLA would require what?
Higher than the 2.5%, you
Right.
mean? Yeah, I mean, it's just a decision. We could go back and revise this based on 3.5, whatever the decision was, and we could show you the financial impact. So that's something that's, and ultimately, if it's passed, I think there would have to be some sort of ordinance, I guess, adopting a 2.5 or 3.5, whatever the decision was made for a one-time COLA, and then we would prepare what's called an actual impact statement, which if it was 2.5, would be in line with the information that I just gave you just now. If it was different, then we'd have to go and revise that.
Which is based on the consumer price index. Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
So today you would simply just, if you're satisfied with the 2.5%, you could give direction to proceed with an ordinance change. If you wanted Mr. Ambrose to provide you with other scenarios, we could order that and have another discussion.
Could I ask a question? This biannual review process, has this, in the past, were there no COLAs given? Was that?
This is the first time the exercise has taken shape.
I see, okay.
It was adopted in January 2024, so
you.
the biannual exercise bringing us to early 2026 to have it completed by April 2026. So this is a first experience for us all.
Right.
And thereby the incorporation of the consumer price index as referenced accordingly was the metric used to get us to this place. However, you have the discretion. However, of course, we have to prepare financially as well.
Right, but just pointing out that this is not going to be the first consideration. We'll be doing this every 2 years. So this is our starting point.
That is correct.
So
Code
2
of
years from now,
ordinances.
they'll come back, they want another.
Every odd numbered year
Every odd
in
number,
October,
okay, got you.
Mr. Moore will request a study.
So October 2025, I requested the study. I provided an update in one of my weekly reports that was underway. That's typically about a 6-month commitment. Between October 2025, we were mandated to get this completed by April 2026, which we did, and thus tonight's presentation. So really following those obligations in that regard.
And do you need us to choose a percentage and then choose if we're doing the 5-year or 10-year, or who's determining the 5 to 10 year?
I would think that would be ultimately the pension board that
Okay.
would determine that.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you for that.
So any direction to this effect will likewise transition to a dialogue with the pension board, so they can come back with a specific recommendation with respect to a 5-year amortization or a 10-year amortization. Again, the 5-year amortization based on the analysis, about a $533,000 impact for 5 years, a 10-year, a $310,000 impact annually for 10 years. So the pension board will go about their exercise of reviewing both considerations based on the content of your report and advising the commission accordingly. So if there's an interest in proceeding in this regard, we would then make arrangements with the pension board to begin their work soon so that you can come back and offer appropriate direction. Not to mention the options that Ms. Jellin just discussed as well.
So tonight we're asking to approve the 5% adjustment.
No, 2.5%.
2.5 based on CPI.
Well, 5%. Well, it says 5%, so that would be the 2.5.
No, you're on the second one.
Different
We're
item.
talking about 7C.
Yeah, that's 7D. We're
Oh.
talking 7C at the
Okay.
moment.
It's the 2.5
2.5,
COLA
got it.
2.5,
for the
which would
general
be-
employee.
be
So our
the biggest-
pension council would prepare an ordinance. They would ask the pension, well, if you decide on this, whatever you decide on, we would ask the pension board to order the actuarial impact statement, because with every ordinance, you do need that impact statement. And then they would read the ordinance, and then we would bring it back to the commission for ratification into the code.
So assuming we go with 2.5, and I'm not saying we are, but the issue we would have to, we want to pay it over 5 or 10.
Well, like Mr. Amos is saying,
They
remember
decide
the
that.
pension board is a separate legal entity, so they manage the actual funds, and I think they would make the ultimate decision as to whether or not, how long it would be amortized for.
Either 5 or 10.
Your
We don't
decision,
make that as a,
Right.
that's
Right.
the
It would be the
pension
pension
board's
board.
decision.
your
how they wanna
decision
spend
is
the
the
money. Gotcha.
actual amount of the COLA, what
So if they have
percentage.
a higher yield, they'll do it sooner. If they have a lower yield, they'll
Yeah.
stretch it out, right?
Yep, exactly.
Gotcha. All right.
Well, I would like to see it go higher, but I would at least be in favor of the 2.5 and moving forward with it.
I believe these people that haven't had a COLA adjustment since they retired deserve that. Absolutely.
And no raise
One
in
time.
5 to 7 years. Lots of sacrifice was
They
made.
got paid double dipped for 5 years before they retired, though.
One time. One time.
So the motion would be to approve a 2.5% COLA for the
Is there any
retired.
other discussion?
Well, I was just going to suggest a motion.
Thank you.
And then direct staff to prepare whatever ordinances are necessary that would be presented to the pension board.
And then at what point do we consider a higher COLA in the next, that would be for the next 2
So it would be the
years?
next odd numbered year, so it would be 2027.
Slow down, Miss Burns.
Well, no, I mean, you can kill it all with one stone if you can, but.
So, Vice Mayor Burns, October 2027, so a little less than a year and a half from now, we'll be back at that place for consideration.
Okay. Well, I just want to say to those that are here, I am in support of giving this first time at, minimum of 2.5 COLA, and considerations for going higher in the next 2 years. But for tonight, so move what the
I second it.
what our city attorney said.
You're moving the resolution. Just
Yes, moving the
There's no
resolution.
Moving resolution, that's,
No, this one didn't have a resolution.
It's just a consideration.
right?
Yeah.
Was this just a well, it says a resolution 8. So
No, you're on, it's 7C, not D. 7C,
So it's
consideration
just
regarding general
considerations,
employee
okay, so,
retirement.
so you want a motion to,
You've got a
I
motion
would,
and a
I would
second.
prefer a motion to direct me to start the process to formally ratify this, and obviously it'll be brought back to you before the new
So
fiscal year.
We have
so
a
that
first and
we
a
can
second
budget.
on that, correct?
Yes, would you like me to articulate exactly what you said, or can we just say?
No, you're
so
good.
moved.
Okay,
Good.
thank you.
Then I
We
need,
got
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes unanimously. Okay.
And just one question, if I may. Lynn and Terrence, will you communicate with Lisa Cashanova? Okay.
We
Awesome.
will.
Very good.
Her
Will
boss is
do.
right there. He heard the whole thing.
So, Director of Human Resources Dwayne DeAndre is on board in this regard. So, duly noted, we'll touch base tomorrow morning and take it from there.
Very good. Very good.
Thank you.
Okay, so we now move on to 7D, which is resolution
Thank you.
100.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Really
Thank you
Mr.
very much
Sanders.
for your
Really appreciate
recommendations.
it.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of
And I
Delray
think you
Beach.
should take up croquet because it really,
I gotta do it now.
it's a low impact sport and anybody can play it.
Very social.
Mayor, do you want me to read it?
Thank you.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, authorizing a 5% adjustment to the city's salary schedule for general employees for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2026 through September 30, 2027, as specified herein. Authorizing the city manager to take any and all actions necessary to effectuate the intent of this resolution, providing an effective date and for other purposes.
Thank you.
Dwayne,
Good evening, Dwayne DeAndre, Human Resources. I have Dot Bast here with me as well. I have a PowerPoint up here I believe you all are very familiar with, and I am addressing 7D and 7E officially, so.
Okay, so then I should read 7E?
Yeah.
read it 72
Yeah,
then as
it's
well.
one PowerPoint.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, authorizing 3.5% cost of living wage adjustment for all general employees commencing October 1, 2026, and each year thereafter, authorizing the city manager to take any and all actions necessary to effectuate the intent of this resolution, providing an effective date and for other purposes.
Thank you.
All right, so this PowerPoint I believe you all have seen, but we'll go ahead and start with it. It's an analysis and considerations to support non-represented employees, those that are not covered by a collective bargaining agreement, which is the largest portion of employees that you have here at the City of Delray Beach. Next slide. So Delray Beach general employees' current salary increases are governed by a policy, PER4, which is the classification and pay plans, and they're rated on their merit. So employees in positions anniversary date receive a merit increase from 0 to 5% based on their performance evaluation, and the average merit received for general employees is 4.2%. Next slide. So the results of the 2024 class and comp study and collective bargaining ratification, a couple things happened. There were 387 employees benchmarked against other municipalities at that time. 118 employees received salary increases as a result of the study, and approximately 30% of the general employees received a reallocation. You may remember as a result of the PBA contract, specifically the lieutenant's compression issues involving command staff were addressed at that time by increasing pay grades maximums of 124 to 136 of the general employees' pay plan by 5% each. So what did the study recommend? The study recommended a salary scale adjustment annually. It's recommended that in subsequent years after the adoption of the recommended pay plan, the city should adjust the entire salary scale by the CPI annually as budget permits. The annual CPI for 2025 was 2.7%. Next slide. As you know, we did some benchmarking with some other municipalities for the 2025-2026 fiscal year. One thing that we'll address right now is the pay grades that they moved. That's to the far right. You can see the maxes just about all moved for all the municipalities by a pretty good percentage. And if they didn't move, they also moved the minimums as well. If we look at the increases, you can see that some municipalities gave a across the board, which is what we're talking about here, a COLA, a C, based on either an arbitrary number or the CPI. For example, Green Acres gave a 4% across the board, and the merit was 2.5 and 4 to 4.5, and the average increase per employee was 7.5%. That was last year. You can see Royal Palm Beach was 7%. They were the only ones that specifically used the CPI. The CPI that was adjusted for January, or for 2025 was adjusted in January 2026 to 2.76. They rounded up to 2.8. So that's where they got the 7%. If you go to the next slide, please, Dot. We did do our due diligence and looked at the cost for these adjustments. If we're to adjust the general employees by the CPI adjustment, that would be a one-time cost of $900,000. If we're to adjust it by the 3.5 COLA adjustment, it would be $1.2 million. Again, we're proactively representing, talking about the general employees, the folks that have not had a COLA in a decade or more, and it's the largest portion of your employment or employees here at the City of Delray Beach.
Can I ask a question?
Yes,
Is this is this the one that moves employees who've topped out on their salary?
So that's a great question. That's one of the reasons that we are addressing the maximum, the pay grades. It'll be for pay grades 101 to 123. We've already addressed 124 through 130, whatever I said it was, 136.
So the answer to the question is yes.
7D, as in David, is the one that addresses
Right,
the
that's,
top outs.
that's where we are.
That's
So
where
this
we
is
are.
the top
He did
outs,
both
okay.
together.
He did
I
both
but
together.
That was
Oh, okay,
If you
so-
remember this presentation, I still got your copy here.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, I'm ready to make a motion if y'all want.
So the cost, if I may, Mayor, for the D is going to be 900,000, and the cost for E is going to be 1.2 million. So we're looking at 2.1 million.
That's incorrect.
Oh,
So
I'm
this
sorry.
this is
I
just
was
for the
reading your
COLA
chart.
adjustment.
Yeah.
This is not for the max. You mentioned it correctly earlier when you said no one's going to get an increase just because the max
No,
is
right.
raised.
But why did you assume the 900,000 in that slide?
We didn't assume. We worked with our finance department to do what the cost out would be for the 400 employees if they received a 2.7 percentage adjustment to their salary.
Right. Okay. But that's what I'm saying. So that's
He's providing just two scenarios.
Right,
You can either
exactly.
do the 2.7
Yeah.
or the 3.
It's not
Combined. It's not combined.
Right.
So the 2.7
So we do
is
the
different from the 5, right?
2.7 or the.
And the 7D, if I can clarify, ladies and gentlemen, that's not a direct financial impact. So I have no concerns about that at the particular point. This provides future opportunities and is to be managed over time. This simply addresses essentially what you talked about, Vice Mayor Burns, in terms of creating opportunities for those who have been maxed out. So 7D, quite frankly, I think is a fairly easy consideration based on what we talked about, and therefore, all is well.
Well, it is a fairly simple consideration, but are you, once this is implemented, you begin the process of looking at everyone and evaluating their salary, or are you just doing this for future reference?
For future opportunities for growth, future opportunities to move forward above, particularly those who have been maxed out based on the market
Starting
analysis.
October 1, 2026? Is
Yes,
that-
ma'am.
Okay.
So basically what happens is if you make $50,000 and in your particular pay grade, the max is $50,000, let's say you get a 5% merit increase because you're just a great employee. Now your salary goes up to $55,000.
Right.
You can only get $5,000 as a top out bonus.
Right.
And so for pension purposes, even though you made $55,000 that year, your pension's only going to reflect 50.
It's not
So
pensionable.
these pay grades need to routinely be increased. Otherwise, we're not keeping track of them. And then employees are essentially working without benefiting their pension.
Got it.
I think, and Commissioner Burns, you're the one who
Yeah,
kind
I
of
know.
started this conversation.
I'm on it.
That's what I said.
I've experienced all of this. I'm on it. Are you ready for a motion, or you need to
I'm
make
just
some
trying, I was
comments?
going to see if anybody has anything to say, otherwise I need a motion.
Okay, I make a motion to approve resolution number 100-26, authorizing 5% adjustment to the city's salary schedule for general employees.
Oh,
Microphone
I
on?
have to make the motion.
Microphone on? I made the motion.
We have the motion.
Then I'll second it.
Your
Stay with us
microphone's
here.
not on.
Stay with us. I mean, I know it's a complicated day.
It's 8 o'clock.
Speak into
All
your
in favor?
microphone.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
That is adopted. Okay, 7E.
Is that unanimous?
You want to make that one too?
Oh, sure. Motion to approve resolution number 99-26, authorizing a 3.5% cost of living wage adjustment for all general employees commencing October 1st, 2026, and each year thereafter.
Anybody else want to jump in with a second? Wait, I said somebody else wants a second. You did the first one. Anybody else want a second, or do you want to just second it?
I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, done.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay, this is number 7F, the presentation of the opioid settlement advisory committee. Jeff Lefton here? Yes. I don't see him.
He's right over in the corner.
Oh, he's around the corner. Okay, that's why I don't see through the walls very well.
No? You need your X-ray glasses?
I have three glasses.
Thank you.
Taking 100% of the money and putting it in this thing.
Hello.
Hello.
All right. I'm Jeff Lefton. I'm the Director of Behavioral Health at Delray Medical Center. I'm also a deputy with the Sheriff's Office. And I'm here as a representative of the Opioid Settlement Advisory Committee. And what we wanted to do is bring forth our recommendation as the committee. So it's our recommendation that we use 100% of the available opioid settlement funds for mobile integrated health program through the Delray Beach Fire Rescue. We brought this recommendation or an option for a recommendation to the meeting in February. Want to make that recommendation formal today.
Okay.
I'm not in favor of that recommendation. I apologize. I thought you were looking. You looked at me, so I thought you were calling at me.
But
I apologize. Every time you give me the stare, I think you're calling on me.
I was
I'm
actually
sorry.
going to recognize Vice Mayor Burns, has some strong views on this.
Yes, I'm very concerned about using, okay, so I heard something different just now. I heard 100% of the available funds. So we got, what are the, because I'm not in favor of 100% of this going to this project. I think that some of it needs to go to education and prevention, and I do not support 100% of all of the opioid funds going to this project. But I just heard you say available funds. So once we give 100% of what's available, future funding that we get that come in, is that also allocated for this, or do we have other opportunities to put that money somewhere else?
That would be what is the recommended when you use the word available, as you said in your remarks, what does that mean?
So available right now are funds that were brought over from past years, and then future funding for the well, at least for right now anyways, available funding that's available right now.
So Commissioner Burns' point that so the additional funds coming in later would be included in your definition of available?
I think we need to, I'm pretty sure that we can relook at that every year and take a look at that. The thing is, though, once we fund this with the fire rescue, we'll be looking at additional funds also to help support this program. I think that that's going to be something that we're going to have to look at every year when the funding comes in.
Okay, Commissioner Casal, did you want to get recognized? Did you have something you wanted to?
Thank you.
Just let.
Mayor, if I may, yes. The committee has set up that they will make an annual recommendation to you for the expenditure of funds that are available.
Okay. Commissioner Casal?
Yeah, I mean, here's the problem, and Mr. Moore is in here, but Mr. Orris, you are. We've had 2 or 3 discussions on this. You came forth with no monetary information at the last meeting, and we made a determination without any understanding of the cost. So when you look at this March 3, 2026 memorandum, this is a ton of money. Well exceeds what we're getting annually, right? So the taxpayers, and honestly, I've been saying from day one, I think this money presents us with a grand opportunity to work in our schools on prevention with our children. the idea of, you know, I appreciate what you want to do with this program. If someone has a problem in the city, they find themselves in our ambulance, we help them. Those may not be our residents all the time, right? I mean, those are not always our residents that will be getting help, correct?
I mean, I'm not sure.
Right, if they're getting in an ambulance, it could be someone who is dining downtown, they could be someone who's a non-resident. Anyone who gets in the ambulance with that kind of issue will be someone that this program attempts to address. And not that I'm discouraging us from helping everybody, but at the end of the day, I would like to see the money go to our children in our schools. I think that's where it would best be served. And when you talk about these costs, it's very concerning. Highest and best, $1,541,000, $568. Level 2, that's if we want to give the highest and best cost. Level 2 cost, $619,000. Level 3, minimal cost, $424,000. That's not even what we're getting annually on this, correct? Lowest level, basically scraping the bottom of the barrel, $412,600. Why would we want to even do that at that point if we could take this money and potentially affect somebody's life before they have that encounter, a child? I feel very strongly that I'm not saying this program isn't a great program. If we had unlimited assets, I would be encouraging us to do this. But the money is not enough to actually do this well. And I think when you look at that memo and how it's mapped out, we won't be able to do a good job with the amount of money we're getting. And in the future, Mr. Orris, and I'm not Mr. Moore, I direct this to you, I do not want to have another meeting where we are getting partial information. You know, this was given to you March 3rd, 2026, this memo. And yet at the last meeting we had, this information, we're not getting the accurate information and all the information we need, because we probably wouldn't have made the same determination, or might not have, at the last discussion had we had all this information. And going forward, I keep on asking for the same thing. We need to be provided all the information. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Commissioner
Orris.
Malika.
I am curious how, I think the totals in 2025 is 100,000, how they can pay for the, level 1, the low level. But I'm also very, very interested in preventing recidivism and getting the help for the patients that have sought out help. How did the board come to that decision? And I'm sorry, when you introduced yourself, I forgot to write your name down.
My name is Jeff Lefton, Lefton.
Jeff, okay, and then what did you say about Delray Medical?
I'm the Director of Behavioral Health Services at
okay.
Delray Medical Center.
So how did the board come up with their determination that that's where the money should go? Because obviously you know what you're doing.
So we went over this in the last meeting. We took a priority list.
I'm sorry, I'm new. That's why I probably didn't hear that.
From the drug task force. It's all that croquet talk too. I mean, I've already bought my membership while I was sitting back there. So
see, we're already getting members.
I know. I don't even know what it is. But
It's happening.
It sounded like a lot of fun.
You haven't even built it.
It's a very social thing, I heard. So we took we took the priorities from the drug task force, and there were 4 recommendations, and then we took those recommendations. It was paramedicine. It's this program that we're talking about, removing employment barriers, affordable and supportive housing, and prevention. And those were their priorities. Those were what they recommended. We looked at all of those, and as a committee, we prioritized the paramedicine program.
Do you mind, Commission? And so let's just talk about who was a part of that conversation. What happened? Oh, introduce myself.
We all know Chuck Ridley.
My name is Chuck Ridley. Tonight I'm serving as a 36-year recovering addict. You had the leading voices in the city sitting around the table, not just the folk that you recommended, but folk from Drug Abuse Foundation, folk from the task force, folk who actually work in the industry, those who, like myself, are people with lived experiences, and we looked at every available option. The option that we're bringing towards you is not we are clear that there are just not enough opiate settlement dollars. Right. We ask you to work with the community and find creative ways to understand the complete continuum. As I shared with you the last time, you won't find a bigger advocate for prevention than myself. But there's a continuum that you need to look at. And if you only look at prevention, while important, you do a disservice to this entire public health issue that is in front of you. And so, yes, we're suggesting that you look at more than the opiate settlement dollars. Now, only you can make that decision. But we tell you that you also have a generous community. You have other providers that you haven't utilized your bully pulpit to leverage what's available to you. Now, we can only do what the committee is charged to do, which is make your recommendation on the dollars that come from the opiate settlement dollars. But y'all know y'all got other funding streams. You know that. You know that some of those funding streams could be used towards prevention. You know that. You know that there are other providers in this community that may even bring dollars to the table. What we are basically saying that we are not authorized to say, because we can only bring you the recommendation based on what's here, is what we have in front of you. But you're smart people. Think outside the box and see how do we utilize this to make this happen. So we're saying 100% because we think that of those dollars that are coming from the opiate settlement funds, that's the best place to use those. But we're not asking you to lock yourself in that bucket though that's your other option. Now that was the spirit of the conversation of where we came from.
Yeah.
Yes, yep.
So I thought when I was understanding the mobile integrated health program, it was also for an elderly person that needed, some care or follow up to make sure they followed up with it, and a partnership with a medical center might fill that gap, right?
Yeah,
because medical center doesn't want to see the same people coming back over and over. Same way we don't want to keep sticking them in an ambulance. So I'm thinking outside the box, Mr. Ridley.
Thank you.
Could I ask a question? Are you saying that the money could be utilized outside of opioids for elderly people that get in the ambulance?
It could benefit both. I think it could benefit both.
I don't know that.
You're not allowed to.
No,
Not
not
this
at all.
funding,
Oh,
but
this
the
would only be for-
concept.
Got it.
The
Got it.
concept could,
Right,
not
but-
these funds.
To additionally point out, in the chief's memo to us, it says there would need to be facility augmentation costs, which is estimated at $712,500. I mean, this, look, I'm not saying we shouldn't be thinking about doing this, but I don't think in this current cycle of money, we can do it. That's right now talking about augmenting the facility and just going with your lowest level, which is 2 employees and some, training and equipment. You're looking at $1,125,100. That's the price. And how much money do we actually have in that right now?
100,000.
489,000.
At this point, with next year's allocation, I think we're somewhere about 300 and change.
It looks like
Now-
yeah.
What am I looking
Is
for?
this figure correct that we have here, 489?
This isn't right. You must have updated it.
Got it.
There
So-
was some money utilized for already. That's
Correct.
the-
Yeah, and that was taken out. Let me also share with you that this was designed as a presentation of their recommendation. There will be an item, I believe it's on your June 9th agenda, we'll have it on there for you to discuss how you want to spend those dollars so we can submit our expenditure plan to the state. You don't have to do what they say. You can do something different, We'll bring you as much information we have. I know some of this information has changed over time.
Yeah.
It's ever evolving. We've
Here's
had
my
conversations
question.
with outside entities on what costs might be, how this could look, what the easiest way to do it is, what other partners might be interested. And quite frankly, I know you keep talking about not having the information. Manager and I don't have a dog in this fight. This is the recommendation.
Yeah,
of the
but you
board.
have the
We didn't-
information, and we
didn't
we
promote
didn't.
one thing over
So,
another.
I'm not suggesting that, although I did listen to the meeting where people said you should get the monetary information together for the commission, and you said, no, they're not going to go for this anyway. I listened to the meeting, but I would rather not. You and I can discuss that privately in the future if you'd like. For here today, do we have a certain amount that we have to spend in this current fiscal year? Because that's my understanding is this has to happen on a year-to-year basis, correct? So what is our current amount to be spent in the current fiscal
So
year?
here's one of the really tough things. There's no real hard and fast rules on spending this money, other than we need to submit an expenditure plan by July 1.
No, there are hard and fast
Yeah, I
rules.
thought
Well,
there were.
on what you can spend it on.
Yeah, those are hard
I'm
and
still
fast
trying-
rules. There's a
I'm still trying to
settlement
get a hold of the state
agreement,
to find out, what if we don't spend all that money? Can we change it? Is
I
there a
feel
point
like
at which we
that's a
change it?
really
I don't have
important-
those
We can
answers
equally
yet.
use it for prevention programs as we is for the.
Yes, you
self-
can.
Here's the
That's
thing,
correct.
that what
Yeah,
I was
and-
suggesting that we do this year is Miss Spencer has an amazing prevention program. I visited her facility. I think we should allocate the money present moment to prevention, and when we do our budget, we need to have a serious conversation if this is going to be our priority, and then look at what the funding that we anticipate we're getting from the opioid settlement, how far out we're getting that money. Because if we implement this program, if we retrofit our facilities, hire, even at the lowest level, 2 new staffers and get new equipment, we're not doing it to do a 1-year program. We're doing it as an ongoing program because we're committed to it. And I do believe we need to figure out as a commission, as a city, if we're committed to this, then at budget session, put our money where our mouths are and put this program together, whether it's the lowest or the super duper highest. But right now, for the time being, because we have money to spend, I think we should allocate some of this and start the prevention and then engage in that conversation.
Okay.
That's my feeling.
Commissioner Burns?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's the 100% that's getting me because, I agree that, this money needs to go back to those that were affected and I like the program. However, I'm looking at the sustainability of the program and the cost of the program. And I heard you, Mr. Ridley, saying there are other funding sources, but they're not being presented to us to say where those other funding sources are coming from. And I would hate to start a program and not be able to sustain the program because it's very important, that these individuals are helped. My problem is with 100% of the money going to this, as it is very expensive, and I don't see figures or resources that's going to sustain it. I don't know. I like I said, I support this program. But I just have a problem with the 100% of it, all of the money going to this program.
I'd like to just jump in with a quick question. If you did the program as you propose, would that require hiring somebody at the other end? Because if so, when the money runs out, we've got an employee now that is not going to be funded by the program anymore.
And
So what do I do with that
union
employee? It's going to cost. I mean, I'm just saying that I don't see.
I mean, it does require staff. It requires equipment.
And then so now I'm putting on staffing.
Minimum
That's it.
of 2
then
people.
They're respectively. I love talking about. Then they're all on the pension plan and they're all on this, and so they just and then. You hate to say I can't get rid of them, but it's very hard once you hire somebody to disengage them from employment. So
And they're specialized too. So.
yeah, and it's a specialized
Right.
skill. I'm not saying it's not a valuable program. I hate giving 100% to them one anyway. I mean I think that. I mean, I've always been one to believe in prevention. I mean, there's a lot of programs out there to help the person that's already been lying on the side of the road, so to speak. Yes. There's fewer programs to help the people not be the one to, lying on the side of the road. I mean, you had great prevention programs that were to get you off of what you were.
It was.
I don't want to ignore that.
We're having exactly the conversation we had hoped to have, but the conversation that we're charged to have and the one that we need to have, we really need to decouple. Our charge was to bring you back.
Right.
Do we understand?
But let me just, because I want to get to the next part. But we need to have the broader conversation.
Right.
And because of limitations, what I hope is to start a much broader and deeper conversations about the continuum. My fear isn't that you don't understand prevention. Clearly you do. And the most important thing we can do is on the prevention side. But this is a disease that takes a public health conversation that needs to happen. And if you could consider maybe a workshop that allow the recovery community and those of us that are in that industry to have a much broader and in-depth conversation with you than the one that we can currently have given the limitations of this ordinance, I really believe we will hit the mark because you have more help that we can bring to the table. The opioid dollars aren't the answer. It's a pathway to the answer, but it's not the answer. And I think we're smart enough to know that. Our conversation to you is to have a much broader conversation. Do not pigeonhole this in prevention, or do not hear us saying that you should take on more conversation needed around something.
Because then it's like Christina Morrison said, her son saw the lessons of two of his classmates dying, and that was his prevention program. That was his, that was his prevention program. And I just think the prevention is ultimately how we're going to stop it. Not just, and I'm not saying that the people who are lying there on the side of the road don't deserve to be treated. Of course they do. But I'm dealing with a finite amount of money, and where can I get my biggest bang for the buck?
That would have been the easy one for us to come to you, right?
Right.
I think you know that the folk who were sitting in that room was smart enough to say, look, we ain't got
I know that.
All right.
Sorry, Commissioner Casale?
No, I'm just going to reiterate what I said. I do think we have to have the bigger conversation, but it's going to require a serious commitment from us will be made this evening. But I do think it's a conversation we need to continue to have. And when budget time comes, if we are interested in this, we will budget it. But I implore everyone to look at these various levels and think about this, because it's going to require a lot of a commitment. But I think, look, it's something we potentially could do. But for right now, I would like to get moving with the money, that the small amount we have, and do something now with the prevention and continue this conversation on what it could look like. And if you believe there's funding sources out there, as Ms. Burns said, we need to know what they are and how we could incorporate that into our system, because you're talking about paying our employees, you're talking about retrofitting our fire stations and what have you. I don't know how we would go about collecting that money, but I would love to have that conversation, because that would make it even easier to move forward, obviously.
What I want to be clear, there are funds out there and resources, not just funds.
Right.
There are resources for the continuum.
Right.
I'm not talking about any one specific program. And that's the conversation.
Right. But if we're committing to this, we're committing to this for the long term.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, please.
If you recall at the, I think it was February 3rd, they were before you last. One of the reasons I know they were going in this direction, please, again, I don't have a dog in this fight, whatever the city chooses to fund. But I know one of the reasons they were talking about the mobile integrated health, besides the fact that the group liked the idea, was also because there was a recognition at the last meeting. We're sitting on a significant amount of Karen dollars that are designated for education, prevention education. So this money is probably about a
That begs the
third
question,
of
why are
those
we still
funds.
sitting on all that Karen dollars when we could be spending it on
Education,
education?
prevention. Now,
Do
I'll
we
bring
need
it
to
up
look
at the
into
next
that though? Because this is not, I mean, yeah, you could take some of the Karen dollars and put them into the education aspect of it, but you're still talking about not enough money regardless to fund this program even at the lowest
Yeah, it's an
level
additional
with what we're
commitment.
getting.
Your salaries, it's
That's
gonna
the
be an
point.
additional commitment.
So
Twice-
even if you
twice to 3 times.
say we won't incorporate, we'll take the Karen dollars and we'll use that for education and we'll just use this money exclusively or 100%, you still don't have enough money.
Commissioner, my point was only to say that was one of their, I know that was one of their considerations when they were talking about and why they didn't
I
talk
appreciate
about
that clarification.
education was just because of that recognition.
Got it. Thank you. That makes sense.
So any other any other comment? So
Other than I agree with Commissioner Casal, and we should commit to you that we will get together on this and work on a longer-term plan, and I'm in on that. I think you've made a great case for that.
So we're not adopting this resolution tonight?
Let me just read it, please.
You're not making any decision
It's just
tonight.
a presentation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll come back to you with a chance for you all to make a decision on what the expenditure plan will be for the upcoming year.
But do you want direction from us on like where we think you want to go? I think we should give them some
And
direction
also,
for
are
the
we
next.
considering the workshop or the conversation that Mr. Ridley suggested? I would like to have that as well.
Yeah.
And I think that there was some legislative change on the Karen Foundation. I do think that we should go ahead and utilize those funds for a prevention, education and prevention. When she said that, I remembered there was some change on that. So it is allowed for education and prevention. So I think we should go that route.
I believe that's correct. I'll double check. I know I sent everyone an email about it. I'll re-forward it.
So, are we? Do we want to? Do we want to direct the city to engage with Ms. Spencer with respect to moving forward? I think we should do that. At least we've had.
Committee.
Have we received a proposal with the cost of what a program or
I think
engagement
it
would
depends
cost?
on how much we're going to give. I mean, I think the program how much would be done would be dependent on how much we're willing to allocate, I think. I mean, that's how I would, if I was.
Is there an application process?
Not really, we just.
What I would imagine is
Just come
if
up with a figure.
maybe the committee can ask staff to, put out feelers, put an application out and see and have the committee vet them because they do seem to be our subject matter experts based on their life history experience. And then they can vet those applications and then bring them to the commission. I mean, we do this with other grants, and to
Right.
me, it would just seem like a cleaner process. They would be able to evaluate these applications on your behalf, maybe rank them for you, and then bring them back to you so that you can make a final decision.
Yeah.
You can give direction on what kinds of programs you're interested in, prevention, whatever, education, whatever direction you give to the committee. I mean, you've assembled this group of very, with very specific professions, and I know that was a very deliberate decision on your part. Use them, use these. They want to help. I mean, I don't even know how many meetings you've come to, Mr. Ridley, to impart your information on us. So maybe staff put something out. It doesn't have to be very formal, but at least you can get some proposals, let them review it, vet them, and then bring that back to you. And maybe we do a joint workshop with the committee, and then we'll have a roundtable discussion to finally finalize this.
Yeah, and get the money out there where it can be utilized. Thank you.
Yeah, I like
That's
it.
what I would suggest.
Okay, so that's.
Done.
Is that what you want to do?
Fine, huh? That's
Thank
that's
you.
Mr.
direction.
Moore, are you clear on the direction?
Yes, I'm simply asking for formal consensus to that
Yes,
effect.
we've got-
Thereby, I don't think there's a necessity for June 9th at this juncture, or
There's
not.
We still have to submit a plan to the state by July 1.
Well,
Yeah,
we
you
can
still have a
accomplish
deadline.
that.
You still have a deadline.
I know, I recognize that we have a deadline by June 30th, July 1st of this year. Nevertheless, we have a lot of flexibility in terms of what our update to the state will be, and much of that can be based on the guidance we just provided this evening. This is what we're looking to accomplish, this is what's happening, etc. So,
I'm not sure that, I think they look, I think the
I think
statute.
it has to be
The
specific.
statute
It
gives you,
needs-
I
yeah,
think
it
they
needs to
require
be a
more
plan with
specifics.
dollars attached to
They need
activities.
Is that something we can do in that period of time? I mean-
So on that note, we will come back then during the June 9th meeting as initially contemplated, and we'll talk about some specifics.
And the other, again, I've got a call into
I
the
stand
state. I'm still
correct.
waiting for a return call. I want to ask them the opportunity to amend a plan once we've adopted it and submitted it. And I think that says an awful lot about what we can do and what we should submit when I have that answer.
Can you send us the documentation? I thought it was like an annual thing where you could allocate the funds annually, utilize them next year. You can do whatever you want. Like, it's not, you're committing to 1 year, and once you commit to give some small amount of money to somebody, it's pretty much done.
And that's the way it's designed. We have a fluctuating amount of money that comes in each year. The state requires us to submit an expenditure plan to them by July 1. And all it is an upload into a computer software. And that's what we got. That's the regulations we're working under. I'm trying to get some more clarity on what if we don't spend the money in that time frame? What if we choose to do something else?
This is why
It's not in written format anywhere of how you do this. All we got was information that says, upload your plan to here by July 1.
So we'll offer a preliminary expenditure plan via the June 9th meeting. We go from there. Otherwise, the remaining consensus, so be it.
Thank you.
I mean, I don't want to blow a deadline with this government.
And we won't.
I will make sure that the
I don't know if they'll let
committee
me take it back.
convenes and gives you some suggestions on how to move forward with Karen funds if you'd like.
And we want to
Thank
know
you.
how much it costs to run these programs.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Commission.
Thank you very much, both
Thank
of you.
Well, it's okay.
All right, so the next item is strategic considerations regarding community tree planting program. Who's going to be doing this? Is this Anthea?
This is Chris Chedester.
Chris,
Mr.
okay.
Chris Chedester, if you would begin, please.
All right. I'm Chris Chedester, Interim Sustainability Officer. Just here to give you a quick synopsis of how the last year of the tree planting program went, and I'm going to hand it off to Community Greening to kind of highlight some of the successes of the program over the years. So our 2026 program was 455 trees, fell a bit short of our 2,000 tree goal. As of last Friday, all 455 trees have been delivered, and this is what that earlier budget transfer is to pay for. All of those trees were drop-off program. We reduced it. We didn't do the giveaways this year. We didn't do any proper city or partner planting sites. And they were all 15-gallon native shade trees, and this year we introduced the 7-gallon fruit trees, which were a big hit in some of our lower canopy areas that we were trying to target. This is the final contract renewal year, and it does expire next month. This is a map of our tree inventory that was completed in 2019. The clumps of green show all of our city trees. Obviously, no private trees were accounted for. We had about 149 different species in the city. Now you can see this is what our tree planting program added. Not only did we get a much needed increase in diversity of species, but you can see that based on between here and here, we've got trees all over the city and a significant amount in our low canopy areas. So that was a big success of the program. So the tree planting program creates long-term municipal value through stormwater interception, stormwater and air quality improvement, heat reduction, energy savings, public health, and increased tax base. So far, we've invested about $1.2 million and planted over 8,100 trees that return $3 to $5 million a year in community services. By 2050, that $1.2 million investment is projected to generate up to $64 million in cumulative community value. That is a lot of dollars for your investment. All right, with that, I'm going to turn it over to Community Greening, and they're going to highlight some of the best parts of the last 5 years.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission, City staff. I really appreciate the opportunity really just to come up here and update you on really Community Greening's work and what we've done with the partnership with the City of Delray Beach. So let me see if our slides are up here next. So here we go. That was actually a picture. Oh, this is just going forward. There we go. Nope. Okay, sorry. So that's a picture of the Community Grove, one of our first projects in the city of Delray Beach. And so we started community greening in 2016. And really that was because, I mean, there was a concerted effort of residents that were upset about trees coming down, that there was really no initiative to be continuing to plant trees. And you know, we worked in tandem with the Parks Department on how can we engage and we can really kind of you know, get residents to help us plant trees. So started it with Matt Shipley, longtime Delray Beach, you know, family resident here, third generation. And really we went around the country and we looked at other urban forestry nonprofits. And I grew up in Indiana. There's a group like this that's always been there. And we went and just kind of looked at their programming and how they did that and partnered with their city to increase the tree canopy. So we did that with the parks. You know, we planted in Orchard View, we planted in Barwick Park, we planted, you know, in Knowles, and that was really with the Parks Department. The sustainability officer at that time, Anna, they conducted a study to see, like, where are we really with the tree canopy? We need to know what the baseline is and what the goal is. And so they did a tree canopy assessment, and we found that we had a 23% tree canopy at that point. And that they came up that, you know, this was done by eSciences, which is now RES, and it was that we can increase the tree canopy. We really had possible planting area of 39% canopy we could have. They came up with a conservative goal of increasing the tree canopy from 23% to 28%. That 5% increase was 10,000 trees, or is 10,000 trees. And that's kind of how the city then adopted this campaign of 10,000 trees. And that's why it was kind of, you know, incremented in 2,000 trees a year. That's what we always worked with in how we could do that. And we did that we planted, you know, like Josh will talk about, we planted all the public parks. We planted all the public schools, which was a big win. And one thing that it says in that tree canopy assessment is you have to engage city residents. Like, you have to plant on private property in order to increase the tree canopy, because public property is only a certain percentage, which is much less than residential property. So that's the purpose of the tree giveaways, and now what we're implementing was this drop-off program, which is basically a delivery program, and that's something that we saw in California that they're doing, and that's how they're increasing the tree canopy. It's not just the tree giveaways, it was to go out and do that. So that's just a little bit of a background, and kind of why we're here tonight is because, as Chris just said, this current program fell short. It was 455 trees, and it's just to kind of make you all aware of that, and that we are currently out of trees, and so there is no real option for residents, or for if there are projects. Like last year we just planted 50 right-of-way trees on Congress, Linton, and Lake Ida. And so, I mean, we can use this for different ways of increasing the tree canopy. So that 23% kind of gives you an idea of where we're at. We're now probably at 25%. And with the effort that we've made over the past 10 years. And you can see, I mean, there's a big correlation with the cities and what efforts they make to plant trees. So that's why, you know, we have to kind of keep the effort ongoing, because Florida's always in the top 3 states of states losing green space and losing tree canopy. It just makes sense. People are moving here and we need the land. But there are places that we can plant trees as long as there's a team effort that we're all working together on trying to preserve and plant trees. This is kind of shows just a snapshot of some of the 8,000 trees. So that goal was 10,000. This is where it is right now at 8,100 trees. And you can just imagine of all of these spots that this program has planted. If you think of the schools of Village Academy and Carver and Spady, which Josh will talk a little bit, all the public parks, or even just like some of the green spaces along Lake Ida, if you're talking about Maycheck, and then right in front of Spady Elementary, and then the one right past that on Lake Ida also that we planted, and then the county park in Volin, and it kind of continues on and on to Barwick. We've really planted a lot of trees because of this program that I don't know if we really would have done that if there wasn't this big team effort in increasing the tree canopy. So it has had a lot of successes. Like Chris kind of mentioned, I mean, people in cities and states are doing tree canopy planting programs because of all of these benefits. So, I mean, one of the biggest benefits is the extreme heat. And, you know, that's really one of the main reasons people want trees along sidewalks, near bus stops. You know, it gets people outside. I think it really engages and activates a lot of our public spaces. And like, you know, 1.6 in stormwater benefits, it increases property value. Everything shows that, you know, people would spend more money on neighborhoods that has a higher tree canopy, or even on lots that have that. We sometimes jokingly say we're tree evangelists, because like we could continue to go on and on about all the benefits of trees and green spaces, but we'll, you know, kind of let you look at that. And I mean, even down to food security and providing fresh fruit to people. You could go on and on about these benefits, which we won't tonight. But I will pass it on to Josh Wiener, who is our Engagement and Communications Director. He's been with Community Greening the past 5 years, just to tell us some of the impact that we've had. And I could just, again, imagine, like, this is, a lot of you have come out to our tree plantings. So, I mean, this is also not just trees. Like, I really view it as an investment in the community, because these are families, these are kids, these are school teachers, these are all these people who are coming out to as the police department has come many times with us and planted out, you know, at Mike Maychek and at Barwick. A lot of these things are people kind of investing in our city and working together to improve it. So that's a little bit of that background. Here's Josh.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys having us. So like Mark mentioned, we have planted every single public school in Delray Beach. That means every student that has gone through the public school system has gotten to experience the trees that we have planted. Right above us is a map of Carver, and this is a more focused version of that colorful map that we saw a minute ago. And this is literally showing you the exact location of those 218 trees. And we go through, we have walkthroughs, we have certified arborists on our staff, we work with the principals at these schools when we're doing a school planting. So they let us know, hey, this is where the kids play, or this is used as a soccer field or a football field. We can't plant over here. There's a very concerted effort to plant the right trees in the right places. Here's a picture of Village Academy. Every single tree in this picture was planted through community greening tree planting. There are over 275 trees on this one campus. You can even see one of the chairs right there. The principal let us know that the teachers sit there because it is too hot to be able to sit outside and watch the students. They needed those shaded areas. So this is really changing the experience for these students, and allows them to be outside. We are now getting into the hotter parts of the year while the school's still in session. I know that my daughter has not had outdoor play every single time. And part of that is due to the extreme heat and there not being enough shaded areas outdoors for our students. Here's one of the examples at the many parks that we have planted. Barwick Park, everybody's very familiar with this. You can see the picture of those exact slash pines when they were first planted, and now they are 20 plus feet tall. Again, I used to take my daughter there when it was barren, there was that dinosaur slide, and nobody was ever there. And now this is arguably the best gem of a park in all the city. I don't have to explain that to you guys. You guys just installed a library storybook walk there. Part of the reason why that happened is because those trails are shaded with the trees that got planted. So here's just another picture, an example of that, really showing that impact, because even if the tree started small, they will grow, and they are critical green infrastructure to now it's the point that people can't even tell that this was a recent tree planting site. Another great example, like we touched on with the first picture, is the community grove. This is what we call an urban orchard. This is right across from Catherine Strunk's Splash Park, and as you see from the top picture, it was an illegal dump site. You can see this right off of 95. You can even see the sound wall that was not painted prior to all this, and now it's home to dozens of fruit trees. So it's completely revitalized the space. One of the coolest things I like is if you go on Google Street Maps, you can literally stand at the corner, click one way, it shows you the old version, you click the other way, and it shows you completely transformed. And that is changing that neighborhood. We've heard it from residents there all the time. And again, providing fresh fruit, access to food, and reducing food insecurities. Our youth tree team meets there on a regular basis. Our youth tree team is paid high school interns that work with us out in the field, caring for trees, learning about environmental stewardship, and most of them live in the northwest, southwest neighborhoods, attend Atlantic High School, and this is where they meet up when they're coming to work. It was also named, by the way, the Urban Forestry Program of the Year in 2023 by the Florida Urban Forestry Council. Just another picture of the grove. And then as we've highlighted, we've switched towards a large focus on residential property because, like Mark mentioned, there's far more private property than there is public property. And we got pardon the pun, but a lot of low-hanging fruit with those tree plantings in the first couple years of planting every single school, all these parks. The number of presentations that we listened to and highlighted places that we've planted is insane. The winner of that historic homes contest has trees planted from one of our distribution events. Sandaway, which got mentioned earlier, has home to dozens of our trees on top of all these other places. And this really has become a focus so that there's less of a burden on landscaping staff. Our crews do maintain every tree that we plant on public property for an entire year. There's a year warranty with that. We are watering, we are mulching to ensure that those trees get established and it's not just a waste. So if that tree dies 11 months in, we still come back and replace it at no extra cost. That is part of that whole process that we've been doing. After that year, it is city property, and we understand that there's also landscaping costs that might go into that, and that's part of why we've transitioned into focusing more on the residential side as well, in addition to those reasons that there being more residential property. But this reduced that cost. It also allows us to get more trees into the ground for that same budget. So like Mark mentioned, we had been doing 2,000 trees each year. In 24-25, we did about 1,600 primarily through deliveries, and then just this past fiscal year, we completed 455 trees. And again, that was only done because of the lack of budget. There is an immense demand. I constantly get applications for the delivery programs, even though it is now saying that it is a wait list for this. And we are seeing this across the board in neighboring cities that we work with. Delray Beach is not the only one. And we are also bringing outside funds for a lot of this as well, in addition to just those 2,000 trees per year.
This is our last slide here. And just one piece about that, because I know it's been mentioned before, is we also received funding from the USDA, the Florida Forest Service, and we did long-term maintenance on all the trees we planted in Delray Beach. It was actually Matt Shipley, as a certified arborist, did that about a year ago. We assessed all the trees that were planted. We had higher than 80% survival rate of all the trees that were planted in the past 10 years. A lot of the projects that Chris recently assessed was a higher than 90% survival rate. So I mean, I know that's a question that you would have, but we take a lot of pride in keeping these places, keeping the trees healthy. We're invested a lot. So, I mean, obviously we've had trees that don't make it, but that's what happens when you're planting a lot of trees, and they're living things, and, could be this species didn't work in that section, or we've learned over the 10 years of how this is. But we do, pride ourselves on that success rate that we've had. And that's really why we're here today, is just we wanted to make everyone aware that, this is where we're at in the program. We work closely with Chris, we, work closely with the city manager, and, there are some possible solutions of how to continue it, because really what the problem is that the tree fund isn't getting, payments aren't going into the tree fund. And so, like in some other cities, it's funded by the general fund. I know that's a challenge in how to do that, but that is something that would keep it more consistent, because we know we're going to continue to have requests and have demands from residents for trees, whether it's a public planting along Lindell or along Lowson that we're already getting, or if it's a residential program that they heard about their neighbors getting at, or an HOA. And then another thing that other cities do is reduce the size of the tree that's delivered. So instead of delivering a 15-gallon tree, we can, make it a little bit more economical and deliver a 7-gallon tree, we just recently did with the fruit trees. And that kind of concludes our update of where we're at, and hopefully that we can think of solutions on how to continue the program.
question.
Okay, you finished your, yes, okay. Yes, Commissioner Burns.
No, I have a silly question. So there are trees planted along Lake Otter Road in the, I think it's a retention pond by S.D. Spady. What was the rationale behind planting trees in the retention pond?
Well, that was one of our earlier projects that was funded by TD Bank, and that is done. I mean, it's a debatable way of planting trees. It's done in some places, it's not done in others. So being a dry retention area, we did plant a certain amount at the bottom, which are really thriving, the cypress trees and the red maples that are there. And then a couple of them are up on top of the berm, and we weren't planting on the slope. That's what we were advised by engineering, to not destabilize the slope in any way. So the purpose is really, I mean, it does filter stormwater. It beautifies the area. And, you know, like I said, there's some people that are for it and some people that are against it, because they could say it takes away the volume of how much that the retention area can you know, absorb. And then the people that are for it say it absorbs more water because of what the roots do, and that it, you know, kind of intercepts some of the rain. So it is a common practice in some places, and I think it's really beautified those two areas for sure. But I mean, obviously I'm biased.
I just see it. I live on Lake Otter, and I see it every time I pass. And every time I pass, I stop and look. So something about it bothers me. I don't know.
Bothers you? Oh, really? Okay. Yeah.
Something.
Well, like, I don't know.
Because I don't look at everything that way, but every time I see those trees, I go, and I.
Well, the trees that are planted at the bottom are usually like water-loving trees. So a lot of times people are like, why would you plant trees in there? But something like a cypress and a red maple, it likes to be down there.
Okay.
So
All
if
right.
it's not too dry and too high, like we've experienced in some other places where it didn't work. So.
Well, thank you for answering my
Mhm.
question. Thank you.
Commissioner Malika, wish to you.
First of all, thank you for everything you've done for our city. Thank you very much. I personally have several of the trees that you've either delivered or I've picked up. One of the things I noticed on your slides is when you were talking about the percentage of shade, like the wealthier the community is, the more shade it had. And I don't know if it's because of that, but that's kind of interesting.
I mean, that's a nationwide trend
Is it?
where it correlates with race and income with tree canopy. And I mean, there's a lot of reasons for that, or redlining, or, you know, disinvestment, or all of these different things. But you can see that on that slide. And, you know, it's the same thing if you start taking it, that's just the South Florida percentage. But if you're looking at, you know, DC has a 35% canopy. Atlanta has a 40% canopy. Savannah, obviously. Tampa Bay is somewhere in 30 plus canopy. I mean, it's something we need to continue to protect and invest in, and it's, you know, a green infrastructure of our city.
So we were at 23, our goal was 29, and we've made it to 25, correct?
Yes.
Percent.
For what the latest state data is, yeah.
Last
More
question,
or
just
less.
what are the other cities, like what's Boca doing, what's the county doing?
Yeah, so for example, what Boca is doing now is about triple the size of our program, of Delray's program, and it is a portion of delivering trees, a tree giveaway, and then a tree planting at a park every year, and also neighborhood planting. So they're doing 2 neighborhood plantings where we plant trees in the swales, and then the neighbors get a certain amount of trees as well, and that's how they're doing it. With the county, what we're doing is we have a big project where we're planting 1,500 trees at all the county parks. So our biggest project is at Dyer Park. We're planting 1,000 trees there. That's our biggest partner right now is the county Parks and Rec, and planting places like John Prince Park, Santa Lucia's, Haverhill, you know, Lake Lytle, and so yeah, the county is focusing on increasing the canopy in the park system. So.
But you've done all our parks, and you've done all our schools, so now we need to deal with the private land, correct?
That's what the initial tree canopy assessment said, and that really is. I mean, there are still projects in Delray, I think, like I said, like that will come about that are on public property that we can do this. We didn't mention the Lakeview Golf Course. We also planted 150 plus trees there that are all thriving and surviving, and that was requested by the area, and then also the golf course that we did that. So I think that there are always going to be opportunities to plant trees on public property. It's not going to be like low-hanging fruit like at the beginning where we were able to just plant the parks and we could plant the schools. But the residential area is what we need to focus on, and the demand is so high. We are, through the amount of trees that we're budgeted for at this point, that's what could always, it could continue, and hopefully it does.
So just a question. So the only source of revenue that you have is the city, or
in this? I mean, it's this Delray revenue for us is probably like less than 5% of our total budget.
Okay.
But to do city programming, yes, it's usually funded by the city.
Dependent on the city. That's what I thought. Okay.
So, but at the beginning, Enterprise Rent-A-Car funded a project at Village Academy. Kane Anderson, TD Bank, they did a lot of this funding.
Did they get like naming rights for that? Was there a...
Not so much. They'll have like a whole nationwide campaign, like something like TD Bank or Enterprise, and then we'll go for those grants.
I asked because I was the CMO at Office Depot for 5 years, and we used to do stuff like that.
Right.
As long as we got naming rights.
Yeah.
For stadiums, for plant programs like this.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Yes, Commissioner Casal.
I would say thank you for the presentation and all the planting. It's nice to see that chart. I think, so we have things that we need to do to go forward. We need to look at our budget. I need a better understanding of the tree fund. Why, I think at one point we started using the money for maintenance versus just planting, and that's where we lost some funds. Is that correct?
In essence, yes. So I recently offered an update regarding the tree trust fund balance being about $66,000, thus the offset in the budget adjustment process we talked about earlier. And quite frankly, a principal purpose of this presentation is to bring the City Commission up to speed in terms of the scope of work having been accomplished to date, as well as to ascertain expectations for continuous, et cetera. But of course, the contractual relationship with Community Greening, as we clarified several times this evening, will be coming to a close in a month. So in the event of any interest in this regard, we would be obligated to proceed with a formal selection process regarding opportunities for partnership or engagement before we can get to that place. So while I'm not particularly concerned about a specific allocation at this particular point in time, because of course the due diligence process that will be required, that will be a forthcoming consideration.
And I would just add one thing to this. Your solutions, you talk about reducing the size of the trees to enable a greater quantity of trees. I think what we've talked about here is that we would be willing to forego the number of trees for larger trees and more mature trees. I think we transitioned in conversation, and I say we, but because I can't even remember with whom I was sitting here when that conversation started, so forgive me. But I think going forward, the city would be better served. There's trees, and Jess Sowards called them chandelier trees over by the Hampton Inn on 5th. If you look at the side street, these beautiful trees, and they have a large canopy for their size, but yet they allow for full visibility around the corner because the canopy starts closer to the top, and they're stunning. I think if we're going to be planting, I think we got to get away from planting palm trees and look at big shade trees that will help us get to where we're going. And for you, Mr. Moore, when we're having this conversation, whatever way we are looking to go with respect to trees, I think if we're putting money into it, I would like to see bigger trees. Bigger shade trees. That's but I thank you for your hard work in our city, and I know you've gotten a lot of money that we didn't provide to come into this city to plant, and you've been a good partner, and I've appreciated our time with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that I like the idea of larger trees, and I like the idea of shade trees. I just think that they go along. They're I know you've heard the things. You've heard me say they're twigs, and I know they're not twigs, but they when you're driving by, they look like twigs. So I want to be, I'd like to see if we can figure out a way to get larger trees.
Give them
Yeah,
more
I think-
money.
And I know that's a function of dollars.
Yeah, I think it's a function of dollars, and I've thought about this a lot. I think the other thing is that once the tree is bigger, because we've planted a lot of trees that are now, you would call them big, but you don't notice those because they're just part of the landscape.
No, he's thinking redwoods.
Yeah, I would say.
I'm just saying that
yeah.
there's a lot of trees that we have planted like that are now providing that shade, but it just doesn't catch your eye of like something that
You just
community
showed
greening did,
Barwick
'cause it's-
Park, which
Yeah,
you
I-
made beautiful.
Yeah.
Right?
Look, I was there
That's-
for the opening of Barwick Park for the
Right. But I
story
mean, that's
trail, which
why
is, think,
I would be happy
which
to
is
take
a great job. It was a great
any
job.
of you
and
guys
you
on a
deserve a lot
tour
of
because
credit for what
it's
you did
I think
there.
it would be enjoyable for all of you to see what the city's done too, because those trees are bigger. I mean, they've been in the ground for 10 years. I think what you're noticing is that small percentage of trees that might have been in the wrong place or might not have grown over this amount of time, but the ones that have grown and that are shading, it's almost surprising to me to be like, oh yeah, I remember Mitch Katz planted that tree in 2000 and whatever 17 in Eagle Park, and now it's huge. Or you see trees that all the kids have planted, and now. So I think that's the criticism. Obviously,
I'm not.
But I'm just saying, like there are a lot of
I actually
bigger-
don't mean it as criticism.
Yeah,
I think you
exactly.
guys
I
have
just
done a
want to
great
think
job,
that.
so
I don't mean it as criticism either. I'm just saying, like there are a lot of trees that are now grown, but we just don't. You don't see them because now you just imagine them that they were always there. It's part
Well,
of it.
thank you very much for the
If
presentation.
I could just add something real quick to that. We do not plant palm trees as well. We only specialize in Florida native shade trees with the exception of our urban orchards, which are Florida-friendly trees. So the whole issue of palm trees, we are not for palm trees, not even a tree. We can have
Right,
that
I'm thinking
conversation
more
at a
in the
different time.
city.
The other element of planting smaller trees is there is science behind the establishment. Like I talked about in that year that we are taking care of those trees that we help plant on city property. The establishment period is key. If they do not establish properly, you will never have a big tree. And the larger tree that you plant, the harder it is to establish and the more shot that it takes.
Makes sense.
On top of that, we plant about the largest size tree that you can plant using just human power, and especially with volunteers that you've seen at some of the schools that we've planted at.
Yeah.
You cannot go larger and not use heavy machinery, which then you're talking about a different level of budget and different level of people who can plant those, not to mention when this is on your own property, and we're talking about, and this is also why we've gotten into the delivery system, is not everyone can make it to a tree giveaway that's on a Saturday morning at the Green Market. We are making it more accessible for them, and if we increase those trees even larger, they won't physically be able to plant that, and then there's an added cost that they now have to hire somebody to be able to do that. So part of that whole concept on tree size goes along with the right tree, right place concept and ensuring that we can hit those numbers on survivability in those 85%, because in many places they are far lower.
I acknowledge that. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, in that regard, given some of the feedback having been offered, we can evaluate the prospect of a formal selection process regarding future opportunities. And
I think before you begin that process, I think you need to give us some tree fund history documentation. I'd like to see maybe the last 3 years of the tree fund, what's coming, what's going, and how it's being allocated. And then I think we can come back and talk about what our next steps are once we understand. And also what is the potential for future funding into the tree fund? Because if there is none, then we are going to have to talk about if we want this program to continue, then it's going to have to come from the general fund.
So what
Can
I like
we do
to-
this in phases?
Sure. What I'd like to do is come back in the next couple city commission meetings to give a brief overview in terms of what that looks like. I think for
And if you could send us a printout of that, like an Excel or something, so I can see the numbers on paper before that meeting, I would appreciate that.
Sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Ms. Barletto, if you would, please. Final item.
Thank you.
Good evening again, Mayor and Commissioners. No worries, this is only 50 slides. Kidding. It's
Thank you.
just a few slides. So at the So just a little bit of history about why we're here this evening. The issue of providing a free summer parking program for the downtown area has come up several times in conversation. The parking and curbside management plan is what governs the parking program in the city. It was formally adopted by the commission in August of 2025. In April of 2026, the city commission approved the permanent downtown employee parking permit program. That was a mouthful. On May 8th, during the goal setting session, the commission talked about providing the potential for a free summer parking program and gave consensus that you would like to see us bring back what the cost of a program like that would be. And then on May 11th at the Downtown Development Authority meeting, the Downtown Development Authority Board discussed the project and agreed that they thought it was a great idea. And they clarified the request that it would just include surface lots and parking garages. So I am going to provide you with some of those numbers. Now, the first thing that we're going to look at from this program is the projected loss of revenues. And I want to temper your expectations with this data, as I've brought all the parking programs to you in the last few months. I know that you're anxious to tweak and to make changes and to do other things, but I do not have a full year of data yet under the new parking program. So this projected revenue loss is just for June, July, and August, is based on prior year and looking at the attendance in prior years before the new parking program was established, because in June, July, and August of last year, the surface lots were all actually free and time limited. So we didn't start the new parking program until October. But in looking at what those occupancy rates were for those 3 months of the last year, we would be looking at a total reduction in revenue to the city of around $669,690. It's just projections, mind you. Additional costs that would be incurred by changing the program would be, we would have to create new signage and install it in those areas. There would be limited staff time involved in reprogramming meters and redoing the website and that kind of thing. That cost for the signage and labor is right around $5,153. As you all know, we have a parking app that tells people where parking places are available throughout the city. In order to keep that parking app accurate, we will still have to pay Park Mobile the 35-cent transaction fee for each activation of the parking space. So when somebody pulls in, when somebody pulls out, even though we're not charging the person in that car, the city will still need to pay that 35-cent activation fee. So the parking fees will be removed from the meters, but the total fee across the 3 months of the summer, June, July, and August, and I know, there's potential. I was kind of blind gathering data for this because I wasn't sure how many months you wanted to do. I wasn't sure of a few things. So this would be for for the 3 months total about $37,568. That's assuming only one turnover per parking space each day. If indeed there are 2 turnovers per day, then that number is the $37,000 figure is gonna go up, depending on how many there are. So looking at it from the best information that we can bring forward without any solid data set, the total estimated budgetary impact for doing a summer parking program, letting the surface lots and the garages be free, and this is all day, not just from 4 p.m. on. We'll go back to charging. Part of the problem for us with not doing it all or nothing, that partial time does increase the amount of revenue possible, but it also increases the amount of confusion to people parking in the downtown area, where one of the big complaints that we get on a regular basis is that there are too many rules, there are too many different confusing parking areas, and so there would be additional signage and that sort of thing. So we just went with the full, free in the surface lots and free in the garages. So really, that is all the information that I have brought forward. I do have some data that would reflect our current parking program. That would be the half day situation, but it is not from summer months. It's from October, November, December, and October really can't count because that was a trial period. So, but for November, December, January, which is season. So those numbers don't really reflect what the parking program could bring in during this summer. But I'm happy to share them with you if you're interested in that.
Yes, finished? Yes?
I am so finished.
Thank you very much. Boca's not reducing theirs. Boynton's not reducing theirs. Not one community in Palm Beach County is doing this. But again, everyone's pushing, we want free parking. I'm not prepared to give $700,000 away. I'm just saying, I mean, we're sitting here with budgetary questions and you're saying, nobody else is doing it. And it's great for us to do it. We love doing it. DDA wants free parking. Everyone wants free parking. I want free parking. The reality is, we have to monetize our assets. That's just my opinion. We have an asset. We should monetize it. Because otherwise we're asking the taxpayers, well, we're going to charge you more, but because we want to, I'm sorry. We have to be monetizing it just like everybody else. That's my opinion.
I know that you can't compare the season half day, but I think that the 718,000 or whatever, this slide is off, that speaks for the full day, doesn't speak to the summer program option, right? So, like, if you look at your season numbers and you do the half day, is it like 1/2 or is it 3/4?
It's not
too difficult to say?
Yes.
Okay.
It's too difficult to say because there's more people downtown in the evening.
I understand. Yeah. So the summer months that you estimated, how are you estimating that since we don't have the data, or do we? Do we have the data from last summer?
We have the parking numbers data. We have the occupancy rate. So we went through a mathematical exercise to apply the current rates to that.
Okay, got it. I just wanted to reiterate some of what the options could be if we decided to go with that. And I think that 700,000 number doesn't reflect the savings or doesn't reflect the full cost. But I do think that...
Right, it doesn't. It's going to cost us more.
No, I don't think so. No, because if you charge at night, you're still recouping some of that 718 because we didn't consider that in the formulation.
When you said all day, what do you mean all day?
Well, can you
I mean
pop this
that-
next slide
that-
on? I don't know how to do that.
Till 4.
It would be the entire parking period, from morning until we're not charging
Essentially no
anymore.
parking. I mean,
Yes.
free I mean,
Right, that's
It's
not the
it's
proposal.
essentially
It's not the
free.
proposal. So if you'll look at that, there's just a rough sort of what the DDA recommended, what the chamber recommended, what the businesses are begging for, because already they're emptying out. And it isn't the full day. They're asking for the surface and city garages to be free just during the day until 4 p.m., kind of like they used to be, right? Didn't it? Parking used to start charging at 4? They
In the garages.
In the garages, exactly.
And then after 4, they charged a flat rate of $5.
Got
So
it.
that's not comparable to the current rate system, which is $1.50 an hour.
Yeah, I'm totally fine with the current rate system after 4, right? I mean, I'm just trying to help businesses out. I personally have a parking pass, so, and then maybe designate one free day, like a Sunday fun day or a Monday fun day, to make people come into town and eat and park.
But do you have to change all of the electronic things?
I think it's a flick of the switch, isn't it? How do you do that?
It's a programming thing. For the meters, we actually have to work with the company called T2 that we buy the meters from.
Uh-huh.
They're located in Canada. It is more than just a flick of a switch, but it's still not that complicated.
Okay. The complication would be communication to the customer, right?
Yes,
Right.
absolutely. That is the bigger deal. I mean, if it was going to go to just one day a week, we can, throw some signs up that say free on Sunday or free on Monday, however you want to do that, and we can just bag the meters those days.
Okay, I think that's a great idea if we could choose one free day. And then at the very least, maybe just the parking garages, if we can't do the surface lot, if that's too difficult, to have free during the day so people come and shop into the shops. I just think they pay too much rent, and it's not anywhere else. I can go to Target and park free. I can go to the mall and park free. But if I'm going to shop downtown, well, I don't count because I can walk. But if people are going to shop downtown, they want to be able to, they don't want the inconvenience of paying for parking. We need to do anything we can for our businesses, in my opinion.
Well, I just want to say
Not
one thing.
718,000.
Your target shopper is typically not our downtown shopper.
Hey, I do both.
I know.
I swing both ways.
I go to Target, so I'm telling you this. I mean, or Marshalls. Okay, that's fine. Commissioner Casal,
Give me a second to think about the math in my head.
then
So you're
Commissioner Markert.
Yeah, what would be if we were going to do the one day option? Because we just got done with the budget meeting. We know we have budget problems right now. I mean, of that that seems clear. But that aside, if we were going to do one day, what's the ideal day?
It really is your choice. I think that
Well, the goal would be to drive traffic. So
I think I would actually probably defer to the merchants which
Right,
day
the
of the week is the most beneficial to them. If we're going to not charge parking one day of the week, then
Could Laura Simon speak to that? Or do you guys mind?
Work on a Saturday.
That's okay. Yeah, I would. Is that okay, boss?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, you know my views, so
Yeah.
Just give us the garages.
would you not?
No, I appreciate all the consideration. And I think as a day, I would say anywhere from Tuesday or Wednesday. Weekdays are time to get people down there. Right now, some of the closures are Monday and Tuesday. We're seeing some closures for Monday and Tuesday opening back up on Wednesdays. But I would say Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday are critical days to get people into and any incentive downtown would be great. Sunday was traditionally a free day, and that was very helpful, and we did see impact on that day. But this isn't really also just around our merchants. I just want to be clear on that. So our residents, 600 people responded to a survey, your residents, and said, you're not coming down here anymore. 65 to 68% of them said we're not coming down because this is an inconvenience. We were coming down for lunch. We were coming down to shop, and we're choosing to go other places. So it's not just the business, it's our residents that are impacted. So this would be a benefit for them as well as an incentive and to help make Delray Beach a destination, not Boca, not Boynton. We want Delray Beach to be the destination during the summer.
And the residents make the businesses survive, but also people in West Delray too, which aren't necessarily our residents. We need them here.
But they have Delray on their address.
How many polls have you seen where the people say, "Oh yes, please, I want to pay for parking"? Anytime you ask someone, "Can I have free parking?" I can give you their answer. Residents, non-residents.
Sure.
I mean,
that's why it was free.
Everybody
We
wants
actually
free
created parking for our
I'm just saying. So I'm not surprised that was your answer, because what are they going to say? Oh no, please charge me.
Their answer or my answer? Their answer. The residents.
Yeah, their answer.
Yes.
They're going to question. I'm surprised it wasn't even higher. I'm just saying. They did the same. This is the Boca story 7 years ago. Same story.
Boca does have free parking.
Huh?
They have free parking
In their
garages,
yes.
right?
In their garages,
Exactly. So they don't have
They
to
do.
change it.
And
That's at
certain-
Meisner.
certain garages. In Meisner they do.
Meisner. It's a private lifestyle center.
Yeah.
We have a downtown.
Because Meisner is
different.
in trouble there, kind of.
Yeah, it's different.
So they're really desperate. Anybody? Commissioner Burns?
I would just say that I would be in support of a free day with the makeshift sign so that you don't have to change everything. And like you said, we're looking for budgetary concerns right now, but I would be in support of a free day that we could put up a sign, temporary sign that we don't have to change all the electronic jigamajoos, whatever.
Have you consolidated your thoughts now?
Yeah, no, I was just trying to remember, and I was thinking I could find it in my notebook, but I can't. Our reserves are pretty solid right now at this present moment, because we're talking about the current fiscal year. Summer is the current fiscal year, and then you end, the fiscal year ends at the end of September. So by then, your summer's over, and hopefully you're moving into your busy season. If you're talking about doing this one day through the summer, 1 day a week through the summer, and we have that extra reserves, the consideration of the loss of revenue should not impact our budget.
On the surface, that's correct. Nevertheless, when we have our scenario discussion 3 weeks from now, all points will be taken under consideration.
Right, but those scenarios are for the next fiscal year. I'm just talking
For
about
the
in
next
the current
fiscal year, that's
if
correct.
we make this determination, we're not impacting our current budget because our reserves, we have some padding in our reserves. No, we.
Well, yeah, but I mean.
No,
that
I'm
means
just
that-
saying, Mayor, if you wanted to do it, and I do think I've been walking my puppy downtown every day to acclimate him to people and sounds. He's so cute. He's so cute. He loves ice cream. I'm talking to a lot of people, and it's very slow. Like the restaurants are crazy slow. There's seats in every restaurant open. The stores are quiet. It's a fact. So I do think because we won't experience a budgetary impact because of the reserves. I'm not as concerned. I think if we're going to do this, and I think we should try it, the time would be now. Summer benefits the downtown, and it doesn't hurt us because we're still in our current fiscal year.
So do we have consensus to do 1 day?
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
That's
Okay.
all I get.
Well, I'm a yes on the 1 day, so.
I'll take that. I'll do a yes on that.
Take the win.
But we
I'm
really
not-
do got to
that's
pick the day carefully.
Yeah,
I
pick
mean,
Now we have to
let's
pick
pick
the
the
day.
right day so
I
that we
think it
maximize.
sounds from what
Wednesday.
Laura testified to, it sounds as if probably Wednesday is going to be our best day.
Yeah.
On the day that the restaurants that and businesses that are closing on Mondays and Tuesdays on the day that they reopen,
don't wanna have-
to encourage people to come on downtown because parking is free.
Now, can we have a motion to make Wednesday a free day during the month,
The
July?
dates. What are the dates you wanted?
June, July,
I'm sorry?
and August.
June, July,
June,
starting
July, and
June
August.
1st,
July,
ending
See how it
August
works. Yep.
31st.
Yes.
I need a motion.
Motion.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
If we're only going to do one free day of parking, is it going to be limited to surface lots and garages, or are we going to include on-street parking also?
I would just, I would,
Surface
not,
lot
the-
and
not the,
garages.
people who are on street parking always pay. I mean, they just know.
Okay.
They pay for it because the real convenience to be in front of the restaurant.
Right.
So
Okay.
that,
I agree. Pay.
so it would be yes, the surface lots and the garages. Wednesday, can I have a
How will
motion?
people
So-
know that's happening?
Huh?
I mean, how will people know?
It's gonna be hard.
It's gonna be hard.
It's gonna be hard.
That's the whole point, but we're
Well,
gonna,
it doesn't, we don't reap the benefits. I
We
mean,
can-
they don't reap the benefits of the
if
sacrifice.
it doesn't work, we can change it.
I think we're gonna have to advertise
no,
it.
I think we can get,
I
I think we can
think
get the
that-
word out. It won't be perfect.
It never is. But we can put signage out that says free parking Wednesdays. There's lots of things that we can do. The signage itself is not that expensive. And we'll figure ways to get it out.
So I got a motion. Do I have a second?
He was trying to make a, he didn't get
I don't think you made it.
That
You
was
already
very
got your
close.
whole.
He was very
It
close.
was very close. So a motion to approve free Wednesday parking June, July, and August of this calendar year for all parking garages and surface lots.
City owned.
City owned.
City owned, right, yeah. Oh, yeah, the private lots too.
They would
That's
love
right.
you. Sorry.
Margaret's gonna make up the private lot revenue
Gotta be
himself.
clear.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, fine, that's adopted.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Missy.
I'll go downtown on Wednesdays now, that's all.
There you go.
Actually, I would walk. Okay.
Yeah, I do too.
We have no first readings, no second readings, so public's inquiries, but city manager, public comments and inquiries on non-agenda items?
I yield at this time. Thank you.
Okay, city attorney?
I have three very quick things. First, I'm requesting a shade meeting in the case of Keith Tommy versus City of Delray Beach, which is 50-2024, CA 005926, pursuant to Florida Statute 286.011. I'm requesting a shade meeting to last 30 minutes to discuss litigation strategy. This matter is now scheduled for trial June 23rd. In attendance would be Mayor Carney, Vice Mayor Burns, Deputy Vice Mayor Markert, Commissioner Casal, Commissioner Malika, Mr. Moore, myself, and our outside counsel, Tanya Haddad, and a certified court reporter. In speaking with our outside counsel, she asked that we would schedule on June 9th at 3 o'clock, which is 30 minutes before our workshop. It will not go that long. I just need an opportunity to speak to the commission. I think I've discussed it with each of you individually, but if I could just get a motion to schedule that.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
I also discussed with each of you the Highland Park Townhomes, which is located at 395 Northeast 6th Avenue. It was a development that was approved in 2022, a 30-unit townhouse development. They did record a plat. According to our LDRs, there is an expiration on that. Staff is currently working on an ordinance that will be coming before the Planning and Zoning Board next month. Thereafter, it'll come before the City Commission. That will be very specific to platted townhomes with the development approval. It'll allow for an extension of those development approvals. And so in light of this development will also provide some on-street parking in the area that's located near Subculture. So there is a great benefit to the city in allowing this to move forward. And Mr. Mayo. And so I'm asking for permission and your consensus, understanding that this ordinance is coming before you. I don't think it's going to be controversial. If this developer could just submit his application for permit review pending the outcome of that ordinance.
Need a motion?
Motion. So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
And the last one is I've discussed, our outside counsel, Sanaz Alampour, and I discussed with each of you the Highland Beach matter. I'm requesting permission to She did reach out to the attorney for Highland Beach. We haven't heard back from him. I think she's going to receive a call maybe next week. I'm requesting permission in order to preserve our rights to be able to file a complaint in court for breach of contract. We would not serve the complaint on the other party. It's just to preserve our rights. At that point, we'll be able to have a shade meeting, get direction from the city commission, and then move forward at that point with hopefully a resolution and not having to go to court. So I just need that request.
So moved. Thank you for doing that.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. Okay.
And the last thing, Mayor, I owe you an apology. I did not mean to get upset about the bond issue. However, and I'm sure you could all sense this, I was just very frustrated with this agenda. I felt like a lot of the material that you needed was not provided to you ahead of time. And I felt like when the bond issue came up, it's just something that we've discussed. I promised you all that I was going to assign an intern to review this because I do think that is a source of a lot of confusion, and I want to just get clarity for this commission so that going forward we don't have these issues. So I apologize if I got animated, but I do feel that we do need to have that clarity, and when things come up because you don't have all the information and then your colleagues don't have information, I don't think it's fair. So I apologize. I know we're going to do better on these agendas. I do feel that, but I do apologize, Mayor.
Okay.
And I will provide you that clarity, and I will get an opinion from our bond counsel.
Okay. Commissioner comments. Commissioner Malachi.
Well, the only comment I have is that when we were talking about activating the park, I've had a lot of people that do a lot of walking of their dogs down there that wish there was not a full-blown dog park, but like a fenced area where their dogs could run.
I'm sorry,
I
you're
don't-
talking veterans?
I'm talking veterans,
Thank
yeah.
you for clarifying.
Pardon me?
No, I didn't know which, when you
Oh,
said.
I'm sorry, yeah,
no,
yeah.
No, it's fine.
Veterans Park. So
Thank you.
I don't know what that would entail legally and would love to look into it.
We would have to instruct Parks and Rec. I love the idea.
You
It's a great
do?
amenity. Yeah, I love the idea. People who have dogs all the time.
They're walking all over the place. with
Dogs and
dogs.
croquet.
It's perfect, right?
Perfect
They can chase the
combination.
balls.
Look, we want to be.
What's that smell?
It's a community. I'm into community gathering places, and it's a community gathering kind of activity. You have to figure out how you're going to fence it off.
That's
You know, I don't when I'm running
smarter minds than
wild
mine.
on Atlantic Avenue. But, you
No, I know, obviously.
Throw the ball in the water.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Yeah, go fetch.
Holy moly.
So there's consensus? Is
Do
there
we have consensus?
Sure.
We'll bring it back
Great.
for
We
discussion.
got 3.
Come on, you can let your dog off the leash. Oh, you're
Oh,
scared
my
now.
baby.
You're
Oh, no,
scared
no.
now.
No, she's
Yeah.
good.
I carry him when we
Right.
walk.
Oh.
No, I'm kidding. He's perfect.
Thank you.
Look, we want to have community.
That's all I have.
do-
Thank
do
you.
we want community
That's
gathering
good,
places?
Judy.
You dog people. I'm not a dog person, but I know dog people. They that's what they like.
Dogs like to be off leash.
So you have consensus. So anything else?
No, thank you.
Take the win. Good.
Chief Hunter's giving me the evil eye, so no further comment. I see you back there.
Commissioner Burns.
Yes, speaking of Chief Hunter, I wanted to thank him. He and I we went to a ribbon cutting at the Delray Medical and Dental Office. They added a division to their medical center out there. It's a great facility. It's a one-stop shop for anything medical and cosmetic that you want to go to. So we went to the ribbon cutting and we met Eric Estrada there and
Oh, Eric
Chips.
Estrada.
Yeah, Estrada.
Yeah, Chips.
From Chips.
He looks
Right.
the same. Yeah, exactly the same.
Wow.
Really? Yeah, and he looks good. Yes. And then we went back.
That's Chief Hunter's idol.
Yeah. Well, hey, he got a picture. He got a picture with him. Yes, he was. And
Oh my God.
and he's helping out. He's supporting that medical center out there. So he's around.
Yeah.
And we also went back on yesterday to talk to the seniors and just give them an update on what's the great things that are going on in the city and answer some questions for them. So thank you, Chief Hanna, for accompanying me out there. And I also wanted to get a consensus, in keeping with our conversation and concern for improving educational outcomes in our schools here in the city. I wanted to request a consensus to invite representatives from the Junior Achievement of South Florida to give
presentation to the commission. I believe that this is an appropriate way that we can stay in sync with city support while making an impact on our students in our community. They already have an established memorandum of understanding with the school district of Palm Beach County, vetted out throughout the years. Their program focuses on workforce readiness, financial literacy, entrepreneurship, and life skills that can directly benefit our students. So as we're continuing educational initiatives and supporting education for our kids, I would like to have them to come and give a presentation to the commission. Just show their program.
I would love that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
And other than I had Hassan on here for those PFAS settlements, but we already did that, so I'm done.
Thank you. Commissioner Casal?
Thanks. I was going to say again about the PFAS because it's exceptional. Lynn, you got a seat at the head of that table early on, and that was so instrumental for us to get all that money. And Mr. Hajimiri, always appreciate you. Thank you, Mr. Moore, also. I want to talk about, so when we had an item on our agenda, 6J, HVAC, it's like over $1 million. At one point when Mr. Edwards was here, in the sustainability department, we had talked about engaging in a program that was free to us where the company would tell us how to save money across the board in the city and also reduce our emissions. Are we still doing that in his absence? Because when we're making all these purchases, I'm not sure, if we're doing that based on that protocol or if we have not done anything more with that program, but we were pretty excited to engage in that, and it was supposed to be a cost savings over a long period of time and a reduction in our emissions over a long period of time, and I have no idea where we're at.
So the high ticket item in that particular agenda item is for a new chiller system at the
pool,
at the golf course clubhouse that will replace a number of what they call split units that have air handlers and chilling
I'm not
units.
concerned about the cost of the item. I was just wondering if we're in that program.
Yeah, it will significantly lower the power usage at that building.
Okay.
And we do get rebates for low energy cost through FPL. So that program was run through FPL. They don't.
This is
as far
different,
as
though,
I know.
I think, Missy. This was through the sustainability office, and it was a. Sorry, say that.
It's the PACE program.
PACE program.
Correct. Are we doing the PACE program? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but that was not. I wasn't questioning that purchase or any of that. I was questioning if we continued on with that because we approved that program some time ago, and it was to benefit us in multiple ways with no cost.
So direction is imminent to re-engage the program. It
What are
had
you
been
talking
dormant
about?
for a little while.
No offense.
So
I'm sorry.
The program is in place. There were issues that we were trying to. This is from when Mr. Edwards was here. We needed the county's assistance. It was like some type of an enforcement issue. I am happy to pull up all the emails and brief you on it, but there was an issue with the
So
program.
we're not in the program currently. Okay. Could you just do me a favor, just forward the emails so we can look at them and see if there's a justification to try and do the program or continue on if it's just a small hurdle, or maybe it doesn't make sense.
Sure.
But when we're buying this,
I'll send it to everybody so
thank
you're
you.
all on the same page.
We talked about that, recognizing different churches. I did one, you did one. Can we recognize Temple Sinai next time? Because they do a ton of work in the community, and then you can jump on and get the next one.
I didn't get the.
You got the last one, I think. It's coming up at the next meeting, right? Yeah.
Coming up soon.
Right. And after however many, if we're spacing it out, after that, can we, thank you. Can I get a consensus on that?
I didn't hear who you meant.
Temple Sinai?
Oh, of
Reverend
course.
Moss.
Yeah.
Rabbi Moss.
Correct. Okay, this is something that I was hoping we could discuss. The DDA contract has this 10% profit sharing. We have, from the original amount of money we were giving them, we've reduced down over time. We're giving them less money than the CRA was giving the prior organization. They're running it 50 times better. And there's there's ongoing friction. Mayor, I don't want to debate this, but we've had an audit with them. They've been audited by our auditor. The accusations were, family members were getting benefits and commingling of funds. There's a state audit going on, and I know you called the state auditor to try and talk to her about the audit, which to me is
I called
odd.
the state auditor?
Yes, the state auditor said that.
I called her?
Correct. The state auditor.
I got a message to call.
From the state auditor?
Yeah.
Well,
because
that's
they
not
were
what she's
following
saying.
up on they wanted to know about my
Okay.
letter to the editor.
The point I'm making is this is untenable in terms of our partnership with this organization. And now we have, our city manager has, I believe, maybe our auditor has done a little work on this 10% thing. You called a meeting with CBiz. They are not only our outside consultant, but also the DDA outside consultant, which seems like it's not appropriate. And I don't even know what they would even give to that conversation. There seems to be a question of, is it gross? Is it net? I feel like at this point, the relationship is untenable. That organization is ready to walk on us. And I know, having sat up here before, we don't want anybody walking because we don't have a plan in place. And what I'm thinking we should be doing, because they are doing a very good job over there, and I don't think anyone disputes it who's gone to any of the events, is just modify the contract, take out that 10% profit sharing. We're already giving them less money. They're claiming they're not even making a profit, so we're not losing any money if they're not making it. And stop the constant, what I think looks like, there's a constant back and forth with this partnership that shouldn't be going on. And when I talked to the city attorney, I asked, can we just modify the contract and take that out? And she said, yes. So let's just do it. And then let's just, figure out our next move and stop the countless meetings that are going on behind the scenes that make no sense and are not using good taxpayer time, in my opinion. Because there's way too many meetings and conversations on this subject matter, in my opinion. And if there's no money to be had and we're fighting over this 10% in the contract, then let's just take it out and stop the fighting. Anyone?
You finished?
Yes, on that subject,
Well,
I think
first-
I am. I have one other item.
Oh, then let's get to your other item so that we
Okay.
can get out of here.
It is the write-offs. Mr. Moore, after the last conversation we had up here where I listed out all the things that concerned me, including the write-offs, you and I had a conversation, and I wrote to you and said, I appreciate our conversation. My understanding in our discussion is that you're not recommending, this is what I emailed to you, and will not be writing off outstanding balances related to Old School Square events, which totaled $31,405. And it's no offense, Judy, I just...
Every time you say no offense,
I don't mean
I
it,
take
though. I'm
offense.
saying that to you. Well, I mean it, honestly. And I said additionally, I understand based on our conversation, this is what you said to me, that no action would be taken on the proposed write-offs of the Roots Cultural Festival. And I have to say again, no offense, because it's your organization. But the problem is, I do. But in my opinion, writing off things like this creates a perception, this is what I wrote to Mr. Moore, that members of the commission can receive preferential treatment because the policies are very clear. And Mr. Moore and I had what I thought was a really productive conversation about this. I documented it in writing because he told me he was not writing off either of those, and you never responded. And I CC'd the city attorney on that and Mr. Dakowitz. But I want to make sure that your office is not writing off things that they shouldn't be writing off. And I'd like to know where you're at with that, please.
I have not. So as far as clarity with all, speaking with everybody individually, it turns out that per collections protocols in that regard, if an event or a transaction is over 5 years old, it may very now not be collectible. So that would be an element of a city commission discussion soon. So we do have to come back and address that. So it's not the large $155,000 transaction consideration. It's more like about a third of it. So we'll be offering some clarity to that effect as we go forward. It's not as large as that, and therefore we do need to offer some direction.
Right, and I'll just say this once again, that's your job in your department is to just say, if there's an organization that's active and has money, then the city should be making efforts to collect it. And, you know, there weren't efforts to collect it. Policies were not at all followed. And now you're dropping a political hot potato in our lap. And I'm just saying again, I don't appreciate it. And I hope your statement about what you're doing is what you're doing. I'm done, thank you.
Okay. First, I had some great reviews of our chief hunter for a visit he took out to Shady Woods the other day in front of 40 or 50 residents going through the crime thing. They all loved him. They said he was fabulous. And, you know, I think they're going to put a monument for you out there with your picture, you know, like Churchill, you know, doing one of these. Anyway, but I appreciate you going out there because I actually helped arrange the meeting. They called, and the chief was very good to go out there, and it was apparently a very successful meeting. I'm not going to comment on the what your view is on the audit. There is a state audit going on. We'll wait to see what the state audit says. Auditing policies and procedures is not a forensic type audit, so we can argue whether or not you think.
No, I'm not saying anything about the audit. I'm saying about the relationship.
My turn. I didn't argue. I didn't talk to you. But there is a state audit, and I'm not commenting on anything. So, as it relates to the management fee, which is what it's referred to in the contract, a management fee, and in my experience, when we would pay people a management fee, your revenues started with $1. So the point is, no matter how much you're paying them, your revenues start at $1. You don't get to say, we don't have to start paying you anything until we make $700,000 back. No, it's a management fee. So we can argue that point. GAAP is on my side, so I'm happy to, with general accounting principles on my side. So that's fine. I do agree with you that the accounting firm is in conflict, and they may take a third party to review that. So that's a separate matter.
But can we get a consensus on my request though before you continue?
I'm not taking the 10% out.
Okay, can I ask the others to ask?
Let's wait to the audit. Let's not give away more money.
It's not. There's no money to be given away. Well, it's their revenues. Okay. They don't have any revenues, so we're just.
Then stop doing free concerts. So
but wait, the free concerts we asked them to do for the taxpayers.
With the taxpayers?
We asked them to do the free concerts for our taxpayers.
This is my turn. Okay,
I just didn't get a consensus though. So after you're done, I'd like to ask for a consensus. You may.
I'm going to go on a different subject. I had a bunch of calls, interestingly, after I made the comment about moving City Hall. There's actually a lot of interest in moving City Hall. It wasn't where I thought it was going to have to go, but there is other properties in Delray. The police department is interested. I mean, there's a lot of different variables. I would like to set up a workshop to discuss the future City Hall. I mean, we may decide we don't want to do a thing, but I think it's worthy of a discussion because everyone is saying to get everybody together in one building is actually more efficient, you know? And converting this piece of property now into a property that would be a tax-paying property would be interesting. I don't know all the answers, but I would like to certainly see if I could get a discussion about what are the benefits or pitfalls of trying to move City Hall. That's you know, is that something you would be interested in?
I would be open to discussion.
I don't know if it works. I don't know if it's a good idea or a bad idea.
I'm open to it. I think we should look at it. I mean, I think everybody's got opinions on it, but I don't see the harm in having a neutral look at it and figuring out upsides and downsides and
what it would be worth, you know, for the money, what it would cost, if we how we could pay for it, or what, you know, the whole thing.
Are you considering selling off the land?
Mm-hmm.
This land you would be selling off.
Which might not be at all feasible given our relationship with the tennis center. I mean, there's a whole lot of spider webs here, guys. Like we ain't gonna solve this at 9:50 at night.
I think in a city of this size with such limited property, the city should not be selling its property. I think that there's other ways to fund City Hall, even if you're looking to build a new one elsewhere, where
would be fine. I'm
selling
just-
property, that's one of your biggest assets for the future of your city. It's your residence asset. It's like,
And that's what's called tax revenues. That's what you call.
there's other ways to get tax revenue, and this is a discussion I'm willing to have, but I think it's a last resort, like a desperation move to sell property.
I'm in favor of the conversation.
I just think that, we've got a lot of staff that can't, there's not enough space for, there's all these other kinds of things. It's trying to figure out a way, because everyone says it's better if they're all in one building. I mean.
Well, I don't know who everyone is that's saying that, and that everyone should be making that determination. The idea of selling property
I'll use Ms.
is.
Barnetto in the back as an example. Who
You
comes
already
to City
had-
Hall 3 or 4 times a day. Okay, 2 or 3 times a day. That takes her 20 minutes, 15 minutes.
She doesn't come 2 or 3 times a day.
Well, how many times a day?
Really?
Yes, she does. Yes, she does. I mean,
Why doesn't she do Zoom calls?
That's
ridiculous.
Yes, she does, but
No
you're saying
offense.
she doesn't. Okay.
Excuse me,
I'm
you
gonna
have,
go with the
you
words that's
have
not back there.
consensus for the discussion.
Yeah, so if you take that over the course of a year, that's a lot of time. If she were in the building,
Yeah, I don't know why
she'd
she
be
wouldn't
spending
just
3
Zoom.
minutes as opposed to 15 minutes.
I Zoom from home all the time. But whatever.
So that's why I would just like to have do a workshop so we can figure out, because I just want to do that. So, and everything else was answered. The agenda clarity is something that I wanted to discuss with Mr. Moore and really the clerk, because sometimes, and I made a bunch of notes here, and I'm not going to go through now, but I will share them with them. But when you have some of these motions we were doing, we should actually say what the resolution is, so someone reading this understands that we're talking about, the HVACs, for example, to redo at the golf course. Just, so then they would know, we're talking about the air conditioning at the golf course.
So taking the section from the agenda and pulling it out? Do you think enough people read that to make it, that's.
Enough so that people say to be word is,
If they click on the link, they see the additional information. The agenda cover sheet is very thorough. So I think anybody who's looking at this knows enough to make that click.
I'm just saying this was comments that I'm getting. And I don't think it's hard, for example, to replace golf, the resolution is to replace HVACs in the golf course, or when we talk about motion to approve a hold harmless agreement for property located at, well, it should say to hold the city harmless for something in the city right away. It's a short little thing, but everyone would read that and know exactly what it was.
I knew
You
what
don't
it
have to
was.
go online and look it up. They know, it just makes it easier. Anyway, that's my view. So I will go through that with them, because I'm trying to make the agendas clearer for the people that read them. I understand that we get the book and
No, I don't disagree with you that clearer would be better. I'm just not sure. I don't know that. I think anybody who's reading it knows to check out the
I wish
backup.
that were so. But anyway, I have no more comments.
Could I just ask, did I get a consensus? Can we discuss this 10% thing to just stop the fighting with our partner? Because at this point, they are saying there's no, we're operating without enough money. So they're not saying they're
My view is, let's wait there. We have an auditor looking at this. Let's not jump ahead of what the auditor finds.
I'm concerned they're going to
us
throw
with.
the keys at us at one meeting, because the relationship is untenable. They work, I don't know how often you go to these events. You go to the museum events. The whole crew's there. They're there till
I go to
10
the
o'clock at
museum
night. Then you know what's going on. The
took my
concerts,
picture the other day.
we
They posted it.
asked them to provide free concerts, Mayor, excuse me. We asked them to provide free concerts. That's why they're doing it. And when you see the staff is there till 11 o'clock at night, and sometimes all day.
Is there consensus? Are there 2 more people that want?
I would like.
I want to wait to see what the auditor says.
I think that.
I know,
Take money away.
but if she's asking for consensus.
I'm asking for a
Because it's in the
consensus so
middle
we
of
can
an
just
audit.
stop the fighting.
So you want to wait till the audit's over?
Yeah, I think we should.
Okay.
How do you make
We know
decisions
where the
and
mayor
change
stands.
anything?
It's our
if in
contract.
the
It
middle
doesn't
of a-
really have to do with
Mr.
the audit.
Is that in scope for the audit?
I think I would.
No, it's not in
It's
scope
not
for
in
the
scope.
audit.
No, the audit, we're having auditors look at the provision in this contract provision is being examined.
Who asked to give
Who asked
consensus for
Who
that?
voted on that?
Right, exactly,
That can't
Mr.
be going
Moore.
on, boss. I wasn't aware of it.
Right, so what,
and I didn't
Mr. Moore is
vote on
saying
it.
he doesn't know
So
who authorized
went
that.
to you?
The
Who
audit
came to
is
you
a
and
state
talked to
audit.
you?
No, we're talking about, he's talking locally, the contract.
Whoa, no.
Are you saying you don't think that, you don't think?
I
a
didn't
contract-
vote on this.
You don't think a contract?
That's not the point. You're being a lawyer. That's not the point. The point is, you said this, somehow this got communicated to go forward, and I don't remember it coming in front of us, and I don't remember voting on it.
He's talking about our auditor
speak
working
about
on
the
this.
state
The
The audit that was going on was on expenses. Now suddenly the scope of that has changed. When did
They're
that
looking
change?
at this.
With the state
this is a
audit.
contract interpretation that the our outside auditors are looking at.
Why are our outside auditors
Who
looking at the
authorized that?
contract interpretation? We
Who
did not
authorized
give
that?
approval. Yeah,
They're not.
they were,
authorized
Mr.
that?
Moore. You had scheduled the
You gotta know,
appointment.
you're in charge. Who authorized it?
And they brought up the concern
They
relative to
who brought
potential
up the
conflict,
concern.
and so that was
Somebody-
it.
somebody
Right,
had
but
to
the
order
point
it.
is, excuse me,
Mr.
gentlemen,
Moore ordered it? Did you order it?
Order what?
This audit that he's talking about?
I've not ordered any audit.
you made the appointment with CBiz and asked our, excuse me, Mr. Margaret, I can
It was a
clarify.
general conversation
You
we had.
are-
They
Can
braced
I
the
explain?
concern, and then
Can
I said
explain So
no.
we can call it a night.
I mean,
So, Mr. Moore scheduled a meeting that included the external auditors that we use, CBiz. CBiz also does the audits for the DDA and the CRA.
Correct.
I thought that was a conflict of interest, and the mayor agrees with me,
And
as,
so
as
do
he
I.
stated tonight. And so I expressed my concern, and finally the auditors agreed not to participate in the
That's
meeting.
not- I'm saying the genesis of the dispute was, there's this clause where the city thinks it should be getting 10% from $1 and DDA says no.
Well,
So that's what they're
technically,
looking
Mayor,
at.
the manager, he was there. He negotiated the net
He
revenue.
negotiated it.
says
Net
net
revenue.
Now,
It says net
for-
revenue.
Correct.
from your point, I guess the interpretation could be, well, what exactly is considered an expense that should be reduced from that revenue? But I don't think our auditors are in any
They're
position
not in any
to be
position.
weighing in on that.
The fact that they were even
So the
called
meeting's
in
been
is
canceled.
ridiculous.
My understanding.
It has been canceled.
I
It's
don't
stopped.
know.
That's correct.
Elena can speak to whether or not she's been asked to look into this, but
No.
I'm just trying to figure out whether you get paid from $1 or whether you get paid from $700,000.
I still want to
It's
get
the
to
way he
bottom of
negotiated it, it's $700,000.
It's defined as a management fee under GAAP.
He
Which maybe
negotiated the
don't care about
contract,
general
Mayor.
accounting principles,
It's
but
not,
under
don't,
GAAP.
please don't throw out those, listen, that what I care about is you're destroying our relationship with our partner with every one of these fights. The contract was
fighting with anybody.
negotiated.
It's a
No, you
contract
are, because you're encouraging him to do this. No one gave
I'm
him
not encouraging
consensus.
anyone to do anything. It's a contract interpretation.
Mr. Moore.
You feel that
I'm finished with it, ladies and gentlemen.
If
I'm
they're
finished with it.
saying
I've
that,
said it.
yes, it's constant
are you looking into this?
problems going on
No.
with the DDA.
She's not involved.
There,
No.
Why would she be
there's a
involved?
No.
conflict with that
She
meeting.
was in the meeting,
It's
so I didn't
constant,
know
and
if
they're
he
not
asked her to
happy,
look
and they
No,
feel like
we did
they're,
not.
you know, I don't
No.
want to
We've
speak for anybody
discussed it
else,
with
but
Elena
I'm
before.
concerned they're going to say, we're
Yeah, like in
done, and we
March.
don't have a backup. And if we're fighting over a contract that Mr. Moore negotiated that implies, the way I read it, that you start with the profits after that, then, and that's how you negotiated it, net
Then it's not a benefit.
profits.
The issue
Okay.
is that the DDA is taking the contribution from the city and using that as the baseline number to offset you can't use it. That's a contribution.
Here's the concern I
And so
have.
when you're using that, you're never going to have a revenue because you have to get over the $800,000 hurdle to begin with.
700,000 this year.
Whatever it is. Whatever it is, you have to get over that hurdle, and then anything over that would be what's considered the share
but
of
that's
revenue.
a failure
that
of
doesn't
our
make sense. That's
contract.
a management fee, which is separate apart from a revenue.
My point really is, at this point, how much money are we going to look to get from them? What are you assuming is the additional revenue, that 10% that you'll get? Is it worth this fight? Is it worth them potentially saying, take the keys, we're done? Because I feel from my conversations that that's about where we're at. So I'm asking us to make a decision. We can fight for 6 months over what the 10% is and continue to fight. But is it a number, Mr. Moore, that's worth this argument for our taxpayers? Because I've been sitting up here when that building was dark. We don't have a backup plan. You may have one in there, and maybe that's why at every corner,
They went
this
dark
woman
for
is
a
getting.
whole other reasons, and again, no
I
plan
was
B,
here.
and they were fired. So we can talk about how they got into that position and why we ended up having to
I'm
do
asking,
something.
do we want to
And
be in that
is a
position
fact.
again? Because I
That is
was
a
there.
fact.
But it's also a fact, is it not, that the DDA came in and rescued us? And
Yes,
got it
and
open?
they're getting paid less than the previous operator.
It's a contract that you're.
Ladies and gentlemen.
We can amend the contract, that's all I'm asking to do.
Ladies and
Let's
gentlemen.
do it. Let's-
Ladies and gentlemen.
I apologize.
May I be recognized, please? So, to answer the question, somewhat rhetorical, but I'll answer it anyway. $700,000 outcome from the City of Delray Beach to the Downtown Development Authority for the OSS operation, Old School Square Campus Environment, etc. So the maximum outcome for the City of Delray Beach based on that 10% is typically 10% of $700,000, $70,000. It could be down to $35,000. It could be a smaller number, whatever the case may be. However, given the consensus
Can I ask
being...
you a question? Do we not agree that all the money they're getting is going back into that? They're not pocketing that money, correct? The organization isn't taking that money for other
How many
things.
management fees you've done?
If I may, ladies and
If I'm doing
gentlemen.
a concession contract
It's-
with a company.
it's regardless.
And you pay them a management fee.
There are
I get
partners
I get
who-
my income from $1.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you what I intend to do
There are
in
partners
response,
that came in and
please.
helped us.
Given the consensus offered by the majority of you all to allow the state process to take its course,
I don't know if that's a consensus. I'd like a hand raise on that.
State audit
Ms.
is not-
Malika, do you have an opinion on taking this 10% out?
I would like to, when I was talking about an audit, I was talking about the state audit. I thought that's what audit we were waiting for.
Well, that would be,
is
I
the
would wait
audit
to the
we're
state
waiting
audit.
on.
Personally, I would wait for the state audit.
That's the one.
That has no relation to this 10% though. I don't understand what relevance the state audit has to the contract and the 10%.
so my interest in, separate and apart from
and
that.
one of us has gone on record, I won't name his name, is saying when this audit is done, if it shows there's nothing, I'm going to ask for our city to go back and categorize all of our expenses that went into this audit. And I've already told Senator Bernard I'm going to ask the same for the state, because I felt this audit was unwarranted from the word go. It's not going to turn up anything, and we will have spent countless dollars in our city and at the state level. And I've already told Senator Bernard I'm going to demand a full audit.
The point is it
We
doesn't have
cannot
anything to
take
do.
stuff, we cannot do stuff like this on a whim, and we did.
You're going to demand a full audit?
You got it.
You want the state to reimburse us?
No, I want the state, I want to find out how much money went into this audit. So I'm going to get salaries for all the employees that touched it, all the employees that got interviewed. I'm going to ask the state to do that.
I'm saying, what the end game? To a reimbursement?
No, to prove what a waste of money this
okay.
whole
Well, that's fine.
decision was.
Ladies and gentlemen,
And
just to
I
conclude,
feel
please.
it's bad, Mayor. I feel it's really
I know
bad.
you do. I know you-
I
I'm
feel
fine
it's
with you.
worse
I'm
than
fine
bad.
with you.
Worse than bad. Wait till you start to see what the state spent on this audit.
Ladies and
If it turns
gentlemen.
up $25. Come on now, we're better than this. And I agree with what Julie said.
Just cut the
We
bleeding.
have a good partner here, and we're not treating him like a good partner
I'm just talking
in
about a
any way,
contract.
shape, or form.
Ladies and gentlemen.
How do we?
If
Who
one
would
has
want to
nothing
partner?
to do with other,
They
then
don't
I'm-
have anything to do with the other. That's the point. It's our determination how our contract reads. It has nothing to do with the audit at all. That contract was done by the city, and we never had the profit sharing with the former the organization that was there. We did not have profit sharing, and they were paid more money. And we're getting a lot of amazing services for our residents out of the organization. I just don't see the need to constantly be creating friction and fights with them. They're
Like-
undergoing 3 separate type of audits right now as a result of this.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I say this, just to conclude? It's late. Interestingly enough, I made a commitment for monthly meetings with leadership of the Downtown Development Authority. I share with y'all, as part of my weekly report to y'all, the contents of those meetings. So the next visit is June 1st. My interest is to do as much as we possibly can as a city to be on the same accord with the Downtown Development Authority as it pertains to this and other subjects. So that, coupled with the separate direction to await the state's review process in that regard, I'm sitting tight in that realm. So with that, I'll be cool. and I will achieve while working closely with Ms. Simon and all involved. And that's it.
So are you going to then hold off on looking to collect that 10%? Is that what you're saying? And
In essence-
continue this dispute with them?
I said I'm not interested in the dispute. I've never operated from the standpoint of a dispute. So in essence, that's what I'm looking to get to.
I don't think that meeting that had was suggest exactly that. And I'll just say that honestly to you. Having that meeting with the auditor and trying to figure out a way to look at this contract differently, it doesn't suggest a nice partnership.
It was a genuine question, and I'll clarify that moving forward, which I already have,
Thank
and
you.
therefore that's where it's at.
Okay.
So prospectively, that's already been contemplated, so that's where I am. So that's it. So okay. Otherwise, a way to separately, the state, do their work, whatever the case may be, and that's the outcome in that regard, but that's where I am. So I'll leave it be. And I will make that clear with Ms. Simon and all others involved.
I appreciate that.
So that's the purpose of the monthly meeting. So
Let's try to cool things off. shall we?
again, we've done a lot of good work in that regard. So I understand that, and that's the expectation most of you had of me in this regard. Thus the monthly meeting engagements, etc. However, data analytics, metrics, etc., we do have to take a look at that, and that was really the genesis. Otherwise, that's where we are. So with that, Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, I yield. I think we should have a good night, call it good, and that's the direction. Off we go.
Thank you.
All set?